How do you see it?
Well, it's, you know, obviously it'd be great for him to win a fifth. I mean, I'd even like to see him get his fifth, but I'd rather see me get my fourth if I could. But, you know, it's just, we're just good friends and good competitors, and when the green flag drops, we'll race against each other just like we would anybody else.
Paul, we're less than 13 minutes away from that start.
It's about to begin. The crowd anticipates. On the start-finish line, the pace cars sit ready. Bobby Rahal, the 1986 winner. He's prepared as well. Little Al Allenser Jr. stands there with him. Their hearts have to begin to quicken. We'll be back with the formal ceremonies.
Motor Speedway, where we are just counting down the final moments before the command to start engines, and the mood here has changed on pit road as this crowd of over 400,000 people begins to be separated from the crews and the drivers as they begin to focus in on the task at hand. Looking at the crowd, they are ready to be entertained, and the drivers are ready to do just that. A little bit different than in years past here. But now is when we begin to count it down in earnest. Now is when the greatest spectacle in racing takes on a whole new importance. For those that are new to the Speedway, it's something that's indescribable. And to start it off, the Purdue Band and the National Anthem, which will be sung by Mr. Tom Hudnut.
Start the finish line as the combined U.S. Armed Forces Color Guard stands at attention. Here is John Totten for our next introduction.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, our invocation today from the Most Reverend Edward T. O'Meara, Archbishop of the Catholic Archdiocese of Indianapolis.
It is race weekend once again. It is also God's weekend. It is our country's Memorial Weekend. There are tens of thousands of us together this morning in this stadium. We are from every state and from many countries of the world. In the way our conscience tells us, let each of us pause to offer worship and praise. We thank you, God, for the blessedness of being human. We are sisters and brothers to each other. Help us respect each other and treat each other gently without violence. Make our world more peaceful, God. Make us restless until our hostages are free to move about, to live their lives in freedom, and to gather as we do today. Help us be mindful of those who have died for our country from its beginning in 1776 to the sailors who perished so recently on the battleship Iowa. Have them all in the hollow of your hand. Bless those who have suffered unfinished deaths in the service of our country and are the survivors of conflict, wounded in body and spirit. Ease their pain and help them to know that all of their fellow Americans are grateful to them. It's race day, too. Watch over our 33 skillful and courageous drivers, their mechanics, and their crews. And one thing more, dear God, help all of us to enjoy the day, return us safely to our homes and work, and continue to bless us with this glorious sunshine. Amen.
Now, Jim Philippi.
Ladies and gentlemen, will you please remain standing? On this Memorial Day weekend, we pause here in a moment of silence to pay homage to those individuals who have given their lives unselfishly and unafraid to make it possible for us to witness, as free men, the world's greatest sporting event. We also pay homage to those men who have given their lives unselfishly and without fear to make racing the world's most spectacular spectator sport.
Now, Dave Calabro for this introduction.
Race fans, another fine tradition here at the Indy 500. It's time for the annual singing of Back Home Again in Indiana. It is my privilege to introduce to you the man who sings it oh so well, Mr. Jim Neighbors. Back home again in Indiana, and it seems that I can see the gleaming candlelight still burning bright through the sycamores for me. The newborn hay sends all its fragrance through the hills I used to roam. When I dream about the moonlight on the wall, how I long for my Indiana home.
Let's go! Jim Neighbors and the Sea of Balloons and the Purdue University Band leaves the start-finish line. And we turn our attention now to the head of the starting field and waiting for those magic words.
This final moment of anticipation, Danny Sullivan sits ready in his machine, positioned 26 places back. Mary Fendrick Hulman ready to give the command to start engines. As the formal ceremony
Ladies and
comes to an
gentlemen,
end.
we are at that time of the day for the command that will start the 73rd running of this event. And here to give the traditional 4 words is Chairman Emeritus of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Board, Mrs. Mary Fendrick Hulman.
Gentlemen, start your engines.
Now so completely isolated with his own thoughts, alone for this moment, alone for the next 3 hours. Mario Andretti. Will this be a second win for him? He has tried so hard and for so long. Al Unser. Will this be a possible 5th win today? There is so much promise in the running of the 500 miles. So much that these drivers might anticipate. Jim Crawford, the Buick power behind him. As the crews, a final handshake, a flip of the engine, over 25,000 horsepower, roar out their challenge in the main straightaway now. And in just a few seconds, the field will begin to pull away. The crews raise a hand to indicate that their engine has started, that they are ready to run the 500 miles at Indianapolis. The grand champion, A.J. Foyt, the most victories ever in the Indy cars. At other tracks, he's never won here. Could this be his day to carry on his family's legacy? And Danny Sullivan, what must be going through this man's mind? A fractured right arm, and the hand that grips the wheel so tightly at this moment. Straightaway cleared with the exception of the cars and their starting crews. And now the field begins to roll away. The 11 rows of 3. Bobby Unser is in the pace car with perhaps the best view at all, Bobby.
Yes, it is, Paul. The people are standing. Everybody's waving. I can't see an empty seat in the house. The track is clean. There's no paper on it. It's a beautiful track. We're taking off now at about 40 miles an hour. Let the guys get their transmission oil warmed up, their engines oiled up. The crowd is just cheering so loud I can hardly hear myself.
Bobby Unser works through the south chute. There's a shot of Bobby. Bobby, you'll pick the pace up to about how fast by the time we get going?
Well, as soon as all the cars get started, we'll be running to run about 80 miles an hour. We want to stay enough ahead of the front row where they don't get any spark plugs fouled. We want to make sure that the road is clear, make sure that there's no debris, water, or fuel, or oil, or anything like that on the racetrack, Paul.
So Bobby Unser in the pace car works his way through the first turn right now. You can see the corporate suites. One car still having problems, and now he fires and moves away as the entire field is ready to go. Scott Brayton faltered for a moment. No, here is a car with a problem. The 33 car, that of course belongs to Rocky Moran. Let's take a look at this starting field. One last opportunity to review how the rows line up. The first row, of course, Mears, Unser, Fittipaldi, all with a great deal of promise. The second row, Jim Crawford, Mario Andretti, Scott Brayton. The third row, Bobby Rahal, Al Unser Jr., Raul Boisel from Brazil. The fourth row, A.J. Foyt, Randy Lewis, John Andretti. The fifth row, Teo Fabi with the Porsche power, Gary Bettenhausen, Ari Leyendyk of Holland. The sixth row, Finland's Terrell Palmrock, rookie Scott Pruitt, and Ludwig Heimrath Jr. Didier Tays and Bernard Jourdain, both rookies in the seventh row, along with veteran Michael Andretti. The eighth row, two winners of the race, Tom Sneva, Gordon Johncock, and Irishman Derek Daly to the outside. The ninth row, the fastest rookie in the field, John Jones, of course, Danny Sullivan, and Kevin Kogan. The 10th row, Rocky Moran, if he can make it into a starting position, Dominic Dobson, and Bill Vukovich III. And the final row, Davy Jones, Pancho Carter, and USAC Sprint and Midget champion Rich Vogler. Danny Sullivan works his way around the track. Let's get an update on his physical condition. Here's Jerry Pike.
Well, Paul, 17 days ago, Danny Sullivan was lying on an operating room table in nearby Methodist Hospital, his shattered right forearm being pieced together by this steel plate and these metal bolts. Now, Sullivan has been cleared to drive, but he must wear a specific special splint that will limit the use of his right arm. Now, what he can do, he can extend his hand at the wrist just a couple of degrees to grasp the wheel. What he cannot do is rotate his right forearm in or out. That may create a problem as he tries to make his way onto and off of pit road. Now, just moments ago, as he climbed in the car, I was privileged to a conversation between him and his orthopedist, Terry Trammell. He asked Trammell one question, very simply: what can I expect? Trammell's response was one word: pain. He said as the afternoon progresses, that right forearm will begin to swell inside the splint. It will begin to throb and pulsate. The pain could become almost unbearable. No one, not even Danny Sullivan, knows if he can tolerate the torment. All those questions and many more will be answered a little over 3 hours from now when the checkered flag falls.
All right, so we'll be watching for Danny Sullivan. Michael Andretti, car number 6, one of the other cars we'll be keeping an eye on today as he starts back in the 21st starting position. Very difficult to tell his car from his father's, but Michael has the black number 6 on his car. And Gary Bettenhausen, with his problems already beginning, he has begun to slow and rolls to a stop on the home stretch. The field has begun now the second of the 2 parade laps, but Bettenhausen with a problem. He does not appear to be under power, and he appears to be rolling to a stop. His crew will perhaps be able to come out and get him restarted. That's just a matter of conjecture at this moment. Gary Bettenhausen stopped. The nice bright white car with the red number 5, that belongs to Mario Andretti. As he works his way now, beginning to surge forward on the backstretch, checking the gauges for a final time. A.J. Foyt, 4-time winner. The familiar number 14, a solid black car here today with A.J. Foyt orange trim on the machine. A.J. works his way around. Could he be a 5-time winner? Well, there are A.J. fans here that think that's very, very possible. The front row weaves back and forth. That yellow car, number 4, that belongs to the pole sitter, Rick Mears. And then 2 closely identical cars belong to Al Unser and to Emerson Fittipaldi, number 25 and number 20. So, Bobby Unser, as you work the field around now, how's that race course look? Bobby Unser, how's the race course look?
Paul, right now I'm watching all these people cheering and going on. I wish I was in a PC-18 on the front row starting this race. It would make this Pontiac seem slow, but this is a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful thing to see today.
The rest of the field strung out behind the pace car. Let's go to the pits. Brian Hammond.
Well, because of the way they qualify here in Indianapolis, there's an interesting mix of cars and drivers at the back of the pack, specifically rows 6, 7, and 8. There are several drivers with very little or no experience at all here in Indianapolis, but there are also 2 very fast cars driven by 2 of the hardest chargers in racing, Michael Andretti and Tom Sneva. So when the green flag flies, everyone will have to be very careful, or the first 2 corners could be a real adventure. Paul, back to you.
Well, Brian Hammonds, there is, of course, some concern about this car. The 99 machine that belongs to Gary Bettenhausen. The crew went out onto the straightaway and retrieved it. They have quite a push to get it back to his actual pit area where they can first apply the tools to it and start to get it in performing order and hopefully into this field.
Brian Hammond makes the point about the difficulty in the back of the pack. You know, most of the drivers will have planned exactly what they're going to do in the first couple of turns, and sometimes that planning can be an obstacle if things begin to develop that are unexpected, an accident begins to develop. Incidentally, some practice speed from 3 days ago when the cars last ran on this track. Al Unser was fastest at 2:17. Remember, this was in race trim, not in qualifying trim. Mario Andretti was second fastest, Rick Mears third fastest, and Crawford, who of course is starting from the second row, was quite slow. So it's quite a volatile situation even at the front, Paul.
The pace car begins to accelerate, as does the field. The field up in the north end of the track. We look back from Bobby Rahall's car as they begin now to stream toward the green flag. The pace car is off the track. The field running down toward the green. A line now, and the green flag flies, and we're racing at Indianapolis as the front row heads for the first turn, side by side, and Emerson Fittipaldi sweeps from the outside across the front of Rick Mears and Al Unser, and Emerson Fittipaldi takes the lead in the first corner across the short chute. The rest of the field comes safely through the Indianapolis 500. The 73rd running is underway. Emerson Fittipaldi is leading. Aerial bombs fire off overhead, indicating the position of the cars on the track as Fittipaldi already up into the third turn. And Emerson Fittipaldi coming across the short chute and streaming toward the start-finish line. Emerson Fittipaldi off of number 4, and look, already what a tremendous distance he's stretched out as two-time world driving champion Emerson Fittipaldi, the Patrick Racing entry across the line, followed by Rick Mears and Al Unser Sr.
What a superb start, Paul. That is the cleanest start from the front of the grid. We're already looking back significantly along the track to find Rick Mears, who is running in second place in front of this enormous crowd. Mears clearing the turn 2 there, and you see the other two cars right behind him, Paul.
So it's Emerson Fittipaldi out in front. This is second, third, and fourth. That's Rick Mears, Al Unser, and Mario Andretti has moved up into fourth place. Al Unser Jr. into fifth right now as the Indianapolis 500 is now underway and running safely. And look at there. That is Emerson Fittipaldi. Look at the tremendous distance he's already put on the second place car of Rick Mears. Now the fight begins for third as Al Unser tries to hold off a charging Mario Andretti. The fight is for third place. The second lap run at 213.7 miles an hour. So already a torrid pace being set here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
There is every anticipation that a new record speed is going to be set today. As Bobby Unser said, the track, almost a move by Mario there. The track has been repaved. It is very, very fast. Temperatures are cool. The wind has ceased to be a factor. We could be in for a very fast day here.
Well, Mario continues to worry Al Unser Sr. in a battle for third place. The leader still Emerson Fittipaldi. And now Mario comes to the inside. Can Mario get past? He does. Mario Andretti forces his way past Al Unser.
Two great veterans, both with a great deal at stake here, taking up the battle early in the going. It doesn't surprise me a bit that Mario...
And an accident, the 11 car, that's Kevin Cogan, up on its side in the pit area. A serious accident in the pit area, but look at Cogan. The car cut in half. The car in half, but Kevin Cogan climbs out. This accident occurring up at the head of the pit area. The crews are there, no fire. And once again, a tribute to the safety of these cars. Kevin Cogan climbs out of his broken and split machine. A tremendous impact against the wall coming off of 4. The yellow flag flies. There's debris on the main stretch.
What a star-crossed man at this speedway is Kevin Cogan. We think back, of course, we look now at the end of the pit lane wall, which we believe he may have hit. That's why the car was broken in half, much as Dennis Firestone's was years before. Here he is.
You can see the scrapes on the side of his helmet as the car slid sideways. Kevin Cogan being tended to by the medical experts here. There is the car, the engine disconnected as they watch and protect for fire. That's actually up in the north end of the pits. Now here is the situation. Let's just watch. Coming off of the fourth turn. Cogan taps the outside wall. the inside wall, and then the end of the pit wall. Now there is an attenuated barrier right there at the end of the pit wall. There is also an ABC Sports camera right at the end of that pit wall. The field now very, very slow behind the pace car. Here is that camera at the end of the pit wall. You see Cogan sliding. He comes down. Now watch. Kevin Cogan impacts the end of that attenuated barrier, which absorbed a great deal of the energy in that impact. So we are under yellow at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway with 4 laps complete. The leader is Emerson Fittipaldi. We'll be back with more coverage of the Indianapolis 500 after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
Running of the Indianapolis 500.
We're back live at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the 73rd running of the Indianapolis 500, and the pit is jammed with emergency crews right now, cleaning up the debris caused when Kevin Cogan lost control coming off of the 4th turn, hit the outside wall, the inside wall, and then the end of the pit barrier. Now, there is the car, Sam Posey.
You can see that he was high coming through turn 4, Paul. High, slightly out of the groove, and right there he impacts the wall and starts toward the inside of the track. Spinning backwards, this may have saved his life, that he hit backwards when he hit really hard for the first time. Now, of course, he impacts the end of the pit wall. And now sliding across to the inside of the pit wall. The newly resurfaced pit lane there. Coming to a rest. I said he was star-crossed here as we look at another angle of the same thing from our camera that was located at the end of that pit wall, and I say was because I believe it is now out of commission. Kevin, of course, crashed here just after the start in 1982 when he was driving for Roger Penske. That triggered an incredible controversy in which his career never really did recover. He almost won the race in 1986, was beaten only at the restart by Bobby Rahal with just 2 laps to go. It's funny that all of the events of fate that have affected Kevin Cogan here at the Speedway have happened right on this exact part of the track.
All right, let's get an update. Brian Hammond.
Hey, we're with Andy Kanapinski, the team manager for Kevin Cogan. Have you been in contact with him? Is he okay?
Yes, I have. I just talked to him while we were sitting on pit row here. He's fine. He's coherent, and he's complaining about a small neck pain. They've put a neck brace on him, put him on the board, and taken him to the hospital just for observation. But he's alert and doesn't seem to have anything broken.
Did he say what happened?
Well, my observer up in turn 4, we have one up high by radio communications, Phil Roth, told me he was coming high out of 4, hit the wall and spun, and backed it into the guardrail at the pit entrance, hit her pretty hard.
The good news is Kevin Cogan seems to be okay. Paul?
So Kevin Cogan takes a trip to the track medical center, but he appears to be all right. 6 laps are now complete at the Indy 500. Emerson Fittipaldi leads, and we run under yellow.
The Masked Marauder drinks Miller Lite because it's less filling.
I'm going to go for
We're back live at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We're under yellow. The pits are still closed. There's the reason why. They're continuing to pick up little parts, pieces of debris as a result of Kevin Cogan's accident. His life most certainly saved by the safety designs in the car and the attenuated barrier that allows itself to collapse at the end of that pit wall. On board with Michael Andretti, who so far in this race has had a pretty good run. He started 21st. He is now up to 13th, and he did that in 2 green flag laps. We now have 8 laps into the record book. And Emerson Fittipaldi is out in front, but of course running under yellow. Ahead, you can see the rest of the field that lies just ahead, the 12 cars ahead of Michael Andretti.
Of course, we had talked about high record speeds. That is not possible when the field is running under the yellow. If the race becomes one filled with incidents, then of course the focus shifts to the pit crews. Pit work is always very important here. You see Gary Bettenhausen now being pushed back into the garage. He had started from the middle of the 5th row, his best opportunity for years. That Bettenhausen obsession, that long-time saga, continues, certainly without a resolution today.
So as Gary Bettenhausen, terribly disappointed, heads back to the pit. Once an Indy car is taken behind the pit wall, the day is complete. They can't do repairs in the garage area and bring that car back out.
It's ironic, isn't it, Paul? Look at how calm everything looks. These cars virtually parading by. This in contrast to the savage severity of that accident to Kevin Kogan. I saw him there, incidentally, with his wife, Tracy, so I know she knows he's okay.
All right, now throughout this race, we're going to use a number of different racing terms, and we've prepared a little glossary to help you understand them. Here are simple terms that express much more complex ideas. For example, we may say a car is pushing. Push or understeer is the tendency of the car to continue straight after the wheels are turned. The best example of push came last year with Danny Sullivan. Watch his hands. As he turned, the car went straight, and he pushed into the wall. The opposite of push is loose or oversteer, when the back end of the car tries to slide out once the wheels are turned. Last year, Scott Brayton got loose. The back end swerved out. He overcorrected, fought the car, and lost to the loose condition. We also refer to the stagger setting. Stagger is making the right rear tire slightly larger in diameter than the left rear. It helps the car turn left easier because the right rear is driving the car into the corner. The short chutes are straights that link between the first and second and the third and fourth turns. In the race, we'll refer to the move-over flag. The starter will display this flag to advise a driver another car is following closely. Sometimes a driver will be black flag. That means report to your pit, where a race official will either check your car for safety or reprimand you for a violation. The Indianapolis 500 is 200 times around the 2.5-mile track. Lightly banked with 2 5/8-mile long straights, it is lightning fast. Bobby Unser takes us for a tour.
Okay, Paul, we'll start by going right down the front straightaway, across the start and finish line, and into turn 1, pulling over 3 Gs of side force. Drifting out right to the short chute wall, going into turn 2, again pulling 3 Gs of side force. Very important how fast we get off of that turn to get down the back straightaway the fastest that you can. Nothing to obstruct your vision down here, but the driver will get over real close to the wall going into turn 3, diving right down to the white line again and literally drifting right out to the north short chute wall and into turn 4. And important again how fast we come off of this turn, because they're going to run approximately 230 miles an hour down the front straightaway. The racetrack is smooth as glass right to the start-finish line.
But not at speed at the moment. At the moment, it's behind the pace car. Bobby Unser no longer involved in the driving of the pace car. Don Bailey now has the wheel and will take it around on any opportunity that there is a caution flag. Here is on board with Michael Andretti. Now remember, he started 21st. This is back at the start of the race, and maybe we'll get an idea as we watch this at how Michael was able to thread his way up through the pack to position number 13. That's the Porsche Teo Fabi that lies just ahead of Michael as he works his way into turn 3, gets around the Porsche, and now sets sight a little further up.
Well, you can watch how everybody is vying for the other guy, trying to figure out where the other guy is going to be, and that's exactly what Michael is doing. Sometimes he's going by the right-hand side of the car, sometimes on the left-hand side of the car ahead of him. The biggest problem is those guys in front right now, because of all the traffic, can't be looking back at Michael. They have to worry about what's in front of them, and Michael knows this.
Now, something I'm sure you were watching, Sam Posey, there is a rule here now that says you can't continuously drive with all 4 wheels under that white line. Michael did it on 2 corners there. That's going to be a close call by officials when they have to decide that.
Yes, it is.
So we're under yellow at the Indianapolis 500-mile race. The 73rd running. Emerson Fittipaldi is still out in front of the field after Kevin Kogan's accident. We'll be back.
We're back at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I'm Dr. Jerry Punch, and we're standing with Dr. Henry Bach outside the Hannah Emergency Medical Center. And Henry, you've just checked over Kevin Kogan. How is he?
Kevin Kogan was brought in here after his track incident. He was awake and alert. He's complaining of some neck pain and some right arm pain. We're going to send him down to the Methodist Trauma Center for further evaluation and treatment.
Henry, you were able to see the accident on those monitors in there. You, probably like many of us, couldn't believe that he would be able to walk in as well as he did.
I guess we've seen it before, Jerry, and it continues to amaze us, but we're very pleased that it comes out this way.
Another tribute to the safety equipment on these cars. Let's go up pit road to Jackaroo. Jack?
Jerry, it's a very quiet gasoline alley for Gary Bettenhausen. Gary, this was supposed to be your year, and you're out. What happened?
We don't know. Something, I think the cam broke or something. Was just the first gear warming up, and all of a sudden the engine went pop, bang, and I quit running. And
your feelings, though, you know, you really had pointed towards this one and felt that this was the best shot you've had since probably mid-1970. How do you feel now?
Truthfully, I can't say it on air. Disappointed, you know. I really felt I had a chance to run right up in the front today, and with a little luck, maybe even win the race, because it's a 220-mile-an-hour race car.
You said it before when we did the story on the Bettenhausens. You don't know how many more years this family can give to this place. Any thoughts now about that?
I have to start counting days again. Seems like a long time till next year.
Well, it's the 35th year that a Bettenhausen has been in the 500 field. Gary Bettenhausen now looks ahead to year 36. Let's go back again on videotape and take a look on board Michael Andretti's car as he approaches the accident scene. Debris all over the race course. Look at that, down to the left. Pieces of Kevin Cogan's broken race car strewn all across the track. There's a wheel to the right. You can see them working down in the pit area. It's a very, very devastating crash. A lot of parts on the track. Now, let's go over to Brian Hammond.
Paul, I'm very pleased to have the Vice President of the United States here with me, Dan Quayle. And Mr. Vice President, you've been to this race so many times, but I understand it took some schedule juggling to make it this year.
It did take some juggling in the schedule. I was not scheduled to come here, and all of a sudden I said, look, I always go to the Indianapolis 500-mile race. There were some concerns about security, but we got everything worked out, and we're delighted to be here. I couldn't imagine missing my first race of Indianapolis as Vice President. I didn't.
You said you've seen this race over 20 times. Have you picked up any favorite drivers over the years?
Well, you go back over the years, Parnelli, Jones, of course, Mario Andretti, and A.J. Foyt have been here for a long time. You now got the Penske cars. They dominate the front row. You watch those cars, but it could be a very interesting race, as it usually is.
Who's your choice here today?
I don't have a favorite choice. It will take somebody very special, very skillful to beat that front row.
Mr. Vice President, it's been a pleasure. Enjoy the rest of the race.
Thank you very much.
Paul, let's go back to you.
All right, Dan Quayle. I bet he's got a little better seats this year, though, Sam, than he would in the past.
But you know, he said it would take a lot to beat that front row. How about superstitions? Do you realize that number 4, which is Rick Mears' number, has never won a race in a year except one ending in 0? And do you realize that no one has won from the middle of the front row since Mario did it in '69? That might put Al out. And how about Emerson? His problem is he's got too many letters in his name, believe it or not. Donald Davidson, the great historian out here, pointed out that in the last 20 years or so, you have to have a short name like Mears or Foyt or Unser to win this thing.
Well, the field works its way down the home stretch again, completing lap number 14. All but 12 of those laps have been run under caution, 12 under caution, and 2 under green. Now on the 15th lap as the leader comes across the line. Fittipaldi is still the leader of the race. He has led in 3 different 500-mile races, and they are now reporting that Kevin Cogan will in fact be taken to Indianapolis Methodist Hospital, where he will be examined to make sure that everything is okay. The medical center here, while it's very, very good for immediate trauma, is better used only for the immediate situation. Let's take a look at this accident again, because it puts me in mind of 1964 when Dave McDonald, in a very similar spin, crashed against the inside wall, burst into flame, but didn't have the advantage of being caught by the outside wall and went into the path of Eddie Sachs. It took both of their lives. Look how much better the safety is today. Now the field begins to accelerate as they come toward the 4th turn. The pace car, high on the track, dives into the pit area, and Emerson Fittipaldi leads them back to the green flag. They fly down the main stretch. There comes Mario trying to the inside, and Mario picks up second place. Rick Mears drops back just a bit.
Mario Andretti, no question about it, has been so overlooked, Paul and Bobby, this month. That may have worked for him. He was not a contender for the pole. There was not much focus on the Mario-Michael father-son relationship, surprisingly. It was all deflected by the attention to Danny Sullivan and his arm and Rick Mears getting the pole. So I think the Andrettis have kept to themselves all month. They planned very carefully for this moment, and it seems to be that things are going well for this team.
It certainly did. You can watch, Sam, that Mario knew the green flag was going to come out. Or so did Emmo. And I think Emmo saw what was happening behind him, with Rick and Mario possibly trying to get a little run at him. So he crowded up close to the pace car. In fact, they were all passing the pace car before it even got into the pit. That's really a good old USAC sprint car start, what that is. But nonetheless, Mario did get by him in second place.
The 20-car Emerson Fittipaldi is running in the lead of the Indianapolis 500-mile race. We'll update a couple of drivers for you. Rocky Moran was finally able to take advantage of that yellow and get underway. Remember, he had trouble starting his car when the command was given as well. So Rocky Moran, after 8 laps under yellow, was able to get into the Indianapolis 500. And Jim Crawford, who started in 4th position, dropped back a little bit and is now running in 8th place. At the front of the field, it's still Emerson Fittipaldi. Now followed by Mario Andretti. Rick Mears is running in 3rd place. Al Unser Jr. is up in 4th, and his father is running in 5th.
What you see right now, Paul, is that some of the cars are separating a little bit. There seems to be guesses between, for example, Emmo, Mario, and then to Rick. And the reason for this is very early in the race. The racetrack, as far as being slippery, is just still a little tiny bit slippery. The guys don't want to run in the turbulent air for a little while until they can kind of feel each other out. Other than the pass that we saw from Mario, that's about it for right now.
Well, Danny Sullivan is playing it very careful. He has that broken right arm. You're on board with Bobby Rahal right now as he works his way around the speedway.
Rahal, you know, once told me that emotion is the enemy of the race driver. You try to keep your emotions in check, but you know, on a beautiful day like this with a giant crowd like this, if your car is running well, and Bobby's is running well, it's hard not to feel a sense of exhilaration. Bobby, you've been out front. That's
looking out the back.
Yeah, you've been out front in this race. Did you feel a layer of emotion entering into what you were doing?
Sam, I was talking to Ray Hall down at the starting line just before the race started, and he's the coolest cat you ever saw. He was describing how he came here his rookie year. He walked out through the garage area, he looked at this crowd and said, "Oh my gosh, would you just look at all of this?" He says, "I didn't even know if I should be here."
Now here is a car into the pits. It's the 91 car, Gordon Johncock. And the way he wheeled it in and the way the crew is approaching it, it looks like he may also be done for the day, Bobby Unser.
That has to be terminal. It looks like it's something in the engine department because it definitely just shut it down totally. No enthusiasm. So it was definitely terminal, Paul.
Now, Bobby, something we're going to have to keep track of as we watch them take the back cowling off of Gordon Johncock's car, two-time winner at the 500, is the situation with this white line rule where they can't run continuously under the white line. What's your understanding of the situation?
It's very vague, and it's another judgment type of call. I felt that it should either be a rule or not a rule. It's not good to do it that way. So the drivers know that they can do it. For example, as long as they're trying to pass somebody or using it for safety. Now, on a driver's viewpoint, that's going to be any time he wants to do it because that would be his argument. The problem with it, of course, is if USAC decides to do it, they can zap them like a stop-and-go penalty, which could, in fact, cost them the race. The rule is just too vague, Paul.
Already now 21 laps of the 200 are complete here at the Indianapolis 500, and Emerson Fittipaldi begins to approach slower cars in the field, working his way through the first turn. He's a great two-time world champion. He really knows how to work his way around this race course, but like all people, he's subject to nerves. We ask him how he handles his nervousness.
With the years of experience, I'm able to sleep. If I found some place where I can lay down and sleep, I love to do that. And I think that's a way to take all this pressure from like a balloon that you build up a pressure and it's there. And then this balloon pressure starts going down and I'm able to, with doctors I check, I'm able to get my heartbeat nearly my normal before the race starts. I can be down to, I would say, 65 beats per minute just a few minutes before the race starts. And I think that's when I'm feeling really great.
Emerson Fittipaldi leads on the backstretch. Slower cars just in front. Didier Pace, he comes around him, comes to the inside now. And the rhythm that he keeps here is going to be critically important to him to make sure that he can get around the course and time his passes without actually getting involved with a battle with one of those slower cars.
Rhythm is important, but sheer speed has become very much a factor. Emerson turned a lap 2 laps ago when he was in the clear of over 218 miles an hour, which is faster than anyone went that currently when they last ran. As they say in horse racing, this track is playing fast right now.
And Emerson has become quite an oval track racer. He comes to the road circuits, he comes from Formula One. And Emerson Fittipaldi is certainly broken into being a good oval track racer.
Well, if there was a question about Danny Sullivan's right arm, it should be going away at least for the moment. Danny Sullivan, who started 26, has now moved up 11 positions and runs in 15th place. On board with your nephew, Alonso Jr.
Well, you can see all the dirt that comes up from the other cars. That's the first thing we see on the camera. That's all debris from the racetrack. Shows you that as clean as this racetrack is, it doesn't get completely clean. There he's going to the left, 3 abreast, going right down the front straightaway with Al Jr.
And picked up 3rd place from Rick Mears as he did so. So little Al moves into 3rd as Rick falls a little further back in the field. Shades perhaps of last year. Is there a handling problem there? Or is this Rick's strategy? Just stay in touch with the lead.
Well, when you speak of last year and we see little Al pull out to pass Didier Case, he's lapping Case there. But the point is that last year, and there's boy, Rick Mears not taking his pass easily. Last year, at this point in the race, Rick Mears was almost a lap back already. Here's Bobby in the pits.
Tail Bobby, the Porsche, has a problem. He slowed on the race course after moving up to 12th. And Gordon Johncock is out of his car and out of the race. Let's go to Brian.
Gordy, what was it that put you out of the race?
Evidently something happened to the engine going down the back straightaway. It just blew up.
It's a hot, sunny day. What are the track conditions like?
Well, the track conditions are real good. They've never been better.
Gordon Johncock, 2-time winner, done today. Paul?
Gordon Johncock has not finished the 500-mile race here since he won. And that close finish with Rick Mears back in 82. And look at Rick Mears as Al Unser comes past Rick Mears and picks up a position as well. And Bobby Rahal is right in there, too.
Rahal is really pushing it right now. You see him in the center of the screen. This is a great battle. Of course, each of these men has won the Indy 500. And one thing about having won this race is once you've tasted that,
Rick Mears drives Rahal to the inside. Mears ducks under that line, tries to get Bobby Rahal, can't do it.
Now, Paul, that's the white line rule deal that we're talking about that is okay. There's Rick running all 4 wheels under the white line trying to pass Rahal. Now, that's totally legal to do today, so the folks can watch as the race goes on.
There's a patented Rick Mears attempt as he takes it almost to the grass on the backstretch and gets around Rahal again.
Now, what that is, that's brute horsepower. That's a Chevrolet against the Cosworth. Now, Rahal has the new short-stroke Cosworth in there with 2 of them in the race. Line Dyke and Rahal. Obviously, Rahal's running very good, but not as good as Rick Mears. Rick just outpowered him.
Rahal now runs in 6th place. Rick Mears was able to get up to 5th. Here is Danny Sullivan and Emerson Fittipaldi coming to overhaul Sullivan, and Sullivan now goes 1 lap behind the leader.
Now, the reason he can go by on the straightaway like that, Paul, is just because Emerson's getting to the turn better. Danny's arm obviously isn't working as good as it does when it hasn't been broken. So he doesn't go through the corners quite as fast, but therefore straightaway speed's a little slower, and Emo just passed him right down the straightaway.
All right, so Emerson Fittipaldi is out in front of the Indianapolis 500. We're seeing some great battles in the top 6 as we continue here from Indianapolis. We'll be back. 500, a tremendous fight for 5th place, as that's Alonso Jr. on the outside, and Michael Andretti comes, or Alonso Sr. on the outside. Michael Andretti comes to the inside. They've been battling along with Bobby Rahal in that fight, as well as Michael, who started back 21st, threads his way up through this field and doing an incredible job.
Michael Andretti may be the 2nd fastest runner on this track right now, next to Emerson Fittipaldi. There you see Alonso Sr. on the left of the screen, closely pursued by Bobby Rahal.
On board with Bobby Rahal.
Interesting thing about Al Unser Sr., he told me one problem with not racing often is that we know he races only in the 500 milers. It is, well, he's headed into the pits there. This is not a pass strictly on the track. It is that it's hard to get yourself up for running in traffic, and yet he's done absolutely beautifully today. Watch him come fast down this new smoother pit lane. You can judge your braking distances much more accurately than you could in the old days.
So Big Al comes into the pits. He started in the front row, the center of the front row. The Penske team goes to work on that car, and as there's a shot from our pit cam. It's actually mounted on the right front wheel changer's helmet as he comes around the car, and Al goes into the action. Here is the leader, Emerson Fittipaldi, and Jack Arute is there.
Emerson Fittipaldi's Patrick-led crew has gone to work. Now they're going to go to the harder tire that we alluded to because the temperatures have gone up since qualifying. All the lead teams that have come in on this pit stop sequence already have elected to go with the harder tire. Now Fittipaldi almost stalls the engine, but he rekindles it and he's back out on the racetrack.
Under the green flag, Emerson Fittipaldi goes back into the action. Rick Mears has also made a stop and moved back into the fight. On board with Bobby Rahal now as he stops.
Well, there's little Al just leaving right now, Paul. He's been in, had his stop. Everything's under the green flag so far. Got a car in front of the pit.
We've got a car sideways in the pit. You got a glimpse of it right there. As we're making stops, that's the 70 car. That, of course, belongs to John Andretti. As he got sideways in the pit area, and the crew went out to give him a hand and get him back into place.
What happens there, Paul, is that not a problem with the pit lane. It's a problem if somebody is leaving when somebody else is coming in. And John Andretti's particular case, he just got caught in a bad position right there.
Now, Bobby, there was some concern. This is a newly repaved pit area here as well. They've covered over the old concrete with asphalt, and they've made it very, very smooth. But some people thought, well, maybe it's going to be a little too fast.
Now, we're on board with Michael, but the answer to that, Paul, is it won't be too fast. It's all going to be, there's Michael coming into the pits now. Watch how smooth it is. This will give us an example of what we're talking about. The tires are staying on the ground now, so they can actually stop a lot better than they could when they were bouncing in the past year.
They keep the engine revving about 5,000 RPM while it stops. And then they put it up to about 9,000 to pull away.
Now that's Mario. As Mario Andretti, two very closely resembling cars. They're teammates, of course. Mario, you can tell the difference because he has the red number 5 and the red dot on the nose. Now here is Michael as he leaves the pits after that stop. So it's Mario Andretti and Michael, both members of the team that make the stop.
Now the rules are when they leave the pits, they have to stay down on the apron until exiting off of turn 2. And there's Michael. He drifted over the line of the short chute. That's no problem. Now he's up the middle of the racetrack, working his way over the right-hand side. Full speed now.
So Michael Andretti, under the green flag, works his way around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, running in 4th place. The leader is still being scored as Emerson Fittipaldi. We'll be right back.
Is an ABC Sports exclusive and is brought to you by Mobil 1 Synthetic Oil. Mobil 1, the choice of champions. By AT&T, the right choice. And by Goodyear Eagle Tires. Goodyear, because there really is a difference.
We're back live at the Indianapolis 500. 40 laps or 100 miles. The 500-mile distance are now complete. There are the top 5, continuing to be led by Emerson Fittipaldi after the first pit stops. There we go, looking at 6 through 10. Nice little battle developing right at 6th place right now. Then Lyondike, Rahal, Bosell, Jim Crawford round off the top 10. There's Teresa Fittipaldi, her husband, leading the Indianapolis 500. The whole Fittipaldi family is here. They've had a great week, but they're sure quiet at the moment as Emerson Fittipaldi, for the 4th time in his life, leads the Indianapolis 500. The number 2 car belongs to Al Unser Jr. He has been part of an ongoing fight that has revolved around 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th place. The race started with Emerson Fittipaldi jumping into the lead, and then 2 laps later, it was Kevin Cogan slamming the wall, bringing out the yellow for almost 18 laps. And then when they went back green again, Emerson began to steadily pull away. might develop behind him. Let's go to the pits. Jackaroo.
Well, this is Jackaroo down on pit road, and there is a problem that has befallen Danny Sullivan and Team Penske. They came in for a regularly scheduled pit stop just about 4 laps ago. They changed tires. They checked with him and asked him how his arm was feeling. He didn't even mention it. But they have brought the car back here onto pit road, and they are concentrating on the rear, and it looks as if they may have possibly had a problem with the rear end, maybe the ring and pinion gears. Sullivan has killed the engine. He is consulting with his crew right now. He has lifted the visor, and this will certainly put him out of the running to score his second Indianapolis 500, Paul Page.
Danny Sullivan with a terribly long stop as we continue to watch this fight between Little Al and Rick Mears. Bobby, you know something in the pit.
Yes, I did, Paul. I just watched them, another sorrow thing for the Porsche people. I just watched them push their car back into the garage area. So they've obviously dropped out with a mechanical failure of some sort.
We continue to watch as Rick Mears works his way around the track, trying to hold off a charging Al Unser Jr. Now to the backstretch. Al Unser Jr. trying to take fourth away from Rick Mears. No problem at all once he got there.
It appears that Rick is just not handling as good as he should. I'm not making excuses for Al passing him. Little Al always goes better in the race than he does in practice and qualifying. In fact, I knew he's going to be tough all day that way. I really believe that Rick, maybe the Penskes have missed on their track settings just a little bit, Paul.
Well, Bobby, that seems to be true of many drivers, that they race much faster than they practice or qualify. Why?
Well, just a guess on what the setups are going to be. Look at Al cutting under the white line. If you watch Rick when he comes by, pretty soon you'll see that he'll stay above the white line. What happens is they all have to guess at their setting for race day. They really don't know exactly what it's going to be like. Sometimes, because they're so finely tuned, they miss it just a little bit.
So Al Unser Jr., once he is able to get past Rick Mears and get a firm grip on fourth place, begins to pull away just now, and Rick Mears continues to fall a little backwards. But let's remember that it was a year ago that Rick Mears fell a full lap behind the race at about this point, and then, of course, came back to win.
And this is a time during the race, Paul, that the racetrack will get just a little bit slippery. But the bug just hit the windshield on the camera there. But the racetrack will get just a little bit slippery.
Danny Sullivan sits in his car.
And pretty soon it'll go away, and the track will come back again. And you'll see a lot harder races. You'll see the cars group up a lot more then.
All right, so Danny Sullivan has his problems today, as they continue, though, to apparently plan to get that car back into action.
Well, the Penske attitude is if you can make it run, you try your best. And even if it's many laps down, they may put Danny back out on the track. You know, we see as we ride with Al Unser Jr. here, Al, when he rejoined Team Gallus, which is the team he drives for now, after an absence of 3 years, he did so, and with the chemistry of the moment, he came back really as the leader of the team. And although he's only 27 years old, he has considerable self-esteem and confidence, and he's certainly being vindicated right now.
You can see how low he was running on the track. There's Sullivan going back out, so he must have temporarily at least got his troubles fixed, or maybe he got them fixed good, but he doesn't seem to be in a lot of a hurry. You can watch Al now as he comes down into the turn. He'll get under, well, he didn't do it there, but he's been running under the white line a little bit because of the traffic.
All right, Al Unser Jr. continues to circle this course in fourth place. We asked him, if you hadn't become a race driver, then what would you become?
If I hadn't have become a race car driver, I would be inclined to fly jets, fly airplanes. I would want to fly the most technically advanced airplane that there is what I would want to fly.
You know, Little Al's favorite expression is the word neat. When things are going well, he says neat. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if he wasn't saying that to himself right now, because things are going.
It's not just Little Al's quirk.
You're right. It's an Unser family trait.
Bobby Unser has said it too. By the way, Danny Sullivan was in the pits for 3 minutes and 13 seconds on board with Michael Andretti now as he begins to close down on his dad. Michael runs in third. His dad is in second place just ahead, so it's an inter-team battle for second place. The Andretti family in a feud.
On the, just a little note on the car setup, Paul, I was looking at you can look at Michael, Mario, should be right underneath the white line there all the way. But the setups on the Penske cars, for example, between the Penske team and the Emerson Fittipaldi Patrick team. One of them, like for example, Penske has a real small rear wing, big wicker bill on the back. There's Danny Sullivan back into the pits again. And then the other car has of Emerson Fittipaldi, has the big wing with the small wicker bill. Totally two different concepts going into this race.
Here comes Michael, going to try his dad. They're on the backstretch. Michael comes to the inside. A whole line of cars just in front. Michael has to get down on the binders hard in the third turn, but Michael gets her.
He had to brake hard, Paul, to keep him hitting that car that he was coming upon and he was slapping there. Traffic got really tight for a while. But it just gives you an idea, like I was saying, of the different concepts that you can do with different cars at this racetrack.
Michael Andretti, then Raul Boisel just alongside. It's not a pass for position because Michael has second place right now. The car ahead is the 20 car of the Emerson Fittipaldi that he will now set his sights on. 50 laps, or 1/4 of the Indianapolis 500 are complete.
I think Michael has been probably the best handling car so far that we've watched, other than Emerson Fittipaldi. Of course, Emerson not been in the passing race. He's leading the race. But watch Michael as he passes cars. He can just go with the inside and like across the short chute. Right here, he just rides right on by him. Not too many guys do that.
Now, a few moments ago, we said that Danny Sullivan on his long stop before he came back in was in the pits for 3 minutes and 13 seconds. In today's terms, that means he dropped about 8 miles behind the race.
Well, you know, it's interesting as we watch Michael rip past his father.
Continuing fight here. This is a fight for third place between Mario Andretti and Little Al.
Makes you think really about the father and son business, because Mario let Michael by. Absolutely. There is Al Unser Jr. tucking back in behind Mario. A classic battle among all these great drivers today.
He tries to get to the inside. You can see that it gets rough when you get down below that line. Another reason not to drive there. The track flattens out once you're down under there. Mario just screaming. Here comes Little Al coming to the high side. Slower car just ahead. Little Al trying to pace his way now onto the main stretch, looking to his mirrors to see where Mario is. Mario is right there as well as they continue their fight down into the first turn. Both very low, trying to avoid that slower car sitting just ahead.
Well, that slower car is really holding them up, really making an exciting race out of it. But I guarantee it's got them worried an awful lot. They're having to weave back and forth, making them not know where the other guy's going to go, and they're running all the way down to the track.
Shouldn't be worried about that car ahead. That's Rick Bogler. He's one of the real veterans of the tight ovals and midgets and sprints. He really knows how to get away around an oval. As Little Al continues to work his way past some slower cars and work his way around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, currently running in third place. Mario is now caught up in traffic behind.
Yeah, but Rich Bogler has had some problems here, crashing 3 out of 4 last races that he ran here, but always at the 2/3 mark. He's really safe for now. You know, interesting about the fathers and sons. Well, we'll get to that in just a second, because Jack Arute is down with Danny Sullivan. Jack?
And Sam, I'm sure Danny Sullivan is somewhat relieved to have this month of May over. A faulty clutch switch out of the race.
Yeah, I lost all the drive. It just coming down the straightaway, I was on the gas and just spinning, so figured I wasn't getting wheel spin at that speed. The Chevrolet wasn't quite that strong.
The question about the arm. You didn't stay in very long, but how does it feel?
Feels okay. I didn't seem like I had any problems. We had just started to adjust the car. We had a radio problem. I didn't like losing a lap early on, but we would have been okay.
Now, for Team Penske, there doesn't seem to be the domination that we've seen in other years. Fittipaldi has broken to the front. Have maybe the Penske team missed the setup just a little bit this morning?
Well, it's a long race. We're not very far into it. Don't forget, last year I ran away early on and hit, and Rick and Al came back, so we'll see.
To reinforce that, Paul Page, we did check with the crew chief on Rick Mears' car, and he said that's precisely it. They've set a race pace. They're not at all concerned, and they said wait till the second half of the event.
Well, Rick Mears, Danny Sullivan's teammate, runs back in 6th place right now. There's the leader, Emerson Fittipaldi. He has led right from the green flag through a 12-lap caution period and through the first 125 miles of this Indianapolis 500.
Of course, we should remember that at this point in the race last year, Rick Mears was 1 lap down, and he came back to win.
Emerson Fittipaldi is out in front at the Indianapolis 500. We'll be back with more live from Indianapolis after this.
Demand on fire, me soul on fire, feeling hot, hot, hot. Yes, sir. Hot, hot, hot.
The temperature's rising, and nothing beats the heat better than an ice-cold, great-tasting Miller High Life, Miller Lite, or Miller Genuine Draft. So make sure you stock up now, because it's getting awfully warm out there. And look for Miller's special triple take offer and get...
It's estimated that nearly 500,000 fans cram into the Indianapolis Motor Speedway each race day. To put that into perspective, if the Speedway became a city unto itself, it would have roughly the same population as Las Vegas, Nevada, squeezed into 560 acres. There is another similarity. The odds of winning at Indy are about as slim as winning in Vegas. But the Speedway crowd doesn't have to stop at being a city. It could also apply for statehood. There are just as many people at the track as there are in the entire state of Alaska, the biggest state in the Union. Alaska's greatest spectacle in racing is the grueling Iditarod sled dog race. To those guys, though, 500 miles is a sprint.
And it seems that that crowd gets larger every year. Bobby Rahal stopped on the racetrack, and they have brought out the yellow flag as a result of this situation. He's going to have to be towed in. Bobby Rahal stopped on the course.
Bobby Rahal signed with that team, Craco, this year for $1 million. So this is a man being paid $1 million.
And the leader is going to make a stop under this yellow. Comes at a pretty good time for the leaders, really. He last stopped on his 34th lap. We're now on the 61st lap. So they've gone almost 30 laps, and Emerson Fittipaldi and the Patrick team making a stop. Here's Jack Arute.
Well, Chip Ganassi, who's the crew, one of the co-owners, was waving at the crew because there was a giant piece of plastic on the front wing. They finally got pulled away. They have changed to the harder compound tires, as we said, as Rick Mears and Al Unser Sr. make their way onto pit road. All the lead cars have now gone to the harder compound tire. The softer tires are now put aside, and when we talk to the fellows here, as Al Unser Jr. also goes by, they're all going to stay with the harder tires. So the tire story has become less of a story now as we near the quarter mark of the race.
Here's Al Unser making his stop again looking from the crew cam. And there's Rick Mears coming out of the pits. Both Penske cars that are left in the race with the retirement of Danny Sullivan now make their stops, and they're back into the action.
They're all three, Emerson Fittipaldi, Rick, and Al, all three have 14.5-second stops. The pit crews are really competitive. Like Sam was saying early, it's good fun on the pit crews today, folks.
So the field now begins to form up behind the pace car, though you can see most of the cars are in the pits.
Are in the pits, yeah. At this point, of course, these pit stops are like board meetings. I mean, everybody is trying to decide exactly what to do. There's so many things, as you see Mario stopping, that can be changed. The tires, of course, and you see them changing 3 there, as well as refueling the car. But there's the question of the wings, especially that front wing can be easily changed in its angle. Look at the fire coming out. That's fairly standard stuff, believe it or not, as spectacular as it looks.
Sam, what happens there is the paint is burning underneath the wing.
All right, so now the number 5 car, and ready back into the action in the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. 62 laps complete. By the way, there's more racing action coming up this afternoon. Round number 1 of the International Race of Champions from Daytona International, as that 4-race series, world champion drivers in identical cars face off with one another at the International Race of Champions. That's right after our live telecast of the Indianapolis 500-mile race. We're still under yellow at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The tow-in for Bobby Rahal, and there was a problem in Tom Sneva's pit, but very quickly it was doused. There was a little flash of fire. Tom Sneva's car was rolled back away from it, apparently a little bit of a fuel spill.
Sneva bailed out of that car like the athlete that he is. He hadn't anticipated running a full season this year. He really made up his mind, Tom Sneva had, to retire to the world of golf and maybe only do a few races. When this offer came through, he took it, but it's been funny. It's been hard for him, I think, in some ways to get back into the idea that he's a full-time racing driver.
What you saw right on the ground there was water that was poured in, because if you mix water with the alcohol, the methanol alcohol, it just makes it where it just really won't burn.
That's we ought to point out, you can put an alcohol fire out with water, but don't you ever throw water on gasoline fire.
No, of course there's no gasoline in these cars here. Everyone is here with methanol alcohol. Makes it a lot safer, Paul.
Well, there is the Airship America, the Goodyear blimp, based out of Houston, Texas. This is the 25th year that a Goodyear blimp has floated lazily over the Indianapolis 500, and they're giving you shots like this. Tremendous shots. It used to just be a nice, pretty shot, but now you can see first and second place as they set themselves up under the yellow flag. It becomes actually part of the race coverage as technology continues to improve in the coverage of motorsports. Under yellow at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, 63 laps complete. All 63 are being scored to Emerson Fittipaldi, who jumped in the lead right at the start. Bobby Rahal sits by the edge of the course waiting for his crew to come up to the north end of the pits and bring him down for service. Apparently, he's just a matter of him being out of fuel and running out on the track. We take a look at the conclusion, actually going back to lap 50. At the rundown at that time, Fittipaldi, Andretti, Unser Jr., Mario Andretti, Rick Mears, Al Unser, Ari Leyendijk, Bobby Rahal, Jim Crawford, and then a lap behind the leaders, Boesel, Pomroth, Brayton, Dobson, A.J. Foyt, now 2 laps behind the leaders, as is Scott Pruitt, running in 15th place, then Davy Jones, then John Jones, Billy Vukovic III, then going 3 laps down, Ludwig Heimrath Jr., Rich Vogler runs in 20th place, Didier Tays and Bernard Jourdain also 3 behind the race. John Andretti 4 laps behind in 23rd. We look down through the rest of the field now, 30 cars. Teo Fabi is running in 30th, 27 laps behind, and of course some of those cars are out of the Indianapolis 500. That's a rundown of all 33 cars in the 500, and with the improved scoring that we have, that's, I think, the first time we've ever seen all 33 in the running of the race.
I think if you have an overview of what's happened, it's the surprise that Fittipaldi has dominated the Penske team as much as he has. In turn, the Penskes have not been as strong as we anticipated. The Andrettis have almost taken the Penske place. They've moved up. Michael Andretti, of course, from way, way back into second place. So it's been a race, to this point, filled with surprises.
Again, let's go back to 50 laps for those who like to keep score of this race. Take a look at the summary. Emerson Fittipaldi, the leader of the race, at 50 laps with an average speed of 148.3 miles an hour. Not nearly a record, but pretty close to last year's pace, which was almost identical to last year. 1 caution, that was Kevin Cogan's situation.
That was a long caution, Paul. The race pace has really been fast. Notice that Bobby Rahal is going to be out of the race. I think their problem was probably very possibly Joe Cosworth.
Two of the cars already being scored out of the Indianapolis 500, but now the pace car comes back off the course once again. Dwayne Sweeney, the starter, has the green flag, and Emerson Fittipaldi roars past the 59 car, Carol Pomroth, continuing to lead here at the Indianapolis 500. But it will be a battle at the front of the field because there sits Michael Andretti just behind the leader.
Boy, I tell you, Paul, that Michael, he really takes a shot at Emma when they came up that 4th turn and down the front straightaway. He was really hoping that he was going to catch Emma behind that lap car in front of him, box him in and be able to pass him. That Michael is really handling good today.
Michael chasing Emerson Fittipaldi. Some bad luck with Scotsman Jim Crawford, who was lapped by the leader Fittipaldi just 2 laps before the yellow caution came out. He remained ahead of Emma on the track, but he would have been able to close up on the field if he could have gotten around him.
Mario told me Michael is not as patient as I am. He has always done well. He deserves the best. But if there's a flaw in anything he does, it's that he's fairly impatient. He wants to get ahead quickly. He may not be able to get up to Emerson, but if he does, it'll be interesting to see how he handles the situation, Bob.
And as the day progresses on, watch Michael's groove. Michael has a groove around this track all of his own. He'll run lower, not only in the turn, the short shoots he'll run lower, and in the long straightaways he'll run lower. He is literally the only car on the track that runs that type of a groove. Now his dad is probably the next closest to it. Emerson Fittipaldi, as we'll see the 2 of them running together, will be in a totally standard like Rick Mears or an Al Unser group.
Michael Andretti works his way around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and it's 2.5 miles in second place. That's the leader, Fittipaldi, ahead as you ride on board with second place.
The car sits so low to the pavement, and there's Al Sr. coming into the pits.
Jack Arud is there as Al Unser rolls down toward the Penske pits for service. Let's go to Jack.
And Paul, the report on the radio is that Al Unser Sr., like his teammate Danny Sullivan, is experiencing a clutch problem. Rick Reineman, the crew chief for the team, looks it over as the crew, six men over the wall, try to make an adjustment. But so far it's been to no avail. They are not taking on fuel. They're doing nothing but trying to adjust towards the rear of the car. Now this again will certainly put him out of strong contention to win this event. You can hear as he tries to work the clutch back to get the car into gear, and it seems to be not working as well as he would hope.
Now the problem with that, Paul, is that the clutch is slipping. And what they're trying to do is to give it more free travel. Somehow or another, maybe the hydraulic pressure has built up some heat, expanded, causing the clutch to release just a little bit. This would be disastrous if they can't fix it.
A long 28-second stop as Roger Penske watches over his team.
Well, Penske, more than anybody, approaches this almost in a military fashion and knows what strength in numbers means. He started the race with 3 cars. In effect, he has only one left to him now, Rick Mears, and this race isn't even halfway over. So this is not the kind of race that Roger likes to see develop at all.
Al still working his way around the track, trying to come up to speed, but it is not rolling fast. The clutch is still a problem. That would leave Roger Penske with only one hope, the number 4 car of Rick Mears, who currently lies in 4th place.
Keep another thing in mind, Paul. It could be that all 3 cars, remember, they are identical cars. The setups are almost identical on them. Could it be that 3 of them are going to have the same problem? That's the problem they had last year with the wings breaking, the wing bracket. It's possible.
That's what's so important about the Indianapolis 500. It is the first race at 500 miles of the year. The furthest distance these cars have seen in head-to-head combat has been 200 miles. So once they get beyond that, they're into new territory. The view of the great Indianapolis Motor Speedway. First and second work their way through the short chute at the north end. Fittipaldi leads. Michael Andretti runs in second. Then Little Al. Then Rick Mears, the hope of the Penske team. And then Mario Andretti. We'll be back with more coverage of the Indianapolis 500 after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
Coverage of the greatest spectacle in racing continues.
We're back live at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. You watch Al Unser's team work on the car from the crew cam on Rick Reinemann's radio. The gal still sits in the car. Apparently they feel that there is an opportunity to repair this car and get it back into the run. I'm Paul Page with Sam Posey and Bobby Unser. We're at the 73rd running of the great Indianapolis 500. Roger Penske stays in Rick Mears' pit, concerned mostly with that car, but of course his concern spreads to this car and the entire team. One of his cars, Danny Sullivan's, is already out. There's the Penske record thus far at the Indianapolis 500. The winningest owner by far now, looking ahead to maybe his 8th Indianapolis 500-mile race win.
His 8th, yes, but at this point last year, although Rick had problems with his car, they were able to fix them and he was already moving up. They've had 2 chances already to adjust Rick's car in this race, and he is not moving up.
There's the leader, Emerson Fittipaldi, car number 20 out of the Patrick Racing stable as he works his way off of the backstretch and into the 3rd turn. Line around this course, 210, 211 miles an hour. He's laying down a torrid pace.
Emerson Fittipaldi has a very good engineer. It's a guy that I have the utmost respect for. James Morris Nunn, he's from England, like many of the other mechanics and engineers, but he takes a different outlook at everything. And during setting up this car during the month of May, it isn't like IMO to be looking at what Penske team is doing. They just get their own way. And as we look at it right now, it looks like his decision must have been pretty good.
It's funny, I don't think last year Emerson Fittipaldi was quite psychologically ready to win the Indy 500. Despite having been world champion twice, this place seemed to awe him. When he was second last year, it definitely opened the door to the possibility of what we're seeing. There's his wife, Teresa. Boy, does she make a great drink, incidentally. Vodka mixed with orange juice and lemon. I mean, it's terrific. And by the way, when they got the car onto the front row of the grid 2 weeks ago, they celebrated with that drink. This team is riding a high. Who knows how far they may ride that.
All right, let's go to the pits now. Jack Arute is with Roger Penske.
Well, a couple of seconds ago we went to talk to Roger and he waved us off, and I think that's a good indication of just how concerned he is about his situation right now. 2 of his top cars are already out with clutch problems. But we checked with Richard Buck, who is the crew chief for this car this year, and he says so far Rick Mears is still setting the pace that they set yesterday in a meeting at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Al Sr., in the meantime, is out of the car, so that's 2 of the 3 Team Penske entries that are out of this 73rd running of the Indianapolis 500.
So the Penske team in battle very early on. Now their hopes definitely lie with this man, the bright yellow number 4 car. it is Rick Mears. In the last 12 years here at Indy, Penske cars have 6 wins, 4 second place. And Mario Andretti is beginning to close in on Mears. Mears occupies 4th place. Mario is closing.
All the bright heads in the Penske crews will get together as soon as they get all Al's car cleared from the pit stop. They'll all be trying to figure out what can they do to tune Rick's car during the next pit stop as the race goes on to try to get him more competitive with Emerson Fittipaldi. I think they've got their job cut out for him.
Yeah, I think so too. Roger, you know, is not the sort of person that is upset by not doing well. I mean, I'm reminded of a line about Margaret Thatcher in Time magazine last week. It said, you know, she's somebody that offers you spinach, not candy. Roger does that too. In times of adversity, he does not become shaken by what's going on.
Rick Mears, the number 4 car, runs in 4th place, but Mario Andretti is closing down. He's closing at about 0.4 of a second a lap.
Well, he certainly is. It's going to take we have a story from Brian Hammond in the pit right now on the tires, Paul.
Bobby, the last time that Mario and Michael pitted, their right side tires were badly blistered. Now, they did not change to the harder compound of the Goodyear tires. All they did was adjust the tire pressure. So they really like the tire, but they don't want to switch to what might be a little bit slower tire in the harder compound. Now, Mario has another problem. When he backs out of the throttle in traffic, he has a misfire. But otherwise, he's okay. Back to you, Paul.
All right. The tires, a concern here always, but they seem to be performing their assigned role here. And we continue to watch the defending champion, Rick Mears, and Mario Andretti closing in. Off number 1. Mario continues his closure in through number 2, onto the long backstretch, onto the main stretch.
What's it like in Rick Mears' car right now as we look at it? He knows, obviously, he is being outpaced by a team with an identical car, the Emerson Fittipaldi team. Is he shaken by this? I doubt it very much.
All right, let's go to the pits. Jack Arute is with Al Unser.
Well, as we had reported, a faulty clutch has put Danny Sullivan and now you, Al Unser, out of the contention for the race today and out of it. What can you do when you have a situation like that?
Well, it's heartbreaking for myself and for the crew and for Marlboro. You know, we hate it. It's just something that happened to the clutch, and that's all I can do.
Yeah, but now, no sooner had you gotten out of the car than they hustled you down here to where Roger Penske is perched in front of Rick Mears' pit. Now, what conversation did you have with him?
All that was to try to, because we've had 2 cars go out with the same problem, to see if I could tell him anything to tell.
There is Rick Mears continuing his fight. Excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt, but we have a good fight going on the race course right now. Rick Mears battling continually with Mario. Let's go back to the pits again.
Well, Paul, as we were talking to Al Unser Sr., Rick Mears is still battling with Mario Andretti, but is there anything that this team now can do to adjust Rick Mears' car to maybe save that clutch?
Well, the only thing he can do is to be careful with it. He can't abuse it when he makes these pit stops. I didn't think I did, but I must have, or I don't know why it started slipping.
As Al Sr. says, most importantly, it will come into play when they enter and exit the pits, and they'll have to treat it very gingerly now, Paul Page.
Well,
all right, Jack Arute.
Of course, now the prospect of Al Unser becoming the first 5-time winner here at the Speedway, not going to happen this year. Rick Mears, of course, still on the track, currently running 4th, has a shot at moving up into a tie with Al Unser with 4 wins.
And Rick Mears still in 4th place, still being chased by Mario.
Now, there's nothing Rick can do with his clutch right now, incidentally. His foot's off the clutch pedal. He just keeps it close to the brake pedal. He's not worried about using the clutch. What happens is it's a hydraulic clutch. The mechanism is hydraulic and runs in the back and probably just doesn't have enough free travel in it. Sometimes you go to the garage, you get your clutches adjusted. That's the problem that they're having with these right now, would be my guess.
Rick Mears works his way around Scott Pruitt and manages to put Pruitt between himself and Mario Andretti. That's Rocky Moran lying just ahead of Rick Mears, the 33 car, who had the problems at the start of the race. As we take a look at Rick Mears blistering up this racetrack. And Mario Andretti stays in pursuit in a fight for 4th place. At the front of the field, it is still Emerson Fittipaldi. And he is being chased by Michael Andretti and Al Unser Jr.
use it.
500, and somewhat slowly, Mario Andretti rolls into the pits. He was running in 5th place, as now the Newman Haas team goes to work on that car. And he came rolling in, perhaps right at the end of his fuel tank, because he was just creeping along as he rolled up to his pit.
Well, that's very possible, Paul. They don't know this early in the race exactly what the gas mileage is. Then it's because partially the yellows. They really don't get good mileage readings.
All right, let's go to that pit. Brian Hammond.
Pulling in without power. Mario Andretti is sitting in what is now a dead race car. They're ready to take the cowling off. They'll probably change the spark box. That's the first thing they change. The engine just died on him, Paul.
All right, so Mario Andretti with a little bit more of a problem. Emerson Fittipaldi, the leader of the race, also made a stop. In doing so under the green flag, turned the lead over to Mario's son, Michael Andretti. Al Unser Jr. fell into 2nd place then, and Emerson Fittipaldi came back out in 3rd place. Rick Mears continues in 4th, but here he is on the pit road and rolling down toward Richard Buck and the Penske team for some fast Penske service.
Now, he already knows that they have clutch problems. He's going to be very easy on his clutch. Possibly they'll even try to give it a little bit more free play. They'll decide whether they can take it. That doesn't look like they're going to do it right now. They can't take the time to do it right now. They have to gamble on going on, and they did.
The car came out of the pits fairly strong. A 14 and 7/10 pit stop as Rick Mears rolls back into the action, and it looks like the clutch there at least is still hooking up. We're on board with the leader, Michael Andretti, right now. It's his way around the speedway as we approach the halfway point at the Indianapolis 500. A new leader for the first time in the race. Michael Andretti taking over the lead, but still he must make a pit stop, and when he does so, then it is very possible that Emerson Fittipaldi will assume the lead once again.
Yes, indeed. Michael, we guess, maybe has 1 to 2 more laps in the lead, but it's a heavy experience to lead this race, even if it's because here's Crawford.
Jim Crawford. Crawford was running in 5th place as he came in for his stop. His Buick engine still working for him, one of the question marks here. Also, as we watch Crawford, 2nd place, Al Unser Jr. rolls into the pits. Flipping his engine, he was running in 2nd place as he rolled in.
Let me make a quick point about the way Al just pulled into the pit. Very organized, very calm. I think this man is pleased with the way things are going and feels in control of the situation. He didn't feel a need to rush into the pit.
And their game plan was not to worry so much the first half of the race, try to be smart, don't get lapped, really come on strong in the second half of the race. And that looks like exactly what they're doing.
Michael Andretti in the lead of the race. Let's go to Brian.
Michael gets 4 new tires. He already has a full load of fuel, waiting to take off. They're holding him just for a second, so the last of the fuel can get away now. There he goes. Michael Andretti leaves, and the tires don't seem to be blistered. We'll find out exactly what compound he put back in the car.
There's Michael Andretti. His visor is still up. He should reach up. There he does. Closes it as he hits the end of the pit lane. It's the first time that Michael's led at Indianapolis since 1986 when he led the opening 42 laps. But as he was in the pits, Emerson Fittipaldi got past and back into the lead. Let's go to Jackaroo.
Well, Emerson Fittipaldi was the first of the leaders to put on pit road, and in contrast to the way Al Unser Jr. came into the pits, Emo came in a tad high. He locked up the wheels and skidded to a halt. And Chip Ganassi, you're the co-owner of the Patrick Racing team. It was a little bit out of the ordinary, but the crew went to work and didn't make any adjustments at all in the car except for fuel. Why?
No adjustments. Emerson's very happy with how the car's running. We're right according to plan. We're half the distance here and a lot of race left.
Do you think about the win at all right now, or do you just not want to talk about it?
Not at all. We got a lot of race to go here. I've been here a lot of times, Jack, and there's a hell of a lot of race to go.
Well, that's the story from Fittipaldi's pit, but they are certainly counting on more of what they've seen in the beginning of this race.
All right, Chip Ganassi here now as a car owner, as a race driver for a number of years. Emerson Fittipaldi back into the lead of the 500. And here is the Michael Andretti car moving around the corner.
You know, Paul, you mentioned that Michael hasn't led in 3 years. How it is to lead.
Michael Andretti runs in 2nd place. In 3rd place is Al Unser Jr. Let's just be quiet for a moment and listen and ride with Michael Andretti. Michael Andretti. He currently runs in second place behind the leader of the race, two-time world driving champion Emerson Fittipaldi. In third place is Al Unser Jr. Rick Mears is a lap behind the race in fourth. We'll be back.
500 is an ABC Sports exclusive and is brought to you by Craftsman. People who depend on tools depend on Craftsman. By Valvoline Motor Oil. People who know use Valvoline. And by Olympic. These guys are smart.
We're back live at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Beautiful blue skies overhead. The pylon that scores the cars at the start-finish line. The drivers actually use that as a reference point. Look up and see what position they're being scored in. And when Emerson Fittipaldi looks up, he is being shown in position number 1. The leader of the Indianapolis 500. He's been a dominant force as you watch from the blimp overhead, and he works his way around this circuit at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The average speed of the race at the halfway point, 100 laps, just 2 laps ago, was 167.9 miles an hour.
Paul, the ironic thing about it is that has to do with pit stops and yellows. Emerson Fittipaldi's really raised the price of poker racing-wise. He's been running 217 and 218 mile an hour laps, and that is awesome at this point in the race.
Emerson Fittipaldi was not expected to dominate the race quite the way he has now. But when you think of this man's long and fascinating life, in some ways, it really is no surprise. In fact, Emerson, in a sense, has had 3 lives, 3 complete, separate, and successful lives. His first, of course, and the one that is perhaps still to this day best known, was as a Formula One driver. He was a racing prodigy, and he developed so fast that he won the first of his 2 world championships when he was just 26 years old. Here he is, winning that first championship at Monza in 1972. His second life was as a retired racing driver, a budding business entrepreneur. This is a 200,000-acre orange tree plantation in Araquara, Brazil. A Mercedes-Benz dealership, an automotive accessory company, followed. He's not maybe a threat yet to Roger Penske, but he is a very wealthy and successful man. And I say quickly, his third life, of course, is as an Indy driver. And you see the 2 people that are supporting him the most in that, his wife, Teresa, and his car owner, the oil man, Pat Patrick.
Well, the question, Bobby Unser, that has been worrying me for the past few laps, we know that the clutch system on 2 of the Penske cars, 2 PCA teams, has had a problem. It hasn't manifested itself yet on Rick Mears' car. But if it's a design problem, then does the same design exist on the leader's PCA team?
Well, Paul, I really don't think by now, because we've got 2 of them had the problem, 2 of them have not had the problem. I don't think it's a design problem. I think it's a mere matter of an adjustment and the hydraulic fluid getting hot and just releasing the clutch gently.
There's the 1986 Rookie of the Year in Indy cars, Dominic Dobson, as he works his way around this track. What a great story he's been today. He started 29th. He's now running in 9th place. 20 positions he moved up.
Watch for Dominic Dobson in the next few years. He is somebody that is on every top car owner's short list of drivers that they would like to hire if one of their key men drops out. Dominic Dobson from Stuttgart, Germany, has a big future in this sport. He is a very sensible man. He has an engineering background. He keeps calm in almost any circumstances. Big future.
Military parents, born over in Stuttgart. I spent a little time in Stuttgart. My dad was in the Army, too, and a lot of us spent time in Stuttgart, Germany. Now, of course, it's that area from which the Porsche comes. We take a look as Dominic Dobson comes down the main stretch at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. He had a great run at Phoenix earlier this year. He's really taking to these ovals. So we'll keep our eyes on Dominic Dobson.
29 years old.
Leader of the race continues to be Emerson Fittipaldi. Second place is Michael Andretti. Al Unser Jr. is in third place, but he is a lap behind the leader of the race. Let's go to the pits, Jerry Punch.
Well, Paul Page, it's my pleasure to report a good report on Kevin Cogan. Just moments ago, I talked with Catherine Walsh-Miller down at Methodist Hospital of Indiana, and 33-year-old Kevin Cogan has been released. Now, he has abrasions and contusions, basically bumps and bruises, and that's all. A miracle when his March Cosworth was severed in half up out of turn 4. So Kevin Cogan released just moments ago, Paul.
That's absolutely amazing. That same accident 25 years ago would have resulted in a true tragedy, and here Kevin Cogan. Okay.
That's right, Paul, and if you remember seeing that shot which happened earlier in the show, the engine came completely loose. The transmission engine gathered from the car almost came in and hit him in the cockpit while the car was into the wall. So it's just short of a miracle that Kevin is as good as he is, and we're certainly happy.
Last night I was over at the motel adjacent to the track where many of the drivers stay, and I was asked, what about the fast speed of the race? There's Paul Newman as he watches both Michael and Mario Andretti. He, of course, is one of the co-owners along with Carl Haas of Newman Racing. And I was asked, how fast will the fastest lap of the race be? Well, take a look at Emerson Fittipaldi. My guess was 221 miles an hour. He just cut a lap at 220 miles an hour while he was running in the open. Then he came back into traffic and his lap speed dropped off to 216 miles an hour. But they're setting an incredible pace at the Indianapolis 500. Now, the record to this point is Bobby Rahal's record from 1986 of about 176.2 miles an hour. Emerson Fittipaldi dropped low to get past A.J. Foyt. 176 is the record. They're just 9 miles behind that right now, but they're running very clean at the moment, and we just may see a record race.
It's an incredible thing, you know, merely to lead this race, but merely to be in the race, to be a driver in the Indy 500 puts you in pretty exclusive company. You figure there are 624 players playing right now in Major League Baseball, whereas from the first race here in 1911 until now, the whole history of this event, only 580 men, and of course 1 woman, have competed.
580 men, 1 woman, that woman being Janet Lutzer, who ran her last race here just 10 years ago. Emerson Fittipaldi works his way around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The key factor in the Indianapolis 500-mile race, down the home stretch. A man who really concentrates on his race driving. Concentration being so critical. We ask him, how difficult is it to be focused?
I think it's a demand on yourself. With time, with experience, and knowing exactly what you are doing. You can be under pressure, but you can be focused without being nervous about it. I think that's a big difference on being focused under pressure but not being nervous. And as long as you can separate that, normally when myself as a racing driver, under pressure, I do my best, under a lot of pressure. And I think with as more pressure as I have, I'm able, exactly what you ask, to focus more and concentrate more.
Emerson Fittipaldi now focused on a pit stop. Jack Aruta's there.
The Patrick team has gone to work. They're taking on as much fuel as possible. He's been given the signal to go out of the pit. A very good stop. Now, here, just before the stop, we were hearing, and one of the crew members was over listening to the USAC radios, and there was some talk as to whether Fittipaldi would be warned about passing below the white line. So far, no one from USAC has come to this crew and formally registered a complaint about it, but they, in monitoring USAC, are somewhat concerned about it as well, because they've heard the USAC officials talking about it on the radio.
And you watch Michael Andretti pick up the lead of the race, car number 6 there, when Emerson Fittipaldi made his stop. And of course, we mentioned that white line as a real concern. The officials do not want competitors running routinely and continuously below the white line. So they will be very, very careful to watch these cars. There you see Michael get 4 wheels under the line. 4 wheels is the quantity that they're concerned about. And now this race is over the halfway point now. 113 laps are now complete, and they're beginning to pick the pace up now. We go back to the start of this Indianapolis 500, which started with just incredibly beautiful weather here, the 73rd running of the 500, as a show of smoke at the back of Rick Mears' car. The last of the Penske hope, is now showing smoke at the back of the car. He was running in fourth. There is his wife, Chris Mears, on the scoring stand. She is in radio contact. She can hear what Rick is saying now, and he is reporting a situation on that car that is not going to please Roger Penske.
Well, Paul, we can't be for sure right now, but most likely that's going to be an engine problem. It's definitely a serious problem because...
Let's go to the pits, Jack Arute.
Well, the report is from Dan Lugenbuehl, who is the information director, is that Rick Mears may have lost the Chevrolet engine. He brings the car down onto pit road, and it is not running. It is smoking. He lifts the visor. They're going to take the bonnet off, but it is over for Rick Mears and over for Team Penske in 1989 as well. Roger Penske talking to Rick, Rick getting out of the car as the crew goes to work. It will not be a Team Penske car in Victory Lane today. It could still be a PC-18 if your leader Emerson Fittipaldi continues upon his leading way.
What a terrible disappointment for that incredibly intense man, Roger Penske. His three cars were definitely the benchmark, the fastest cars in the sport, first and second in this qualifying field. And now, just past the halfway point, all three are out of the race.
And that means 2 out of the 3 front row starters are out of the race. Maybe that superstition I mentioned earlier will hold weight.
Well, we talked about this entire situation right at the beginning of our telecast here today. Would this man be able to score again and earn a fourth 500 victory? It will not happen, nor will it happen for Al Unser. The entire Penske team is out of the 500-mile race. Michael Andretti still has the lead of the race with Emerson Fittipaldi running in second. But we'll be back with more coverage of the Indianapolis 500 right after this message and a word from our ABC station.
For more of ABC Sports' exclusive live coverage of the 73rd running of the Indianapolis 500.
We're back at the Indianapolis 500. Kathy Penske, Roger's wife. Family has moved from being participants to observers at the Indianapolis 500 as she sits and watches the crew. There's Roger. The rest of the team, Rick Mears, Dan Lugenbuehl, Peter Gibbons, they all discuss what has happened to their race cars today. They are all three out.
You notice, Paul, you don't really see a lot of sadness on Roger's face. He really is sad inside, but he knows this is just another business. He lost the race today. He'll worry about it tonight when he goes home.
Mario Andretti, as he works his way around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, back into the action after that rather long stop, and now you ride on board with the leader, Michael Andretti. Second place is Emerson Fittipaldi. Michael is out in front, but a number of questions yet to be answered. We've now seen one Chevrolet racing engine go bad. There is a Chevrolet on this car. We have seen the clutch system on 2 PC-18s go wrong. There is the same clutch system on Emerson Fittipaldi's car. He is currently running in second place. Al Unser Jr. runs in third. He has a Chevrolet engine as well. Jim Crawford with the Buick engine is 2 laps off the pace. Raul Boesel with the Judd engine is 4 laps back. So the story is now beginning to play at the Indy 500.
It certainly is, Paul, but it's a long ways to the finish line, number one. There's no Al coming into the pits, but the main thing to remember today is they're really using these engines hard. Race speeds have really been high today.
So Al Unser Jr. rolls into the pits. He was running in third place at the time that he headed in. The crew very methodically, very carefully, but very quickly goes to work on the car.
That crew won the pit stop contest. They're very good, Paul. They've been without mistakes. They're really working together in harmony lately.
17 and a half seconds, and Al Unser Jr. is back into the fight.
It's interesting. It's been a story of big teams having big trouble today. Penske, of course, all 3 of his cars out. The powerful Andretti team, one of their 2 crippled. The Rahal team, 1 of 1 out. As we see Michael Andretti.
And of course, it's Rick Gallus's concept. Here we are on board with Michael. showing his head buffeting in the air. Really not very bad, considering he's running well over 200 miles an hour. There he is into the pit.
The leader of the race comes down, makes his stop, rolling into the pit area. You see the vent valve out in front, and Emerson Fittipaldi comes back, picks up the lead of the race as Michael makes this pit stop. The team already at the back of the car. Michael looking just ahead for that board to be pulled out of the way. He dumps the clutch, and he's back into the action. So Michael Andretti gives up the lead to Emerson Fittipaldi when he makes his stop.
Well, he certainly did. I pulled the shield back down. He'd be back up the speed. Now you can see his head buffeting around as it was before. You see the back shot. It looks a little bit smoother than it does when that camera reverses. The driver really goes through a lot of buffeting because just imagine sticking your hand out of a window of a car going even 80 miles an hour, much less 230 miles an hour.
Michael Andretti comes back to speed. You can see the debris fence that lines his track passing around behind him. So Michael moves back into the action, stays in second place. Let's go to the pits and check a look.
Rick Mears is the third and final Team Penske member that's out of the race, an expired engine, Rick.
Oh, yeah, I'm not sure what it is yet, engine, clutch, or whatever, but, you know, everything was working pretty well. We had a low valve, and I could only run about 43, 44 inches of boost, and that's all we've had all day long. That's what happened on the start, but, you know, other than that, the car was really working pretty decent. We were just going to start making some small adjustments and go from there. We ran a 2:17 lap in there, so it wasn't too bad.
Roger, what a difference a year makes. Last year, there was so much jubilation at the end of the race, and now you've got 3 guys that are out of the event just past the halfway mark.
Well, I guess we got to root for Emerson now in our chassis, but these guys did a great job. It's one of those years, I guess, with the clutches, and we don't know what happened to the motor. Evidently, it just locked up, but Rick was telling
Looks like we've got a problem on the front straightaway as we were in the middle of talking to Roger, and he turned around and looked as if it was Ari Leyendijk. Is it possible, Roger, is it possible that Fittipaldi could experience the same sort of clutch problem as the rest of the fellows seem to have experienced?
Well, I really don't know. Everybody puts our car together differently. They've got a good crew and very experienced, and he's driving a tremendous race. The car's working well. We'll have to wait and see. It's a long race, as you know.
Paul, we did check with Mo Nunn, the designer of the car that Emerson Fittipaldi, the mechanic on the car that Emerson Fittipaldi is driving, and he did say that they have made some major modifications, both in side pods and the way they hang parts and pieces on their PC-18. We'll try and check with him and see if he may have included the clutch.
Well, Ari Leyendijk, he was running in 5th place when the engine let go on the main stretch. He's now over on the backside of the course.
Now, what you're seeing come out of there is water, oil, everything. That's really a blown engine, Paul. I'm sure that's, again, the short stroke Cosworth, just like we had in Bobby Rahal's car.
All right, the Flying Dutchman, Ari Leyendijk, with his engine gone, now is out of the race, and that will bring out the yellow flag at 128 laps while they clear Ari off of the race course. Now let's go back to the first lap, the start of the Indianapolis 500. As the green flag came out, it was Emerson Fittipaldi that charged from the outside, swept across the front of both Al Unser and Rick Mears, and picked up the lead, and then began to drive away in the 500-mile race. This is earlier. This is back 128 laps ago at the start of the race. Fittipaldi was not to be caught in the early going. Down the backstretch, he was incredibly fast, still pulling away from the second-place car of Rick Mears. And then, lap number 2, coming off of the 4th turn, Kevin Kogan lost control, slid out toward the wall, slammed against the inside wall, and then came to an now. Despite what you are looking at here, the report on Kevin Kogan is that he is in fact okay. He struggled out of that car. They dumped water to dilute the methanol fuel so there would be no fire, and Kevin Kogan went to the hospital, Methodist Hospital in Indianapolis, but they say he's going to be pretty sore, but he's going to be just fine.
He should be, and he was really happy to see that water. To go through what he went through, just short of a miracle, I think, and to see that, look at there. The engine just totally separates. A big chunk is the transmission and the engine together, wheels all over the place, and then when he went into the last part of the wall, the engine almost hit him. Really lucky on that one, Paul.
But the lines that connect the fuel tanks, the oil tanks, and the engine and all the coolers are designed to break loose without spilling any fluid. Ari Leyendijk now getting some help from the safety crews as they will try to pull him back into the pit area, but we've already seen that display of vapor at the back of the car, and that engine will not restart.
I think there's just some sort of a problem yet with the new Cosworth engines, but they'll have them worked out before long.
And just seconds ago, while we were reviewing the race, Emerson Fittipaldi came in for what should have been a routine stop as well. Here's Jack Arute, who was there.
And Paul, what happened was what looked to be a normal pit stop turned out to be an inordinately long pit stop. Thank goodness it was under the guise of a caution period, because the crew had to go out, change 4 tires, because they discovered near the end of their stop that a right front tire had blistered. Emerson Fittipaldi, liking the setup of the car, has been pleading with them not to make any major changes on the mount. But when they saw the blister, and it was a very tiny one, they elected to change all 4 tires. So it was an extraordinarily long 37.2-second pit stop. But it was under caution, so he still is out front in this race.
Have any worry about sludge.
We're back live at the Indianapolis 500. 131 laps complete. Michael Andretti behind the pace car is the leader of the race. Bobby, on that last pit stop, an interesting fact developed.
Yes, we found out through Jack Arute that Emerson Fittipaldi blistered the hard tire of the right front. Jack will be watching the other cars now to see if we're going to be having some tire problems as the race gets into the second half.
All right, as they come back now around the 4th turn, Michael picks up the pace, and they stream toward the green flag once again. The pace car into the pits. Michael Andretti sees the green. Emerson Fittipaldi is just 3 seconds back. As Michael streams across the line, you can see Emerson just sitting back there, but he gets forced to the inside alongside a slower car as they come through the 1st turn. Emerson Fittipaldi in pursuit now of Michael Andretti.
You know, last year, Emerson Fittipaldi's team spent 4 minutes and 30 seconds in the pits compared to Rick Mears' team, which won the race, of course, who spent just 1 minute and 40 seconds. And some people felt that if there was a weakness in the Pat Patrick team at all, it was perhaps in their pit work. Now, of course, that was in comparison to the Penske team. The Penske team is out. Certainly, the Patrick team is one of the top teams in the business, in the pits, but we did see a problem there. I just mentioned it.
They've had good pit work so far, Pat, and this last one on changing that tire being a bit slow there was because they didn't know. They had the hard compound on the car. They really didn't think it would blister. So the pit man is the guy that found it.
Emerson Fittipaldi works his way around the course. Now, the difference between the 2 tires, Bobby, and this situation has developed. What does it mean for Fittipaldi?
Well, early in the racing month, Paul, when the weather was so cold, they had no problems with the soft compound. As the heat came up, they started having problems. Goodyear brought in a little harder compound tire, and that's when all the fast cars should be on by now. Now, as good as Emo's handling, if he's having problems with that tire, that means that if Michael were able to push him real hard, he could blister his tire. Now, we'll be having Jack Arute and Brian Hammond checking on the other cars to see if the right front tire is going to cause the race to change.
All right, Michael Andretti is out in front of the Indianapolis 500-mile race. Then Emerson Fittipaldi, just a wink of an eye back. And then 42 seconds behind is Al Unser Jr. Now, the rest of the field down below those positions are all running well off the leader pace. For example, the 4th place car of Jim Crawford is now 3 laps behind the top 3. The 5th place car, that's Raul Boesel, is now 5 laps behind the leaders of the race. And the 6th place car, which belongs to Dominic Dobson, we showed you earlier him moving up through the field, is also 5 laps behind the leader. So the fight is at the front of this field. No one else at the moment is in contest.
Now, Michael is out in clean air, what we call clean air now, no traffic, Paul. Now, he's going to be pushing really, really hard to see if he can keep that gap between him and Emo. Now, Emo's car has been faster. There's Emo right there. He's been generally faster all day. But will he hurt his tire in trying to catch Michael? That's what's going to be interesting to see.
Emerson Fittipaldi chasing and, in fact, closing on Michael.
Every 500-mile race has 1 or 2 key moments moment where it seems when you look at it a year later, this was when it was won and lost. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if we're not looking at one of them right in and around now. What's going to happen in the next few minutes?
Sam, this is going to be their moment for sure to test each other out to see which one of them really has the most speed. They're both set up good. We're well into the race. The track is going from being slippery to being really good right now.
Emerson Fittipaldi chasing Michael Andretti. You can see the distance between the two. 136 laps are complete. Michael Andretti has been turning laps at 217 miles an hour.
And as you watch the cars, don't become hypnotized by just following the cars. Look at the crowd in the background. Watch how much ground they're really covering. This is Tyler Alexander in the pit. He is the crew chief behind the Andretti team, rumored to be leaving that team after this race. This could be his swan song with the Andrettis. If so, he's certainly masterminding a terrific race for the Andretti family right now.
Tyler came here with Team McLaren, scored a couple of victories there as well, and then stepped away from Indy cars for a while, and then came back with the Newman Haas team. So if in fact he leaves after this race, we may in fact see him again. Let's go down to the pits again. Here's Jack.
Well, we were talking about the PCA teams and the clutch problems that they've had. We checked with Morris Nunn, who's one of the designers or engineers on the Pat Patrick team, and he said indeed they have made some adjustments in the rear of the car, specifically with the clutch and also with the ring and pinion. I asked him what they were, and he said, those are Mo Nunn's, my secrets. Now, also, checking on that blister, Bobby Unser, it was a very small blister. It was only about the size of this hole right here. So it was an eagle-eyed crew member that noticed it. Remember, they didn't change tires the last stop, so it's not unusual, especially with the ambient temperature out here, as hot as it is. Let's check in further up pit road and Brian Hammond. Brian?
During Michael Andretti's last pit stop, he changed from the soft compound tire that he'd been playing with all race long by changing the air pressure. He finally went away from that. He didn't like that setup. He went to the hard compound tire. The crew asked him if he wanted any wing changes. He said, don't do it. This car is perfect. So Michael Andretti loves the way his race car is handling right now. Paul?
All right, Brian, on the course, car 15, Jim Crawford, the Buick Power, the man who had such a gorgeous run here last year. The car that was damaged severely, sent to England, brought back to the United States just Wednesday evening, completely reassembled after its bodywork totally repaired. Now comes to the side of the race course. Was running in fourth, but the engine is silent for the moment. Still out in front at the Indianapolis 500 with 139 laps complete is Michael Andretti. And we have an indication that Emerson Fittipaldi, the second place car, is heading for the pits once again. He stopped on lap 112, again on lap 129. This is the 139th lap as both Michael and Emerson Fittipaldi roll in.
It's under yellow. That's why there's been an incident, and both Andretti and Fittipaldi are capitalizing on the yellow flag situation. You see Emerson there in the pits.
His pit down at the south end, just beyond the entrance to Gasoline Alley. And now it's a race in the pits as Emerson Fittipaldi comes out, and right behind him, there is Michael Andretti. So in the pits, there is where the crews can be so critical. Proper placement of the pit position and fast work by the Patrick team, and Emerson Fittipaldi is back in front. Well, Michael Andretti now rides in second place. Just that quickly, positions change at the Indianapolis 500-mile race. We're under yellow once again. No indication for the yellow. Certainly no accident, so it must be debris that was noted by one of the many USAC observers here on the race course. Michael Andretti rides, tries to think what can he do now to get back around Emerson Fittipaldi.
Some people might be wondering why Emerald came in so quick. Well, it was a very fast pit stop, but he was just there before. And what the pit crews do is they try to figure out the sequences so they'll be at the proper place at the end of the race.
The grandstand and the blimp up behind us under the yellow flag once again in Indianapolis. We'll be back right after this. We're back live at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We've just seen some great pit stops. Of course, that's the key to changing positions at the Indianapolis 500 when the driver can't get it done. The Patrick team just got it done for Emerson Fittipaldi. Earlier in the week, there was a pit stop competition held here.
In a business where success is measured by speed and split-second timing, IndyCar pit crews serve quietly as the sport's hidden heroes. Their efforts may sometimes be obscured by the excitement of victory lane, but their skills are showcased here annually in the running of the $50,000 Miller Indy Pit Stop Championship. This year's first semifinal pitted Al Unser Sr. driving a Penske backup car against his son Al Jr. The contest rewards the team that completes a simulated pit stop in the shortest period of time, and little Al's crew did just that to move to the finals. In the second semi, Mario Andretti in the right lane faced off against Emerson Fittipaldi. The Andretti team, led by Colin Duff, was the winner with a stop of 13.649 seconds. This set up an Unser-Andretti finale, with both crews confident of victory. Little Al's crew got to go to work first when their driver hit the stop marks. As the Andretti team then went to work, Unser's crew used split-second timing to finish their tasks. Mario's crew, meanwhile, faltered with problems tightening the left rear wheel. Sensing that the win was within grasp, Junior smokes the tires and crosses the timing lights with a clocking of 14.716 seconds. For Team Gallus, led by Owen Snyder, and crew members Paul Marcus, Shea Campbell, Kyle Moyer, Mike Arnold, and Gary Armentrout, it was a moment to truly enjoy. For them, today was a day to step out of their roles as hidden heroes and enjoy the applause and rewards that true champions deserve.
$25,000. That's better than a lot of races pay for winning. The view down on the 2.5 miles of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway from the Goodyear Airship America, based out in Houston, Texas. Don McDuff, the captain on board today, helping give you some of the beautiful coverage shots of the Indianapolis 500 and some action shots as well. Giant crowd here, nearly 500,000 people. Emerson Fittipaldi circulates around, completing the 144th lap under yellow in the lead. We'll be back with more from Indianapolis. Back live at the Indianapolis 500-mile race, still under yellow. Emerson Fittipaldi leads, 145 laps complete. Next Saturday on ABC Sports, the high rollers of the Professional Bowlers Spring Tour will be in Las Vegas, Nevada for the Showboat PBA Doubles Classic. Now, bowlers there will team up for big money. It's the final stop of the Spring Tour, and the action starts Saturday on ABC Sports. And then it's Wide World of Sports. You'll see a unique combination of gymnastics and figure skating. It's the very first time. Accomplished athletes like Brian Bottano, Bart Connor, Robin Cousins, and more display their skills in the Caress Symphony of Sports. A truly special event next Saturday on ABC's Wide World of Sports. And the field still behind the pace car, working their way around the track, while the USAC officials and safety crews try and scrub the track clean of any oil that may have been laid down in the last few minutes. Let's go down.
Well, I'm with Teresa Fittipaldi, whose husband is leading this event today. And Teresa, you said just before we went on the air, I think today is Emerson's day.
I think so. He deserves. He's really excited.
Now, every time he comes by, you've rested here on your perch and haven't moved at all. And when he goes by, you take your hand and you just go like that. What's that about?
Means energy, positive. No, giving some energy.
Now, there's another story that every time Emerson comes into the pits, you whisper something to him, although you're 15 feet away from him. What is that?
Means energy. Means good luck.
Good luck, and they certainly hope they have plenty of it, at least enough to last for this race, Paul Page. Now, let's check in with Brian Hammond, who is with Carl Haas.
And Carl Haas is sitting on the scoring stand, charting the race for his drivers, Mario and Michael Andretti. Carl, you've got to be happy with where you're sitting with Michael.
Well, yeah, we had some problems with Mario, which is not too good. Michael's not sitting in a bad spot. He's obviously Fittipaldi's able to run a little quicker, but I think we still have a fighting chance with a little bit of luck. Hope we can hold in there and get a chance at it at the end.
Michael happy with the way the car's running?
Well, I guess he's fairly happy with the way it is. He'd like a little more speed, but it's okay.
Carl Haas, right now, his driver's sitting in second place. Now let's go to Jerry Punch.
Well, gentlemen, an anxious wife waiting here in the Al Unser Jr. pits. That's Shelley Unser. And Shelley, you've seen this act so many times. And how will the scene finish? I know little Al has won on road courses and street courses, but he's yet to get that first oval track win. I know. Can you wait for the final 55 laps?
I wish I knew the answer. At least we got our lap back. We're now on the same lap as the leader, so we'll just have to wait and see what happens.
You're talking on the radio with Rick Gallus, the owner here, and the rest of the crew. Do you think Little Al has something left he can handle, Emo?
I don't know. Emma's running awfully quick. You just never know at this race what's going to happen. And, you know, there's so many things that enter into it, fuel and tires. And I'm just back here keeping a lap chart, so I wouldn't be able to tell you any of that.
Shelley Unser, her heart pounding, watching husband, Little Al Unser.
Well, when they come back, Al Unser Jr. has 10 cars between him and the second place car of Michael Andretti. We'll be back with more coverage of the Indy 500 after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
This is how a Ferrari Testarossa looks on the road. And this is how a Ferrari Testarossa looks to the road, where it ultimately responds through the contact patch of its Goodyear Eagle tires, the exclusive tires.
We're back live at the Indianapolis 500. The green light just winked on once again, and Emerson Fittipaldi has jumped out in front again. Now, that white debris that you see spraying about the track is part of the reason for the very long yellow. It's not a problem on Emo's car, but it is some oil dry late on the race course to pull the oil off the circuit and make it safe to race.
It certainly is, Paul, and everybody wonders, is it slippery or is it easy to get a hold of? It is definitely slippery.
On board second place, Michael Andretti.
But it's not nearly as slippery as the oil itself is. It's the lesser of the two evils, but the guys will avoid it, the drivers, as much as they can.
Michael Andretti now, that white oil dry is coming off of the second turn. Let's just watch as he rolls through it, Bobby.
Okay, he's coming out of turn one, going in. There's the oil dry starting there. You notice how Michael went in extra low to avoid it. He's running the slower cars to clean it all off, so he doesn't have to run it.
150 laps are complete. Just 50 to go now. 125 miles of the Indianapolis 500 left to be tested here on the Brickyard, the 2.5-mile speedway. Al Unser Jr., he runs in third place. He is 6 seconds behind the leader. He had 10 cars between this machine and that of Michael Andretti. He's trying to catch up that distance now.
Back in the pack. You notice all the cars that he's going by, and that's really hurting him a little bit because Emerson Fittipaldi right there on the screen is in clean area, no traffic. He's setting real hard right now.
And you will notice when you see the onboard pictures of Little Al's car that he has a liquid crystal display on the dash in front of him. The drivers here at the 500 for the very first time actually have a speedometer. He can look down and know exactly how fast he's going. In the past, they've had only tachometers, which give him a relative idea of speed, but now there you can see that's his tachometer, which is a graph now on the car that shows exactly how fast the engine is turning.
That's part of a system, Paul, that gives you complete information on anything they want to know about this car. It's the new computer age that we live in.
Well, in fact, here we have a schematic of the dashboard of the Lola car, which Michael Andretti is driving. It has a sort of Star Wars look to it. The key is that it's computerized, got digital readouts rather than conventional analog instruments. Pretty neat-looking stuff.
And they really don't look at those either. What they do is try to glance at them when they come off the turn. What they're doing down the straightaway to the end of the straightaway is non-important at all to the drivers.
Bobby, have you determined, is there a preference for this or the old analog dial system where they used to point the dials so that when everything was pointed straight up, everything was perfect? Which do the drivers seem to prefer?
Oh, they would all like the hand, Paul, but they can't get away from the new computer technology. That instrument tells them so much, like what their fuel mileage is, how much they have left. It's a complete computerized system for the car.
Michael Andretti now closing down on the leader, Emerson Fittipaldi, and gets past. So Michael Andretti picks up the lead of the Indianapolis 500. Emerson seemed to falter for just a second and slowed down just a bit. So now here is Michael coming to the line, scored in the lead once again. He just turned the last lap at 215 miles an hour and has picked up the lead, and you can see that Emo seems to be falling a bit behind.
Well, he certainly is, and there's got to be some reason for it, and it's going to show up before too long. Now, I'm not saying Michael's not going fast. He's been one of the best handlers all day, handling through the turns good. But he's been a little bit shy on speed compared to Emerson Fittipaldi. Now, if he wanted to wake Emo up, he's done it already. We'll have to see.
So Michael Andretti overhauls the leader, Emerson Fittipaldi. Again, the battle is at the front of this 500-mile race field. Most of the top 20 are not truly in contest with one another. We'll keep our eyes open for battles back through the pack. Let's go back here a couple of laps and take a look at Michael Andretti as he closed on the leader, Emerson Fittipaldi. Here they come, Bobby Unser.
It's most likely that Emo, remember, he just got new tires a little while back. It's most likely that he's got his stagger just a little bit wrong, not handling quite as good. Or maybe Michael got his stagger good, and he's working better than he was earlier.
Michael Andretti, here's the onboard camera view of the same situation a couple of laps ago as Michael just came inside of Emerson Fittipaldi and right on down into the turn and out in front. Let's go to the pits, Jack.
Bobby Unser, you're absolutely right as far as the stagger situation on the race car of Emerson Fittipaldi. He's developed a slight push, the first he's had all day. So he's had to back out of the throttle just a tad, and that accounts for the pass by Michael Andretti.
These cars are so finely tuned, Jack and Paul, that when they get the stagger off just a little tiny bit, there's nothing you can do about it in the stagger. Now, what's happening is they're turning 216 and 217 miles an hour laps, and that again is awesomely fast.
Remember, back at the start of this race, we talked about these kind of terms, showed you definitions. Stagger means that the right rear tire is slightly larger and just minutely larger than the left rear. Now, Goodyear provided 2 staggers here at the track, but they can still augment that slightly by putting a little more air in the tire and trying to get it to grow just a little bit more. Stagger helps the car turn into the corner, but if they have too much stagger, then the car turns in a little too fast, and then it becomes loose. Another definition that we had earlier, which is to say the back end wants to swing out and all the way around.
Absolutely right, Paul. It's a good explanation, and there is approximately 1-inch difference. And yet, with these kind of things, that's the world. That's the big thing.
The key question, of course, is what is going on in Emerson Fittipaldi's mind. And I think what you have to understand is he can't try any harder than he's trying now. A driver can only do so much in these cars, and when you have that push condition, you just have to ride it out to the next pit stop. Very frustrating for him. He's got to desperately gamble that the yellow is going to come out, or he's going to lose enough ground that it could be decisive in this race.
We were talking earlier, too, about the PC-18s and the fact that 3 of them are already out, and do the design problems that may exist on some exist on others. You must remember that it was the Patrick Racing Team that first identified the possibility of a real rear cowling coming off, as happened with Danny Sullivan. They changed the fasteners to avoid it. Apparently, they've also noticed some other situations and made improvements on those as well. So at the Indianapolis 500, we watch them give the board to Emerson Fittipaldi.
216-mile-an-hour lap. Not up to his 218 he was running earlier. Not far off.
So Emerson Fittipaldi still is chasing Michael Andretti at the Indianapolis 500 as they seesaw back and forth in the lead. We'll be back with more at the Indy 500, the 73rd running after this. At the Indianapolis 500, Michael Andretti running in the lead. Just like his father several years ago, the engine has let go. He coasts to a stop on the track from the lead. Michael Andretti out of the 500.
That's another Chevrolet problem with those engines today, Paul. You can watch as the smoke comes out of the tailpipe. That's when you know it's coming out water and oil. That means they really got the engine good.
We talk about what fathers as here comes Emerson Fittipaldi streaking into the pits, and we're going to have to watch and see what he does, although it is no longer that critical, is it? Because he has a big lead now, and his main rival is Al Unser Jr.
Sam, which will in turn cause the yellow to come out, which will in turn give little Al
a chance
to catch back up, and it'll still put 2 cars right together for the lead.
The Patrick crew carefully taking their time. Look at this as the steam from that engine wafts over the front of Michael's car, and look at him. He pounds the steering wheel in frustration as Emerson Fittipaldi comes out. In just a few seconds, he will come past Michael Andretti. Safety crews with Michael.
We talk about what sons inherit from their fathers, what skill and what attitude. How about what kinds of luck? Michael Andretti going out at Indianapolis the way his dad has so often here before.
Look at the stare in Michael's eyes, the disappointment. The Indianapolis 500 could have been his.
He has a right to be sad, Paul.
Rope has to help them tow the car back into the pit areas.
Strange how much his eyes, which looked so youthful just last week compared to Mario's, look already just in today's proceedings taken on extra wisdom that goes with such severe disappointment as this.
Fans wish so much for the Andretti family. And once again, it has come to this. This time, though, it strikes Michael. So many people want to see Michael score his first Indianapolis 500-mile race win. They thought perhaps this was the day. Now, with Emerson Fittipaldi's pit stop, that brought Al Unser Jr. up to the front of the field, and under the yellow, Little Al will be scored in the front of the race. Well, Little Al has yet to make his pit stop, and there's Michael on the rope on the way into the pits, and his day is done. Now, it was over on the front straightaway that this situation first developed. Car was looking so good and so fast. There's his car moving down the main stretch. Look, about halfway down there, right at the line now. The engine let go right in front of the giant grandstands that line the 5/8 of a mile long home stretch at the Speedway, and he coasted to a stop over on the back stretch. Now the crowd salutes him as he comes back.
Would be able to go the distance on fuel. 11.3 seconds, no tire change, just fuel only. Let me see if I can get a quick comment from Rick Gallis on whether they can make it the rest of the way. Rick is here charting. Rick, can you go the rest of the way on fuel? Can you make it the rest of the way on fuel?
What's that?
Can you make it the rest of the way on fuel, Rick?
We have to wait and see.
A big smile from car owner Rick Gallis. They were rolling the dice, trying to decide when to bring him in. They said, wait one more lap. No, wait 2 more laps. They're hoping for some yellow flag laps, but I believe they think they can make it. Paul?
Well, Bobby, they stopped on 165 laps. 200 laps is the distance. We're now within 100 miles of the end of the Indianapolis 500. You think they're going to go the distance?
Paul, it's going to make a heck of a story at the end because it's going to be close. We're just in one of those real nice little fairy tale stories. Little Al is going to be very close, but he's not the only one. Emmo is also going to be close. Now let's just see if perchance they stay yellow for a few more laps. Emmo may decide to duck in and get a last shot, but they're not going to. They're heading for the green.
Green flag comes out once again. This time it will be Little Al Unser Jr., who is the leader of the race itself as they come across the line. Emmo now picks up the lead as a result of that stop, and Emmo leads the field in through the first and second turn. Little Al is now 6 seconds back.
And a lot of cars have to be passed before he can really take up the attack. Of course, Little Al, first race at Indy in 1983. His best finish to date has been 4.
Remember, Sam, we're getting back down to the fuel deal like we see in so many races. Little Al, will he use less fuel than Emmo? Emmo's out in clean air. In real life, Little Al should be able to gain a little bit in mileage because of the traffic, whereas Emmo is going to be on the gas all the time because he's really in clean air.
Emerson Fittipaldi keeps the pace down as Michael Andretti walks through the back of the pit area back to his garage. His day is done. 167 laps now complete. 211.2 miles an hour. The speed Emerson Fittipaldi turned that last lap. Now the question, of course, is fuel. 40 gallons of fuel in each of these race cars when they are full. That takes them a distance that, Bobby, by my calculations, brings them right up against lap 200. What do you think?
Well, I think they're really going to be up against it. Little Al's going to be just a tick better than Emmo is on that car, Paul, but not mathematically, they're both, if they decide to go this way, they're both going to have to ease up on the gas. Now, Emma could, on the other hand, just go like a house on fire, come in and try to get a splash on fuel.
All right, let's get an update now from Jack Arute.
Well, first of all, if you look at Emerson Fittipaldi's fuel tank, there's about 60 gallons left. Plenty of fuel to go the distance. We checked with the team, and the brain trust here has said we are going to come in for a time stop. Somewhere around 12 to 10 laps to go in this event. That's their planning right now. But for so many times, as we've seen here in the Indy 500, those plans can go awry by way of a caution or something that happens on the racetrack. Back to you.
That harkens back to 1982 when the Patrick Racing team did exactly the same thing for Gordon Johncock. They knew how many gallons he needed to get to the end of the race. They calculated the fuel flow in the hose. They decided they needed only so many seconds. I think it was 7 or 8. And as soon as they hit 7 seconds, somebody reached out with a pole, tapped the refueler on his helmet. He pulled the hoses free, and Gordon Johncock, in a tight battle with Rick Mears, won by 14 100ths of a second.
You know, Paul, even in this race today, you won't even need that much time because all they need, either one of them, is probably a measly little 3 gallons of alcohol, and they could be the winner from it.
So Emerson Fittipaldi is running laps faster than Al Unser Jr. Fittipaldi is out in front, running at 214. 10 seconds back is little Al, running laps at 213. But this Indy 500 is not over yet. We'll be back.
Indianapolis 500 is an ABC Sports exclusive and is brought to you by Miller High Life. By that man of Miller, the best comes shining through. By Goodyear Eagle Tires. Goodyear, because there really is a difference. By First Brands Corporation, makers of new Simonized, non-abrasive car wax. And by Quaker State Motor Oil. The big Q stands for quality. Always has, always will.
We're back at the Indianapolis 500, and there's the car of Michael Andretti in the pits, silent. His day is done. Let's go to Brian Hammond.
Michael Andretti and his wife, Sandy. Michael, what was it that ended your day?
Well, the engine blew.
At any point, you were running so well. At any point during this race, were you thinking to yourself that my dad won this thing 20 years ago, and here I am leading Indy?
Yeah, and I guess I inherited more than just his driving. I think I inherited a bit of his luck here at this place because, you know, the car was just so good. I was just taking my time, you know, a nice conservative pace, not trying to take anything out of it. But obviously, I guess we took too much out of it. I don't know where.
For a while today, Michael Andretti really had him covered. Paul?
A good driver, a likable man, out of the 500-mile race. In the pits, here is Raul Boisel. He is the third-place car, but he is 5 laps behind the leader. The only 2 cars in contact on the course are Emerson Fittipaldi and Al Unser Jr. The 4th-place car is Mario Andretti, but he is 6 laps behind the leader. So Boisel, using one of the Judd engines, continues to be in the hunt, makes his stop in 1.2 seconds. Boisel works his way back into the traffic. And here is the 22 car, and he has a problem. Now, he was running in 4th place before he came in for this pit stop. But now, obviously, a bit of a problem on that car. A lengthy stop, but they get it fired up once again. And there goes Scott Brayton back into the action as well.
But the distances between the 3rd-place car of Boisel and the 4th-place car here of Brayton and the others is so great that they can afford a few seconds here and there. It's really the leaders who can afford nothing. Every split second counts between Emerson Fittipaldi and Al Unser Jr.
There is the leader, Emerson Fittipaldi, 177 laps complete. He slowed down yet another mile an hour, running 212 and a half now. Let's go to the pits and Jerry Punch.
Well, it's nail-biting time here in the Al Unser Jr. pits. They have been doing a lot of calculating here on the fuel mileage, and Rick Gallis, 35 laps, 87 and a half miles. Can you make it the rest of the way?
We're going to see. We're going to see.
You got him backing off a little bit to maybe conserve some fuel?
He didn't back off to anybody. I mean, we're trying as hard as we can, and we're 5 laps up on 3rd place. So we're going for it. I mean, you only get a chance to win this sucker once, and we're going to do the best we can.
I think that puts it in perspective, fellas. They really want to win here at Indy. Al Unser Jr. thinks they can go all the way.
Rick Gallis, boy, is that aggression or what?
I think that's nice. You can tell Rick Gallis is a true racer. Taking it around, but I'm scared to tell you, that is the competitive spirit, don't you think, Sam?
One chance to win this sucker. I like that. Yeah, absolutely.
Go for it.
Terrific. You know, 7 Chevrolet engine car combinations started this race. Only 2 were left, and they are placed 1 and 2.
Mario, 4th place car, into the pits, routine service as well. This is the 178th lap of the Indianapolis 500.
Mario should be able to go all the way to the end with his fuel. He should have no problem.
Mario Andretti powers up back into the action. No problem on that car. If only Michael had that machine. Perhaps he would still be contesting Emerson Fittipaldi for victory at the Indianapolis 500-mile race. Fittipaldi still runs in front. There's A.J. Foyt. No, it's not. That's Rocky Moran's car. A.J. Foyt just behind. There he is, the number 14 car, right behind his team car of Rocky Moran, and Mario right there. A.J. Foyt, his 32nd race, runs in 5th place on this track. The first 4-time winner of the Indianapolis 500-mile race. So now we go into the closing laps of the 73rd running of the Indy 500. 20 more to go now. Emerson Fittipaldi is the leader. Al Unser Jr. is chasing.
For that one, Sam. It looks like they probably left the tire loose. Lucky it didn't hit another car. Another car hit it, rather.
Taro Pamwas. Wheel comes off. He is able to turn down into the pit area without any other more serious consequences.
He controls it very nicely. To salute him in finish, I would say Sepahauska. Taro, that means very good.
All right. Emerson Fittipaldi with little Al hand up in the air on the backstretch, riding in 2nd place. He's lined up right behind Emo on the racetrack. It should be a sprint to the finish.
Away from home, cold and tired and all alone.
If you were to walk 500 miles at a brisk pace of 2.5 miles per hour for 10 hours a day, it would take 20 days to cover the distance. If you were in San Diego and wanted to get home to San Francisco, you would be 500 miles away from home. On the California highways, that's about a 10-hour drive. Here at Indy, that distance will be covered in around 3.
We're back live at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in our 6th caution period of the day. Let's go to the pits. Here is Brian Hammond.
Paul, this yellow flag is really helping Al Unser Jr. At these low speeds. He's able to conserve fuel. Rick Gallis, the team owner, says we have plenty of fuel now. We're going racing toward the finish. Back to you.
Well, Bobby, what about the tactics of that? Is that what you would have done?
Well, Paul, I think I would have splashed him on just a little bit, let him turn everything up, turn a lower gear, and just let that thing go all the way, because we already know that Emo has enough fuel to make it. If he doesn't break, he's going to be really tough, and Little Al's got his work cut out for him now.
Little Al, 2nd place. Emerson Fittipaldi, the 20 car, just ahead. There they are, lined up behind the pace car.
The fuel gets about double mileage. You figure a pace car, or excuse me, a yellow flag lap, Paul, to be about twice the mileage that you get under the green. They're running in like 2nd or 3rd gear, not really getting super good mileage, but about double what they normally get.
You know, we've mentioned that 3rd place, Raul Boisel, is 5 laps behind the leader. Now, if that is, that's a situation for him, the way they've played this race serves Boisel's advantage, because they're going to flag the race at 200 laps. So any of the cars that are running well behind the leaders can go just as fast as they want to go now, can't they?
Absolutely right. But I think that most of those cars back there, like, for example, Boisel, has run good all day. I think he's going flat out anyway. But you're right. He just doesn't have to get the mileage that the leaders do.
Well, Scotty Brayton, 6th place right now. Last 4 Indy 500s. He's 30th or worse, so it's a pretty good day for him, no matter how he looks at it. And Scott Pruitt, who started 17th, is up now into 8th place. So let's take a look at the situation with regard to Little Al. He's never won on an oval. He certainly never won the Indianapolis 500. Emerson Fittipaldi, 2-time world champion, has not won at Indianapolis either. In fact, there are only 2 men in the top 10 who have completed this race in 1st place. That's Mario Andretti and A.J. Foyt. as Teresa watches Emerson Fittipaldi stream away through the short chutes, the south end of the track, through the second turn now, and Little Al is in pursuit.
Well, this is going to be the contest, the real show, because it's a Lola against a Penske-built PC-18 of Emerson Fittipaldi, and can Little Al not only stay with him, but be able to pass him?
So Shelley Unser watches as well, as Little Al has Royal Boycell, the third place car, 5 laps behind the leader, separating him, and there was a flash of something at the back of the car there for a second.
Well, that's water. That's water either coming from Boycell's car or Little Al's car.
No, I think it's from Boycell's car.
You can see it streaming off the back of the car. That could indicate that that engine is about ready to let go.
Well, whatever it is, it's going to cause Little Al to lose some ground there. And Boycell, incidentally, who drives sports cars part of the time, is a very aggressive driver. He's a terrific guy, but he's an aggressive driver and not easy to pass.
But Bobby Unser, if you have that indication, would you want to tuck in too close to the back of that 30 car?
Yes, as long as spraying like that, he'll run offline a little bit, Paul. He has no choice. He just can't let the race go from here. He's run a very conservative line. It's a question about, will Boycell's car keep running, losing that?
But what if the engine would let go and spray oil back there? Little Al would instantly be into it.
Right there, it's already happened. Boycell had engine problems. Little Al got by. Look at the smoke coming out of Boycell's car right now, or at least the fluid.
The Pearson entry of Royal Boycell, running in third place, but beginning to show problems. It gives an opportunity for Al Unser Jr. to continue to move ahead.
But it's holding back a little bit, Paul. That's another little thing that's not against him right now. He's really got a job cut out with them having a good, clean track to run on.
That's where luck has such an impact on this 500-mile race. You just never know what's going to happen next out here.
Sometimes you get out of bed on the right side, sometimes the wrong side. Shelley is really disappointed, as you can see.
He is one terrific woman, though. I think a great effect on Al Unser Jr., who, of course, was tutored by his dad, Bobby, your brother, in racing, but I think in ways of dealing with the press and being the open, wonderful person that he is, Al Unser Jr., I think has been greatly affected by Shelley. Do you buy that assessment?
Oh, she's been a very good girl, and you could just tell her by her actions in the pit. She really supports her husband an awful lot. She gets going to racing, I think, than most of us do.
The leader, Emerson Fittipaldi, car number 20. Little Al is just 1.8 seconds back. And here comes Emerson Fittipaldi on the main stretch now, flashing by to complete the 190th lap. And look at her. This infused energy, those fingers of energy going out to Fittipaldi.
She's counting the laps. Did you see her say, go get him, and look up the scoreboard counting the laps, Paul?
Now, in history of the Indianapolis 500, at lap 190, the leader in 9 previous occasions has not finished out in front. Most recent, of course, Kevin Cogan, with 10 laps to go, lost to Bobby Rahal, 1983. Al Unser led on 190 laps, but Tom Sneva won.
If Emerson can win the race, he will follow in Mario Andretti's footsteps, of course, as a man who has won both the World Championship and the Indy 500. Although, of course, Mario did it in the other order, as you see the racer wish on that great energy. As we noted that Emerson eats a very special diet of fruit and grains. He gets plenty of aerobic exercise, so that energy really means something in that family.
Now there's Little Al, right on the track, not up as close as he'd like to be.
Little Al continues his pursuit. 191 laps complete. 1.6 seconds back. Little Al trying to close. Now, a half a second back. 192 laps complete.
1982, Mears versus John Cox, all over again. The closest finish ever at the Indianapolis Speedway.
point. Rick Mears was trying to chase down Gordon Johncock. Now Little Al is in the very same position. 2/10 of a second back. To the home stretch again. The tension is incredible. Says no. 5 laps to go. The backstretch. Another try. Can Allenser Jr. get it done this time? It's a drag race going into 3, and Little Al has the lead. Allenser Jr. picks up the lead. The question now is fuel.
Hit the yellow. Help Little Al enough. Fuel.
Little Al wandered back and forth on the main stretch. Was he trying to pick up a little more fuel? That tank is right down to the bottom now with 4 laps to go.
He's trying to break the slipstream that Emil's trying to use to keep up, Paul.
A.J. Foyt won his first race here. It was A.J.'s first win on pavement. Will Allenser Jr. score his first oval win here today? Teresa kisses Pat Patrick. Can you imagine the despair that Shelley and Al Unser feel now? Because for the second year in a row, he's okay. Little Al climbs out of his car, walks away from the safety crews. For the second year in a row, the Indianapolis 500 will finish under the yellow flag, but this time it will be a new name. It will be that of two-time world driving champion Emerson Fittipaldi. Former world driving champions winning here. Jimmy Clark, Graham Hill, Mario Andretti, and now the name Fittipaldi will go into the books. What promised to be a close finish ended with a lap and a half to go. Al Unser Jr. stands by the edge of the race course.
What will be his reaction as Emerson comes by? Was he angry? Did he gesture? He went out to signal him.
the track. Now the pace car will lead Emerson Fittipaldi, just like it did last year for Rick Mears, toward the checkered flag. The 73rd Indianapolis 500 is rolling to an end, and Emerson Fittipaldi, under the yellow flag, has captured his first 500-mile race victory at Indianapolis. Emerson Fittipaldi wins the great race. And boy, are they happy. No surprise whatsoever. Into the ambulance, but it was obvious he was not hurt in the crash, despite a very hard impact with the wall. The Patrick Racing Team begins now their celebration, and Emerson Fittipaldi waves to the crowd on the backstretch for the first time as the winner of an Indianapolis 500-mile race.
Look at him. Oh, he's really happy, Paul. We didn't get the chance to see exactly what happened. That in-car cam really showed the jolt that Little Al got going into the turn.
Here we go, Bobby Unser, on the backstretch as Little Al and Emo race closely together. One view of the situation.
It just appears that Emo drifted out, got Little Al's left rear with his right front. Little Al couldn't do anything about it. That was very similar to an accident we saw in a stock car race 2 weeks ago.
So Emerson Fittipaldi with an accident here. Let's take a look at it again. Fittipaldi darted away from Little Al, tried to get inside him. The two cars are neck and neck into the corner. Traffic just ahead. They touched wheels. Little Al went sliding into the wall. Fittipaldi was able to maintain control. He pulled a similar feat at Toronto just a couple of years ago. The last lap spin, and was able to continue on. He's done it again this time. It's paid off in an Indianapolis 500-mile race win.
It takes such a small bump to throw a car totally out of control.
Let's take a look on board Little Al's car. The same situation when we have an opportunity. We watch Emerson Fittipaldi hold on to the checker, the winner of the Indianapolis 500. Now we go down to Victory Lane. Jackaroo.
Well, Paul, it is an incredible victory lane here. Emerson Fittipaldi has brought his car here on the stage. We are going up in the air right now. They are trying to move the car here just a little bit forward as they are trying to get Fittipaldi unbuckled from all the gear that he carries. Now he's coming up out of the car, and of course, a little bit of controversy there when the yellow light came out. We'll talk to him about that as well. Emo, you've done it. He's taking the congratulations. He's just leaning back. Pat Patrick is in here. Pat, congratulations.
Thank you very much, Jack. We were sweating, as you know.
Well, a co-owner now, Chip Ganassi, your first time in Victory Lane as well.
Pretty exciting, Jack. Emerson did a world-class driving job.
You did a hell of a job. World-class. You really did.
I've never seen him take so long to get his helmet off, though. I think he's trying to gather in his composure. Emerson, getting finally the tearful kiss of his wife, Teresa. Emerson. Pure bedlam here.
Car, Pat, beautiful car. Thanks for the team. Oh, what a race, what a race.
Emerson, you're an Indy 500 champion in 1989.
Oh, I cannot believe, the team made a great work. Everybody, Morris Mann, Pat Patrick, Jim McGee. I want to thank all the boys, it was an incredible race.
What about the contact between you and Al Jr.? What happened back there?
I was going inside of turn 3 on his inside because of traffic, and he tried to come onto the inside with touch wheels, and I nearly spun off, went sideways, and he lost it.
You've won 2 World Driving Championships, but this is your first time to win at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in what they call the greatest spectacle in racing. What are your thoughts right now?
Jack, I still cannot believe, I dreamed so much since I was a little boy. Fantastic.
Well, I think, Paul Page, that certainly tells you just how important this race is to you, Emerson Fittipaldi. It's just incredible that you ran so well all day, and then Little Al closed up on you, and he was really concerned about fuel, and you weren't.
His car was much faster on the straight, and luckily I got the traffic and done it.
They want a moment to share.
Eu quero mandar abraço a todos os brasileiros aí e para o automobilismo brasileiro essa vitória. Obrigado.
He just said his victory lane interview to the people in Brazil who are watching this live.
So, Emerson Fittipaldi, second last year, first this year, wins the Indianapolis 500-mile race. There is much more to talk about, though. We'll be back with more coverage of the Indy 500 after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
To the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the greatest spectacle in racing.
Back live at the Indianapolis 500. The 73rd running is now complete, and Emerson Fittipaldi is a new champion at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The crowd, they stay standing watching the ceremonies. Here's the onboard view from Al Unser Jr. as he came onto the backstretch. Now, Emerson Fittipaldi was maneuvering to the left. At this point, he was almost directly alongside of Little Al. Little Al looked over to see Fittipaldi there. He kept his foot down, went into the corner, turned in, stayed well above the line, but then was tapped by Fittipaldi, and he slammed into the wall. Fortunately, Al Unser Jr. was not injured in this accident. In fact, he hopped out of the car almost immediately. And he can't believe his fortune here today. Fittipaldi was down below. Now, consider the ironic situation here that back at the Meadowlands just last year, these two were battling there too, and they tapped one another. Only in that case, it was Fittipaldi who was out in front. Little Al went to the inside. They tapped, and it was Fittipaldi that came up the loser. Let's go to the pits, Brian Hammond.
And Rick Alice can still manage a smile even after coming very close to winning the Indianapolis 500. Rick, your thoughts?
Well, it was, you know, it was quite a thrill leading it there at the end because we thought we had a chance to win it. But I want to congratulate the Patrick team and Emerson. They did a fantastic job, and they hung in there all day, and they were fast. And we were trying to catch them all day. We did everything but, you know, throw a net out in front of them. So I want to congratulate my crew, and I want to thank Goodyear for those great tires they gave us. So, but, you know, I'm just happy Al's okay, and I couldn't ask any more of a driver. I mean, he drove his heart out.
You talked to Little Al, is he okay?
I talked to him on the radio, and he said he was fine, and you know, he gave Emmo a thumbs up, and we're real proud of him. We, you know, we really weren't, we kind of hung on all day, and nobody's really talked about us this month. We knew we had a pretty good race car, so we just did the best job we could.
All right, back to you, Paul.
Well, the results, unofficial for the moment. They'll be official tomorrow morning. But at the moment, it is Emerson Fittipaldi that shows as the winner of the Indianapolis 500. The despair that Little Al feels. We'll be back. We're back live at Indianapolis. The view from the Goodyear Airship America, stationed in Houston, Texas, as the giant crowd, for the most part, still decides that they're going to stay here. The blimp floats so lazily, so peacefully over the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It's quiet now. The race has been run. Emerson Fittipaldi is the winner. But the situation developed in the closing laps of the race. Emerson Fittipaldi, the 20 car. Al Unser Jr., the 2 car. Heading into the third turn. Emmo went well below the line, fighting with Al.
Now here they come. Here they come right out. Little Al is just gently ahead. Emmo is... Oh, I'm sorry.
Emmo's car, we're looking now to see if he actually maybe got onto the grass and that helped push him up.
I don't think so. It's too wide for that. If you look at his wheel reference to the right or the white line. I think it was the extreme low line that Fittipaldi took that inevitably carried him out. I don't believe he touched the grass. He's not getting in the grass. Look how wide it is compared. Look at the white line. That's the right front tire of Emmo. That'll tell you, sir. Now, Al is more or less staying parallel to the white line. Al is on the line, I promise you. He's on the total racing line. Emmo has to come out. He can't stay down there.
So Little Al comes for a normal apex, taps wheels with Emerson Fittipaldi. I'd say it's incredibly lucky that little Al wasn't launched airborne and only slid up against the wall. He's at the hospital now, a cursory examination at the track medical center. We are trying to get an interview with him just as soon as they release him.
How many major car races are going to end this way? Confrontation between the two key men.
So Emerson Fittipaldi now enjoys the fruits of victory at the Indianapolis 500. We'll be back with more. 98th lap again, Bobby Unser.
Here's where it starts getting touchy in the action. Little Al has got the racing groove. Emo moves to the bottom under the white line. Now he can't stay down there. It just is impossible for him to race that low all the way around. As they're coming off of number 3 turn, he's drifting out. Little Al is already in the line. It's one of these deals that you can't do anything but call a racing accident. Two cars cannot be in the same place at the same time. But just that simple.
You're saying that it is nobody's fault.
It really isn't anybody's fault the way I see it. It's just one of those things we call a racing accident.
Emerson Fittipaldi, having gone down that low, just by the laws of physics, had to be carried up high.
Well, Emerson Fittipaldi continues his celebration at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the winner of the 73rd running of the Indianapolis 500. We'll be back with more coverage after this word from our local stations.
Running of the Indianapolis 500 continues live on ABC Sports.
We're back at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Pat Patrick, Emerson Fittipaldi, and the team enjoy a victory with a ride on the pace car. Coming up next, though, on ABC Sports, round 1 of the International Race of Champions from Daytona. That series that pits in equally and matched cars some of the finest drivers in racing. The IROC, right after their coverage of the Indianapolis 500. Now let's go to Jerry Punch.
Paul, we're standing outside the Hammond Medical Center with Al Unser Sr. And Al, have you been inside to check with little Al? How is he?
Yeah, he's okay. Just his feelings are hurt. He's pretty unhappy right now what happened.
What did he say happened up there? Did he tell you?
Well, he really didn't say. Just what I saw in the film, it looks like that Elmo ran out of room and didn't have anywhere to go. So they touched, and that's all it takes.
The roller coaster of emotion for him and for you. I was sitting in the motorhome with you with 2 laps to go. You jumped on the bicycle and headed for pit road, hoping to greet your son in victory lane, but it was not to be.
Yeah, I thought he would have it this time.
The 4-time Indy 500 winner, Al Unser Sr., moves away from the infield care center, still waiting for his son, Al Unser Jr., to come out.
This was Shelley Unser when she realized what had happened to her husband, that the Indianapolis 500 victory was not to be. Emerson Fittipaldi is the winner. We'll be back. Till 8:30 tomorrow morning when the official results will be posted, but it seems certain, no question, Emerson Fittipaldi has won the Indianapolis 500-mile race. We take a look at the unofficial results. Raul Boisel with his best IndyCar result to date. Mario Andretti in 4th. A.J. Foyt comes in and his last top 5 finish was 10 years ago. Brayton, Jones, Vogler, Bernard Jourdain. We look down 11 through 15. Jones, Bukovic, Heimrath, Moran, Daly, Palmroth, Michael Andretti, Dominic Dobson, Jim Crawford, Didier Tays, Ari Lyondike, Pancho Carter, Rick Mears, Al Unser, John Andretti, Bobby Rahal, Tom Sneva, Danny Sullivan, Randy Lewis, Theo Fabi is 30th, Gordon Johncock, Kevin Kogan, Gary Bettenhausen, the unofficial finish of the Indianapolis 500. We hope to talk to Al Unser Jr. in just a moment while Emerson Fittipaldi continues his celebration.
Raceway, Al Unser Jr. just coming out of the infield care center. First of all, Al, you hit a ton up there in between turns 3 and 4. Are you okay?
Yeah, we're okay. I think the car's okay too. We didn't hit all that hard, but we hit hard enough not to keep going. So,
what actually happened up there? A lap and a half to go, and you and Emma are battling for the lead. What happened?
Well, basically what happened is we came on lap traffic and coming off the 2, and that messed me up a little bit, and I couldn't get off the corner as well, and so that allowed Emo to take a slingshot on me. We got side by side there, and I was going underneath a lap car on my right, and Emmo was on my left. And there about halfway down, I started being able to pull Emmo. And so I went ahead and went in there, you know, ahead of him. And then since he was so tight on the corner, he couldn't turn tight enough, and I was up as high as I could go to allow him room. And anyway, he hits me and I go spinning.
Well, we're on the tape of your car spinning up there, Al. Could this have been avoided?
I don't think so. I think Emmo wanted the race as bad as I did, and when you got two race car drivers wanting the Indy 500 as bad as we did at that point, we're both going to go in the corner and only one man's going to come out. And this time it was Emmo that came out.
Al, how big of a disappointment to come within a lap and a half of winning your first Indy 500?
Well, it was a pretty big disappointment, you know. I think, but it's racing, and the Indy 500 is our biggest race, but again, it is another race, and so they're all disappointments when stuff like this happens, and you know, and that's the way it goes. So
there's a lot of energy burned by the driver, but a lot also by the wife. And Shelley, you were bouncing up and down on pit road waiting for Al to come around that last time, and he didn't come. When did you hear about the crash?
Rick, I looked at Rick Gallis, and Rick Gallis, I could tell by him, and then I heard Tom Carnegie say that he had crashed.
And Big Al, your dad, had just come out of the motorhome, jumped on a bicycle, and ran a qualifying lap through the garage area to get to your pit and try to be there when you took the checkered flag, but it was not to be.
Today.
Not today for the Unsers. Let's go back upstairs to Paul Pate.
Well, Al Unser Jr. will still finish in second place at the Indianapolis 500. That, by the way, is, in fact, his best finish here. Coming up next, it'll be the International Race of Champions. Race has been safely run. Emerson Fittipaldi is the new champion, but already in the garage area, they begin to dream about the future, about next year, about the 74th running of the Indianapolis 500. 1 year away, May 27th, 1990. Coming up next.
This is a dream. He wins Indy. Senna breezes to the checkered in Mexico, making it a big day for Brazil. And the heat is on as Darrell moves closer to a cool million. This and more next on Speed Week.
Speed Week is brought to you by Dodge Cars and Trucks. On the street or off the road, it's the new spirit of Dodge.
Hi, everyone. I'm Bob Jenkins. Hope you had a great Memorial Day weekend. And on this edition of Speed Week, we'll recap the biggest racing weekend of the entire year. Then at 8 o'clock, another Thursday Night Thunder. We begin with the Indianapolis 500. Now, some are saying that the race's outcome was determined 2 weeks before on pole day. You see, a driver must start the race on the same tires on which he qualified. And the theory goes that Rick Mears and Al Unser used up their tires in qualifying, while Emerson Fittipaldi did not. Thus, Emerson was able to pull out to an early lead and implement his strategy of forcing everyone else to run his pace. Well, now let's look back at the 73rd running of the world's greatest single-day sporting event, the 1989 Indianapolis 500. It's the day when nearly 500,000 people pour into 559 acres watching 33 men trying to earn a spot in auto racing history. Drivers manage to smile 30 minutes before race time, not giving any indication of nervousness. Dignitaries come each year. The former senator from Indiana, now Vice President Dan Quayle, returned to the fields he used to know. As race time gets closer, drivers turn their thoughts to the task ahead. 500 miles of all-out competition, man and machine, against each other. The start is always scary. So often in the past, someone has gotten over-anxious, but not this time. It was fast and smooth, with outside front row starter Emerson Fittipaldi taking the lead into turn one. Kevin Cogan is lucky to have survived, let alone escape uninjured from this horrifying crash as he was about to end lap 3. The car finally stops in pit road, and Kevin is anxious to extricate himself from the cockpit. ABC had put a camera at the end of the wall separating the pits from the track. It, too, was destroyed. How did Kevin climb out uninjured? Because the tub remained intact while the rest of the car took the impact. Emmo was clearly the class of the field early, playing rabbit and trying to leave the dicing for position to others. Passing slower cars was sometimes difficult for those others, often having to use the safety lane, which USAC had warned against but never enforced. Attrition, especially for many favorites, was high. Danny Sullivan lasted only 41 laps before his clutch burned out. The defending car champion had a rough month, a crash and broken arm, and then this. The 86 champ, Bobby Rahal, who carried big hopes for Cosworth, had an engine problem a few laps later. Next to go was Al Unser Sr., and again the problem was clutch. Then the Penske team's hopes for 3 straight ended when Rick Mears' Chevy engine let go. A Penske-owned car fails to finish the 500 for the first time since 1975. Mario Andretti had electrical problems that put him in the pits for many laps. He'll go on to finish, however, 7 laps down. So with all that, Fittipaldi, Michael Andretti, and Al Unser Jr. were left to decide who would win. Michael was strong after he moved into the top 10 from his 21st starting spot. He was either first, second, or third until lap 163. Watch the car at the scoring pylon. The big puff of smoke tells the story. Late in the race now, and a yellow brings Emmo in for a last gulp of fuel. Little Al, now the only other one on the lead lap with him, stays out. Emmo stalls the engine. Could this be the end of his winning chances? Finally, the car catches. He comes onto the track ahead of Unser with 1 car separating them. Little Al manages to catch Emmo, though, and take the lead. The question is, does Unser have enough fuel to go the distance? It's now lap 198, and neither driver can think of anything but winning Indy. Turn 3, their tires touch. Both are sideways. Emmo saves it. Little Al is into the wall. He's not hurt, but will have to wait until next year. After exiting the car, he moves to the track's edge, and as if saluting a hero, gives Fittipaldi the thumbs up. For the 2nd year in a row, the race ends under caution. Emerson Fittipaldi, the 2-time world driving champion, who said earlier this month he now feels like an IndyCar driver, not a Formula One driver, has proven himself among the greats of both.
Beginning of the race, the Marlboro PC18 was well balanced. It was really nice to drive. And as there was more oil, more rub on the track, I started pushing. And the end of the last 2 pit stops, I went back to the set. I qualified the set. I started the race. I put back again. That was set number 7. I called on the radio, say I want number 7 back again on the car. And that improved again the performance at the end of the race.
Just before he picked up 2nd place money Monday evening, we talked with Little Al at the victory banquet. Emmo was obviously the rabbit. Were you consciously playing it conservative?
Yeah, I was. You know, Emmo, he was running so fast, I just thought, if he's going to finish this race, then he deserves it, and he earns it, and his car was able to do that all day long. But it was just so fast that I played conservative, and my big threat was Michael, because me and Michael were running right close together, and I really didn't know how much Michael was using his car, and I figured Emmo was using a lot of his.
Monday morning, Emmo used his car to pose for the official photographs. After they were taken, we asked Emmo to describe his incident with Little Al.
I knew if I could take an inside line down on all, I could get the lead of the race again. And there was a slow car, was another traffic on the outside lane on approaching turn 3, and then all had to go down, and I had my front wheels nearly hitting the grass here on the inside, and I still had my full throttle open, and going here I was nearly going sideways, and when we touched wheels was just exactly here, and my car went sideways, and our junior lost control and hit the wall. It was a tough moment for both of us, and I was lucky I come out running the car, and you know, lucky for all that he didn't got hurt.
The tremendous amount of sportsmanship that you showed after the accident happened, moving to the white line and giving him the thumbs up, I think that's something that it certainly played on my mind, and I think you made a lot of friends, drivers and fans alike.
Well, you know, it's just, I knew that it was a racing accident because I know Emil. And I know that he wouldn't do anything like that, and, you know, it was an accident. And as long as some of these guys, most of these guys, start realizing that accidents do happen when we're racing, and not to get so upset about it, you know, because it is an accident. Now, if there's something done intentionally or something like that, that's a whole different deal. But I knew it was an accident. Emerson was smoked us all day long, and so he deserved to win.
The race's finish is one that will no doubt be talked about for years, but they'll also be talking about its record purse of over $5.5 million. Emerson became the first ever to receive over $1 million, and then came Little Al and Raoul Boisel. But look what Gary Bettenhausen made for last place, over $100,000. Now, the Indy cars will be in action again this weekend when the kart schedule resumes at Milwaukee. Last week's Speed Week phone poll asked the question, if you had your choice, which race would you prefer to attend, the Indianapolis 500 or the Charlotte Coca-Cola World 600? Well, the results were somewhat surprising. Charlotte got 68% of the vote, Indianapolis only 32%. Remember, this poll is totally unscientific. And we'll have a new phone poll question coming up later in our show.
Speed Week is brought to you by Quaker State Motor Oil. The big Q stands for quality, always has, always will. And by Dodge Cars and Trucks. On the street or off the road, it's the new spirit of Dodge.
Coming up, the Formula One circus heads to Phoenix, and this midgeteer gets the ride of his life. For nearly 20 years, the traditional home of the U.S. Grand Prix was in Watkins Glen, New York, but financial problems closed that track temporarily in 1980 and forced the Formula One set to find a new venue. Well, since then, the race has come and gone to places like Long Beach, Las Vegas, Dallas, and Detroit. And now this year, Phoenix becomes the new host for the United States round of the Formula One World Championship. That's where our Rick DeBrule is standing by. Rick, how are things going there?
Well, Bob, so far things have gone surprisingly smoothly. The course is actually ready. The safety workers and the course workers are back here having a meeting, getting ready to go out onto their locations. FISA gave the inspection 2 days ago, passed it with only minor changes. Yesterday, the course got that all-important insurance approval. So really, all that's left now is for the cars to go out on the course.
31 truckloads, 900,000 pounds of cars and equipment rolled into Phoenix Wednesday afternoon, fresh from Mexico. It wasn't long before drivers like Stefano Modena were out walking the course, sizing up the quick and the touchy parts.
So we've got a tight section of corners. It's got some long straights. The curve onto the pit straight is going to be difficult. It's not straightforward. I think it's going to be interesting.
Although still in the honeymoon stage, nearly all the drivers and teams seem to like the Phoenix setup.
I'm really impressed. Normally on street circuits it's a compromise, but clearly your streets are nice and wide, and hopefully we'll find some grip. And there's some pretty interesting corners too, some technical stuff.
I'm very happy. I mean, everything is fine, everything is nice, so I think it will be a very good weekend.
Yeah, absolutely superb. I mean, we've never seen garages like this. I mean, to have what looks to me like a purpose-built facility here, I think it's quite outstanding, and we obviously have to congratulate Phoenix for taking such a serious job at making us feel at home here.
Even Formula One boss Bernie Ecclestone was throwing compliments around.
There is no other street circuit that compares to this.
Of course, the big variable in all this is the weather. The predicted temperatures for this weekend just a shade over 100, well below the records, but still plenty hot. Most of the drivers I talked with felt that they could handle the temperatures because of the low humidity. The question is what the effect is going to be on the cars and the tires. Bob?
And how are city residents affected by all this?
Well, most of the people in Phoenix really do not understand very much about Formula One. It's sort of a learning process. They know the city is spending a lot of money, and now they want to see what the result is. There is also what they call a free Friday here, where people can come out on Friday and just sort of inspect things, see what it's like. So I think that'll have a lot to do with how this goes over.
Rick, thank you very much. And ESPN's live coverage of the U.S. Grand Prix will begin at 4:30 Eastern Time this Sunday afternoon. Well, last week we told you that if Ayrton Senna won the pole for the Mexican Grand Prix, he would tie Jim Clark's record of 33. Well, he did it, and his good luck continued in the race itself. There were two starts in this fourth Grand Prix of the year. The first one saw Senna lead Nigel Mansell into the first turn as Senna's teammate Alain Prost dropped back to fourth. Then before the end of lap 1, Stefano Modena crashed, and although it wasn't serious, race stewards decided that a red flag should be brought out, and the race stopped. Start number 2 saw Prost fall in behind Senna with Mansell in third. Now the story of this race was tires. Senna chose a harder compound of Goodyear's on the left side, the same tire used at Rio. Prost used a softer compound, the same one used in Imola, and they blistered. He wanted the harder compound, but miscommunicated with the crew, which forced a second stop and resulted in his 5th place finish. When Mansell's semi-automatic gearbox ran out of oil, he dropped out, and that gave Senna an easy win. Riccardo Patrese finished second in a Williams, his first points of the year. Michele Alboreto drove his Tyrrell to third, his best finish of the year. Ayrton's victory was his 3rd in 4 races and puts him 7 points ahead of Prost in the world standings. After Nigel Mansell won the opening race of the season, many thought this year would be different, but the McLarens have won every race since then, and many people are wondering, can anyone stop the McLarens? Well, FOCA chief Bernie Ecclestone thinks he may be able to. In an article published earlier this week in USA Today, Bernie says he's thinking about a handicap system to restore competition among the Formula One teams. Every time a driver wins a race, he must make an extra pit stop in the following race. 1 win, 1 extra pit stop. 2 wins, 2 extra pit stops, and so on. Ecclestone calls his idea an incentive scheme, not a penalty, an incentive not to win too many Grand Prix. While we don't necessarily endorse the proposal, we wonder if you think that something should be done to slow down the McLarens in Formula One. And that's our question of the week. Dial 1-900-990-9000. If you want to vote yes, the McLaren should be slowed down, press 1. If you want to vote no, the McLaren should not be slowed down, press 2. Each call costs 95 cents, and we'll have the results for you next week on Speed Week. Every 50th caller will receive this special ESPN Speed Week poster. Lines will be open throughout the weekend. And now we turn our attention to stock cars.
Alan Kulwicki led the 42-car field to the starting line as the 30th running of the Coca-Cola 600 got underway. And more than 160,000 fans settled back for some slam-bang action. But they didn't get it, as this race turned out to be much calmer than the Winston. After the first round of pit stops, Harry Gant took charge, but he wouldn't last, blowing the engine before the 150th lap. NASCAR's new rule concerning pit stops under yellow caused pit road to be even more congested, and some, including Terry Labonte, had trouble getting into the pits and had to improvise. Some great racing action here on the 165th lap as Kulwicki tries to put Ken Schrader a lap down. They get 3 wide coming out of 4 with Rick Wilson joining in. Wilson would soon take over the point, but blew a tire later and dropped from contention. A fire in Tracy Leslie's pit just shy of the halfway point brought back memories of Atlanta, but this time nobody got hurt. Darrell Waltrip had fallen off the pace early because of a handling problem, but stayed on the lead lap, and some nifty pit work just past the halfway point fixed the problem.
Broke a sway bar heim joint and didn't know what was wrong with the car for a long time, and the boys, they just diligently worked away in the pits, kept their composure. I drove the car with it broken until we could get it fixed.
It was then time for Waltrip to play the waiting games. He watched the top contenders fall out one by one. Dale Earnhardt's day came to an end because of an ignition problem on lap 223. Davey Allison saw his hopes of a shot at the Winston Million go up in smoke with a blown engine just shy of the 300-lap mark. And Rusty Wallace, who'd run up front all day, retired 306 laps in with a broken valve. Kulwicki appeared to have the best shot at Waltrip. With 29 laps from the end, Allen's engine turned sour, and Darrell turned out the lights, taking the checkered flag ahead of Sterling Marlin for his 2nd straight 600 win and 5th overall.
It's a great accomplishment for my crew and my team, and of course I'm pretty impressed with 5 of them. But it was just a hard day at the office. Had some problems early, and we're able to correct those, and then the car ran flawlessly at the end.
Waltrip pocketed more than $126,000 for the win, not including a $100,000 bonus, and also a shot at the Winston Million in the Southern 500. John Kernan reporting for Speed Week.
If things go right for him, Darrell Waltrip could earn over $3 million this season. He'll collect $1 million if he wins the Southern 500 at Darlington, another $1 million if he wins the Winston Cup, and probably another $1 million in regular season earnings. Now, the closest anyone has ever come to that figure was in 1985 when Bill Elliott won $2.4 million. Remember a year ago at the World 600, the big story involved Goodyear's pullout, leaving Hoosier as the sole tire supplier? Well, Hoosier's recent departure from Winston Cup racing has eliminated the tire wars, but that doesn't mean there are no other items being discussed. Larry Nuber has more.
Perhaps the most significant item concerns potential change in engines. The cars utilize 358 cubic inches and carburetor restrictor plates at 2 tracks to control speeds. Now, those restrictors were used 4 weeks ago at Talladega. And although most vocal drivers were against them and the fans seemed to be anti-plates also, the racing was highly competitive. At a recent informal meeting between officials and crew chiefs, cubic inch reduction was discussed. Reaction was divided and strongly opinionated.
It depends, Larry. It depends on how small you be talking about going. But, you know, the way the situation is right now and the expense of changing to a small engine, I don't think so, after a lot of consideration.
I've never been a real advocate of the restrictor plate. You know, I wish they could slow the cars down aerodynamically somehow. If you're going to go that small in cubic inches, it's going to mean a great expense for the teams, a great expense. Then you may as well go to V6 engines.
Well, I'd favor anything that would eliminate the restrictor plate, because it seemed like no one in the garage area, including the fans, liked the restrictor plate, and it creates a lot of controversy, plus a lot of extra work, and just any way to get rid of that.
I would probably still stick to the restrictor plate.
NASCAR was not comfortable that the discussion became public, prompting 2 engine builders to refuse responding. And note that nothing has been proposed either officially or informally.
From a very speculative Charlotte Motor Speedway and a never completely satisfied Winston Cup Series, for Speed Week, I'm Larry Nuber.
NASCAR competition director Dick Beatty mentioned a figure of 250 cubic inches as the new engine size, but later backed off and said he had no specific figure in mind. 1974 was the last time there was an engine size reduction in NASCAR from 430 to the current 358. This week on the Speed Week calendar, Saturday at 2 o'clock Eastern, live coverage of the Budweiser 200 Busch Grand National race from Dover Downs in Delaware. Points leader Rob Moroso won last Saturday at Charlotte. Sunday at noon Eastern, live coverage of the Budweiser 500 Winston Cup race, also from Dover. Jimmy Spencer will replace a fired Greg Sachs in the Buddy Baker car. Then later Sunday at 4:30 Eastern, the U.S. Grand Prix at Phoenix.
Relive the greatest racing moments of the 50s, 60s, and 70s with Dick Wallen's Racing Classics. 10 great videos. Parnelli, Hurtubise, and all the stars of Indy, Champ Dirt, and Sprint car action. Hot stock car racing running wheel to wheel. Call 1-800-992-VIDEO. 10 thrilling collector videos. Racing's all-time greatest drivers and machines. Visa and MasterCard welcome. Dick Wallen's Racing Classics, just $59.95 each. Order now, 1-800-992-VIDEO. Call 1-800-992-VIDEO.
Phelps, come in here.
The boss? It's those fax machines I bought. He'll say Cleveland and Pittsburgh are still down. We can't get service. I'll say, trying, Mr. Sloan. He'll say, Phelps, you didn't do your homework. With Pitney Bowes fax, we'd have worldwide service from thousands of reps. I'll say, it's Pitney Bowes next time, Mr. Sloan. He'll say, next time. Phelps, you may be wrong for this job. Then I'll say, Phelps.
Don't take chances. Take Pitney Bowes.
Pronto, the fastest growing name in auto parts today. Pronto, featuring quality auto parts at lower prices.
Speed. For some, it's life. Last year, the Motorcraft team won 4 world championships with the same Motorcraft parts you can buy for your car. Motorcraft quality parts from Ford.
When you need to know about auto parts, ask the pro at Pronto.
It's the only Formula One race in the USA. See the United States Grand Prix from Phoenix right after the Budweiser 500, starting Sunday afternoon live on ESPN.
Going into last weekend's IMSA GTP race at Lime Rock, there had been 5 races but only 2 different winners, the Nissan of Jeff Brabham and the Porsche of Bob Wallach and John Andretti. Would this be the third? The brand new V6 twin-turbo Jaguar, which qualified second fastest. Dan Gurney's Group C Toyota, driven by Drake Olson, was pole sitter and held the early lead, despite this incident with Chip Robinson, who was in the second Nissan for manufacturer's points. Olson held the lead until the race's halfway point, but then got held up in the pits because his car had no rear brake lights. IMSA rules dictate you can't leave the pits without at least one working. Apparently, the rough track had worked the wiring loose. The rough track also got the better of the number 67 Busby Porsche. First a broken nose frame, then once it was fixed, John Andretti lost a wheel and the car DNF'd. Meanwhile, Jeff Brabham had taken over the lead, driving the number 84 Nissan with the hopes of winning the $80,000 Camel Pyramid money. When Juan Fangio spun in the new chicane and couldn't be pushed out, a full course yellow bunched the field, giving the second and third place Jags hope. But it wasn't to be. Jeff held off a late race charge by Jan Lammers in the Turbo Jag to record the win, his fourth of the year, worth nearly $115,000. Well, the Walkinshaw racing team was encouraged by the new Jag's performance and had only been tested once prior to the race at Lime Rock. The team says it was just playing it safe this time. There are even better things to come. Well, Brabham was satisfied with his victory but couldn't help thinking about Indy. The car that Fittipaldi won in was the one that was wrecked at Phoenix, the one that Jeff was to have driven in the 500. Well, there are many other races in the Indianapolis area prior to the big one. Here's a sampling of a couple. At the Indiana State Fairgrounds Friday night, the USAC Silver Crown Series put on its annual Hulman Classic, but it was a rough night for Wayne Hammond. After running over a tire, Hammond smacks the first turn wall and flips several times. In the process, the fuel cell separates from the car. However, there was no fire, and Hammond eventually climbed out under his own power. After the restart, number 37 Johnny Parsons and number 16 Rich Vogler put on a torrid battle for the top spot. The two bang wheels on the front stretch on lap 16, with Vogler grabbing the lead and holding that advantage to the checkered. It was on to Indianapolis Raceway Park the next evening for the annual night before the 500 midget race. And if Donnie Adams had trouble walking a straight line, it was no surprise. He bounces off Tice Carlson during the last chance race, sending him into a dizzying multi-spin all upside down. Neither driver was injured. In the feature, local sprint star Jeff Gordon surprised everyone by not only putting in a rare appearance on pavement, but also winning in his midget debut. Also in the Indianapolis area, Bob Fry won the annual Little 500 sprint car race for the third year in a row.
There's a rough road ahead with no end in sight. Quaker State engines don't know when to quit.
Quaker State is quality engineered to exceed every single American, European, and Japanese car maker's U.S. requirements for maximum engine protection.
So pistons are protected from friction mile after mile. Valves are protected from wear year in, year out.
That's why Quaker State engines run strong and run long.
Quaker State engines don't know when to quit.
The big Q stands for quality. Always has, always will.
Moon goes up, sun goes down. I ramble on from town to town. Oh, sweet mama, I sure don't have much. I'm just headed for the mountains. I'm just looking for a bus. Feel. To slip the bounds of nature and powered by an unrelenting force within. The intercooled, turbocharged Dodge Daytona Shelby.
0.0 financing or savings up to $3,000. Dodge, the cars and trucks America wants.
Hold on tight for some down and dirty excitement with the highest flying machines next to a 747. AMA Supercross tonight at midnight on ESPN.
And so the biggest racing weekend of the year is over, and at least the Indy 500 will be on race fans' minds for a long time. The last few laps did prove one thing. There can be wheel-to-wheel, down-to-the-wire finishes. Unfortunately, there was a crash, and we were denied what could have been an even closer finish than in 1982 when Gordon Johncock beat Rick Mears by a fraction of a second. IndyCar racing didn't need the crash, but it did need the excitement that M.O. and Little Al provided for us in those last few laps. One interesting rumor heard at Indianapolis last weekend: Tyler Alexander, who has departed as team manager for Newman Haas, will help former colleague Teddy Mayer form a new Formula One effort for Roger Penske. And again, a reminder, we'll televise the U.S. Grand Prix from Phoenix live Sunday at 4:30 Eastern. Once again, we would like you to tell us if you think something should be done to slow down the McLarens in Formula One racing. Our number is 1-900-990-9000. Then press number 1 if you vote yes, or number 2 if you vote no. Each call costs 95 cents. Each 50th caller wins a Speed Week poster, and we'll have the results next week on Speed Week. And that's it for this edition. We'll see you next week. So long, everyone.
Speed Week is brought to you by Quaker State Motor Oil. The big Q stands for quality, always has, always will. And by Busch Beer, the beer with a taste as smooth as its name.
Springtime in the hills of eastern Tennessee. Traditionally a time of peace in the valley cradling the town of Bristol and Bristol International Dragway. But one weekend each spring, this peaceful valley becomes Thunder Valley, to the crackling thunder of thousands of horsepower unleashed in the hands of the world's fastest drivers. In top fuel, two-time and defending IHRA World Champion Gene Snow, the Ohio-based computer-assisted top fueler of Jim Head, and surprise Winter Nationals winner Pat Dakin. In Nitro Funny Cars, defending IHRA World Champion Ed the Ace McCullough. From California, the tiny but potent Pontiac of Tim Gross. And second-generation drag racer Scott Coletta with his 4,000 horsepower Oldsmobile. In Alcohol Funny Car, Ohio dairy farmer Mark Thomas brings his milk-fed Chevrolet. And from Missouri, veteran alcohol burner Greg Moss. We'll also look at the wild and wheel-standing modifieds. Check out night racing at Bristol and a rebirth of the beautiful bodies of the past. We're staged and ready. Stand by for IHRA action. Bristol International Dragway, the legendary Thunder Valley, nestled in the hills of northern Tennessee, today hosts the silver anniversary edition of the International Hot Rod Association Spring Nationals. Hello, everyone. I'm Bob Barsha, welcoming you to Bristol and our continuing ESPN coverage of the best of IHRA drag racing. Today, it's the 25th annual Spring Nationals, an event that over the years has been graced by some of the greatest names in the sport. Don Garlitz, TV Tommy Ivo, Chris Karamessinis, and Ronnie Sox, to name just a few. With me to analyze this afternoon's activities are ESPN IHRA expert Ted Jones. And Ted, we've got a lot of drivers out here this weekend hoping to put their names in the book with the legends.
Indeed we do. Over 500 entries have come here to Thunder Valley in Bristol, Tennessee. Some new names and some old names. Some of the old names, Gene the Snowman Snow, who ran back here at the first event in 1965. As a matter of fact, he won the Spring Nationals in 1970. Ed the Ace McCullough, the funny car pro, who's qualified #1. Then some of the new names, Ricky Smith, who came here as a spectator in 1965 and was just getting his North Carolina driver's license. Larry Morgan, who's qualified with his Castrol Pro Stalker, #1 in today's field.
It should be a great afternoon of drag racing, and covering the big end, of course, our old friend Brett Kepner.
Well, gentlemen, while this race has a phenomenal amount of history, the performance marks here at the IHRA Spring Nationals have been simply incredible. In Top Fuel Eliminator qualifying, Gene Snow, the defending IHRA World Champion, one of the strongest racers ever to hit this particular track, tied the existing track elapsed time record at 5.11 seconds over 260 miles per hour. In Funny Car Eliminator, Ed the Ace McCullough, another defending world champion on the IHRA Tour, ran 5.45 seconds. That's a new track mark by almost a tenth of a second, erasing one of the oldest track records on the books, a 4-year-old 5:55. In Pro Stock Eliminator, Larry Morgan in the Castrol GTX Oldsmobile of Bob Pinella from California ran 7.50 seconds to lead a field that is separated by only a tenth of a second. And even in Pro Alcohol Funny Car, the incredible poverty-stricken Oldsmobile Cutlass of Pete Gallen ran 6.25 seconds to lead this incredible field, only 0.04 of a second away from a track record. Believe me when I tell you, the action is going to be incredible here at the 25th anniversary IHRA Spring Nationals. Back to you, gentlemen.
ESPN Speed World coverage of the 25th anniversary IHRA Spring Nationals is brought to you by Quaker State Motor Oil. The big Q stands for quality, always has, always will. By Busch Beer, the beer with a taste as smooth as its name. And by Drag Review Magazine, all you need to know about drag racing. Quarterfinal action in pro stocks staged and ready when we return to Bristol, Tennessee after this. Back at Bristol, Tennessee, where we're ready for quarterfinal action in Pro Stock. But first, we'd like to show you an upset in the first round as four-time Pro Stock world champion Ricky Smith got beat, Ted.
Ricky Smith had a hole shot strapped on him by Terry Adams, something very unusual. Normally, Ricky was first off the line. This time, Terry beat him, even though Ricky's ET was quicker.
Well, that was a big one for you, Terry Adams. Beat the world champ 757 to his quicker 756.
Well, I knew the all-pro Pontiac D&L leasing car, it was going to be a tough run, and we had to take a gamble, and it paid off.
Well, it wasn't just a small hole shot either. You were way out in front of him.
Well, we needed a hole shot, and we'll get a grip on it.
Indeed, they will. Now on to the quarterfinals, where young Terry Adams out of North Wilkesboro, North Carolina, took on John Noble out of Melville, New York.
Well, Terry's on a real march after putting Ricky down. You can bet he's fired up for this one. Terry qualified 15th in this race, and so he wasn't supposed to get beyond first round. Noble, on the other hand, qualified in the 10th position and should be the favorite winner in this matchup.
We might point out that Ricky Smith is not only defending world champion, but he was the second qualifier in his field. So the car's working well for Ricky, but he just hadn't been able to get it together thus far. Now it's Adams in the far lane against Noble in the near lane. Adams has one of only two mountain motors in this field with more than 600 cubic inches. He gets off the line well and gets about half a car length early on Noble. But I can't call that one, Ted.
I believe that John Noble has upset Terry Adams. The upsets continue to roll on. Let's take another look at them right now. They're side by side going straight down the course with no problem. They both grab high gear and strain for it. Let's take a look at the finish line and freeze them. Yes, John Noble.
That was a drag race, and here's Brett Kepner.
John, this is turning into a battle of upsets already. We saw Terry Adams beat world champ Ricky Smith in the first round. Now you beat the guy who beats the world champ, 58 to a 63.
Oh, God. I don't know what to say. Jerry Haas car and Bob Ingles more than, I don't know, I'm doing my best, I guess.
Well, I'll tell you, this is only, what, your first real full year of pro stock racing.
Well, we ran a different car last year. This is definitely the first time. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say.
Well, we'll just see you in the next round, guy.
Okay. Thank you.
And if John Noble keeps running like that, he better get used to talking to television. Our next matchup, we'll see Darrell Alderman out of Moorhead, Kentucky, going up against Mark Powick from Medina, Ohio.
Darrell Alderman, completely backed by Chrysler Corporation. They call him Mr. Dodge. On the other hand, Powick will be driving an Oldsmobile.
Quickly, they are away. It looks like Powick maybe got the whole shot there, but they are side by side as they pass half track. Let's see who gets it. I think Alderman, yes.
What a drag race. Once again, side by side. Let's take another look at it. Both of them straight off the line. They're right side by side, rushing down to the finish line. A perfect race. It goes right down to the wire.
And despite getting left at the line, it's the Dodge of Darrell Alderman that advances. Our third matchup will have Larry Morgan in the left lane out of Newark, Ohio, up against Joe Clark from Springfield, Virginia. Looked like Clark got away first, but the number one qualifier, Morgan, looks like he's going to drive around, and he does.
Well, Larry Morgan wins it. Look at the reaction time of 0.83, first off the line, and held the lead all the way down.
And now our last matchup of Pro Stock quarterfinals. We'll see one of the most successful Pro Stock drivers of the last decade, Warren Johnson out of Duluth, Georgia, going up against the only other mountain motored car in the field, and it's Tim Neighbors out of Lawrenceville, Georgia.
Neighbors hot off that win down at Darlington. You can bet he's up, and he'd love to bump off WJ.
And they are away clean. Neighbors carries the wheels all the way to the end of the concrete launch pad. Warren Johnson just outside his right side window. Johnson.
What a drag race. Warren Johnson, an incredible 7:49. The crew's elated about that one. Take another look at it. Warren Johnson right beside Neighbors. Now, the mountain motor of Neighbors should rule on top end, but Warren Johnson pulls out an incredible 184.
Everybody thought that the left-hand lane was going to be the better one before elimination started. What happened?
Well, the left-hand lane's got a few bumps in it, and we feel that real high-power cars like Tim's may have a slight disadvantage in that. You know, their big cubic inch thing may just get a little bit loose, and I felt that I moved on him a little bit when he hit the bumps.
And by virtue of his better elapsed time, Warren Johnson will have lane choice over John Noble in the semis. We'll see if he takes the right lane again. Larry Morgan will have lane choice against Darrell Alderman. We move on to quarterfinal action in alcohol funny cars, and these are fun to watch. We'll have Chuck Cheeseman in our first matchup, who was the number 5 qualifier in the field. He'll be up against Terry Mullins, the number 4 qualifier.
Well, Cheeseman very popular with the crowd because of that all Chevrolet Corvette funny car based out of Columbus, Ohio. Mullins, on the other hand, driving out of Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Mullins is a former drag boat racer, and he gets a little sideways off the launch pad, but he stays in it and wins. An easy win for Terry Mullins, a 6:29, very respectable, Bob. The second matchup is Don DeFluter racing out of Kent, Ohio, up against Greg Moss from Benton, Missouri. Well, Moss the boss could strap one on DeFluter here very easily, and he's out first.
The two are away quickly, but it's the left lane once again as Greg Moss pulls a couple of car lengths and beats Don DeFluter.
Greg Moss turns in a very respectable 6:27. Look at the speed, 221 miles per hour.
A close look at the blower on top of one of these 3,000 horsepower alcohol funny cars. Our third matchup, Mark Thomas, the dairy farmer from Louisville, Ohio, who gets the whole shot over Danny Nimmo and holds it to the end of the strip.
A great job for Mark Thomas. Look at the 6.30 for the Real Dairy Products car over Dan Nimmo.
Now let's go back to first round action and show you something very special. This is Peter Gallen out of Newton Square, Pennsylvania, one of only 2 sub-6-second alcohol funny cars in the world. In the first round, he matched up against young Scott Wise and absolutely blew him out of Thunder Valley. 6.221 seconds is a new track record for Peter Gallen.
Hold the clutch in.
Well, Pete, I know you shut the engine off early on that run, but a 6:22 erases a track record 6:24 of Ace Manzo. What a ride in the heat of the day.
Yeah, it was a little skatey out there for us. Usually for first round, Rich usually goes a little soft on the card, so we get a handle on track conditions. Last night, it was loose, real loose, and we didn't want that to cost us a race, so Rich has got it calmed down. We don't have that many laps on this combination, so we're trying to sneak up on it. We're real happy with that.
With a track record in that first run, I guess he ought to be. Now back to quarterfinal action, where number 1 qualifier Peter Gallen in poverty-stricken is up against number 9 qualifier Phil Sebring. They are away. Looked like Sebring in the left lane got the whole shot, but look at Peter Gallen come on. He's already got a car length, and he extends it to the end of the strip.
Pete Gallen, look at the ET. There goes the track record again, a 6:21. He's hit it again. Peter Gallen in the Haviland Texaco Oldsmobile.
And so with that new track record, Gallen will have easy lane choice over Terry Mullins in semifinals of alcohol funny cars. Greg Moss will also have lane choice over Mark Thomas. We're going to take a quick timeout here at Bristol, Tennessee, and when we return, we'll take a look at the latest rage in IHRA funny car action, nostalgia, the return of the muscle cars, and meet the original Diamond Dave. Stay with us. If you've been following our IHRA telecasts here on ESPN, you know that the latest trend in IHRA drag racing is the return of the nostalgia car. Today's drag racing technology cloaked in the beautiful bodies of yesterday. For a look at the newest member of the fleet of nostalgia cars, here's Brett Kepner.
At the season-opening Winter Nationals in Darlington, South Carolina, Tom the Mongoose McEwen debuted his one-of-a-kind 1957 Chevy Bel Air nitro-burning funny car. With IHRA's new rules that allow virtually any year body to compete, another driver decided to pick up on this incredible nostalgia craze with the supercharged nitro-burning floppers. Diamond Dave Miller, a longtime Top Fuel dragster campaigner, the IHRA Trail decided to create a Ford counterpart to McEwen's Chevrolet, a 1955 Ford Thunderbird that is another absolute masterpiece. Well, this machine has already made its maiden voyages at this particular event, and although it didn't qualify, the response from the media and the fans was incredible. You're anticipating that same kind of response when you line up against McEwen somewhere down the line?
Oh, most definitely. I'm not displeased at all of our showmanship this weekend. We put this car together finally a week ago and made 1 run. This week we made 3 runs, and I went from running nothing a week ago, or let's put it 8 days ago now, to running 670. I have never sat in a funny car in my life until today, or this week.
And there are more and more of these nostalgia cars coming online in IHRA drag racing. Check out an IHRA weekend near you and see them for yourself. They are really something. Time now for quarterfinal action in Nitro Funny Car, and this first matchup should be a good one. Tim Gross out of Saugus, California, in the only Pontiac Grand Prix Funny Car you're ever likely to see, at least not this year. He will be up against D.A. Santucci from Glen Willard, Pennsylvania, near Pittsburgh, and Brett Kepner talked to him.
Well, this particular track, the tuning advantage certainly comes in, but the starting line here this weekend seems like it's better than it's ever been. Are you going to be able to really lean on the Blackmagic Ford?
Matter of fact, today, that's what we're going to have to do. We got caught in the second round. We were a little bit lazy on it because we were banking on it wasn't, and I found Bristol to be about as best it's ever been this year.
And so the matchup of the late model Thunderbird and the brand new Pontiac Grand Prix. They are away, and Gross gets sideways. Santucci shuts off, but Tim Gross struggles to get his car back under control. What a ride!
What a driving job by Tim Gross. A 705 at 160, but look at the driving job he does. Let's take another look at this. You'll see Gross's clutch right there locks up, giving complete horsepower down to the track. Gross doesn't lift. He stays right in it. First to the left, then to the right, still standing in it. He will not lift. Meanwhile, it looks like Santucci went up in smoke and has shut it down. Let's take one more look at it now. Watch when that clutch locks up and delivers 3,000 horsepower down to the pavement. The pavement just can't hold it. What a driving job by Gross as he just stands in it all the way down to take the win.
Tim, that was one of the wildest rides you've taken in a long time. This thing was sideways all the way, 705 at 160.
You know, obviously, what happened was when I locked my first stage up, probably about 200-foot mark, it spun the tire real bad, and simultaneously it started to shake pretty good, too. When it turned on me, I noticed DA still wasn't there, so I tried to backpedal it and all that, and every time I tried to squeeze back in the throttle, it just got worse from there.
Our next matchup will see R.C. Sherman against young Scott Kalita, the second-generation racer from Ypsilanti, California. Sherman out first, but he smokes the tires. Scott keeps his foot in it and wins easily.
Well, that time it broke loose on the second stage of the clutch. His track just will not hold all that horsepower.
And our next matchup will see 47-year-old Eddie Ace McCullough, the IHRA Nitro Funny Car champion, up against this man, Tinker Toy Art Hendy from Purdue, California.
Let's watch for a big top-end charge out of the Miller Oldsmobile of McCullough. Federley has that thing tuned up. It ran 267 in qualifying.
Bernie Federley, chief mechanic for Ed the Ace McCullough, the defending champion. They get away cleanly, but Hendy slides over to the center line. Smoking the tires is Ed McCullough, but Art Hendy crossed the center line, and he'll be disqualified. Give it to McCullough.
In the process of crossing the center line, you see the pieces right there on the track. That was the center reflectors. During the replay, we'll notice now that Hendy starts drifting over as the tires break loose toward that center line. I don't believe McCullough even knows Hendy's over there. There go the 8-mile lights, the foam pieces that have reflectors mounted in them. McCullough's still driving. He's broken loose, too, trying to keep the car corrected. He knows Hendy's not in front of him, so he continues to stand in it. A different view of the replay will show Hendy moving over one more time toward those 8-mile center lights. McCullough breaking loose, spinning, still standing in it, wanting to stay out front of it as long as he doesn't see Hendy. So we'll stop, replace those center reflectors wrapped in foam, and get underway one more time.
Well, Ed, this track is obviously pretty tricky all of a sudden, but I don't know if you know it or not, but Art Hendy was within inches of you down there at about the half-track mark.
I never did see him.
He crossed the center line, came incredibly close to the Miller High Life Olds.
Yeah, well, you know, I think, you know, I got out there pretty good. Thing left the starting line pretty good. We were on a pretty good pass.
592, 225, I heard you getting in and out of it down there.
Yeah, well, when it kicked the tire loose, you know, it was all over, but I didn't know where he was at.
In the final run in the quarterfinals, Tony McCallum from Hayward, California, punched out the Hawaiian Punch Dodge of Roland Long, driven by Jim White. You see White up in smoke.
Tony McCallum, one of the small but growing number of black drivers in professional drag racing. He will have lane choice over Tim Gross when we get to the semifinals. Scott Kalita will have lane choice over Ed the Ace McCullough. When we return to Bristol International Dragway, we'll meet the true source of Thunder in the Valley. Quarterfinal action in nitro-burning top-fuel dragsters coming your way next.
The thinking that went into your Firestone tires took a lot of different tracks. At the toughest tracks in the country, we run in all sorts of competitions. We race a lot. We learn a lot. And it all goes into every Firestone tire we make. Firestone. Watch us. We're on the move.
Got Firestones again, huh?
I've got a one-track mind.
Not only do we know a lot about the products in our store, but we know our customers.
Save during our summer sale on Black & Decker's new Power Cordless Ratchet Kit. Drives nuts and bolts easily, even in close quarters, only $39.99. And get the new Weed Eater gas trimmer, 15-inch cut, auto line feed, balanced for easy handling, only $87.88. At your local coast-to-coast and home and auto stores.
Coast to coast, home and auto.
Back at Bristol, Tennessee, Bob Barsha, Ted Jones, and Brett Kepner with you for quarterfinal action in Top Fuel. And our first matchup will have two-time and defending IHRA World Champion Gene Snow up against Richard Holcomb out of Stockbridge, Georgia. They are away. Snow carries the wheels off the end of the launch pad and drives away from Holcomb.
Perhaps the Snowman is back on top with a respectable 5:21.243. The next pair coming up was the closest race of the entire weekend. Watch this identical 5.337 mile-an-hour runs. You try and figure out who won this race at the finish line.
Donnie, a phenomenal race. Literally a matter of thousands down here at the finish line. Both cars at 5:33, but you ran top speed of the event, 271 miles an hour trying to catch him.
Well, you know, it wasn't enough, I guess, was it?
Well, both reaction times were under 500, so it wasn't like anybody was seriously late.
No. It's just, you know, these things are... Some you win, some you don't.
Did you ever think, though, 25 years ago when you were here at Bristol at the original event that you'd be seeing 270 mile-an-hour speeds on this track?
No, never thought that.
Coletta ran 271.05 on that run, but back in 1965 with the old front-engine smoking bounty hunter, Coletta would be lucky to break 160.
Our next matchup will see 28-year Top Fuel veteran Hank Endres in the left lane up against Jack Ostrander. They are away. Ostrander with the lead. We'll see if he can hold it, and it looks like he does.
Another incredible side-by-side race in Top Fuel. Ostrander a 5:27, Endres a 5:33.
And a great race it was, despite the disappointment to Hank Endres, who's been doing this for a long, long time. Our final matchup in Top Fuel will see Dennis Porcel, the number 5 qualifier, against the winner of the Winter Nationals earlier this spring, Pat Dakin. The cars are staged. They're away. It looks like maybe Porcel got the whole shot, but Dakin quickly opens up a half-car length lead, holds it to the finish at 5:293, 266 miles per hour. And so, when we come back for semifinal action, Gene Snow will have lane choice over Dakin, and Jack Ostrander lane choice over Jim Head. Now, with a crowd of over 20,000 on a beautiful day here in Bristol, Tennessee, it's time for sportsman racing. And our special feature this week is on the modified eliminator class. Here's Brett Kepner.
There's no question that Southeastern drag racing fans love full-body drag racing vehicles. It's one of the reasons that the funny cars, the pro stockers, and the top sportsman cars got their start down here in the southeastern part of the country. There's one category in IHRA racing that you can't find anywhere else that the fans absolutely love. It's the high-winded, wheel-standing, gear-jamming action you can only see in modified eliminator. These cars are as unique as the people that build them. One thing's for sure, the southeastern fans love these race cars. Bill Smith's North Carolina-based Mount Vernon Produce Chevy Nova is the classic example of modified racing, but this engine is what dominates this eliminator category. The small block Chevy engine, better known as a mouse motor. This one in particular, a classic example, only 280 cubic inches in displacement, one 4-barrel carburetor restricted to 750 CFM, and a lot of horsepower from a very, very small V8 engine. One aspect of modified racing that stands out above any other class is the use of fully manual transmissions, 4-speed transmissions in particular. Even though automatic transmissions are legal for this eliminator category, most drivers wouldn't think of doing anything but banging a 4-speed going down the racetrack.
We follow Bill Smith right up to the starting line now as he goes against Steve Motter from Albemarle, Diacona Modified. Watch the handicap in the tree, and you'll see the foul start. Foul starts are not unusual in modified eliminator because there is a handicap in that tree, which is computer controlled. These guys are dialed in on their quickest qualifying time, and the idea is you have to wait on the green light. We'll follow Bill Smith right into the next round of competition, this time against Danny Stanton in his A Econo Altered. You'll see both of them starting. Now watch for the tree again. This time Smith's side comes down first. He leads up. He got the foul start. Smith loses. There's another kind of modified car. That's the open body cars running the same eliminator, and Brett Kepner takes a look at those.
Well, most of the classes within Modified are composed of full-body passenger car divisions. There's one other class that has one of the most unusual vehicles in all of drag racing in it. This is a 1967 Chevy Corvette. Don't believe me? Well, that's what the IHRA tech officials consider this dragster when it pulls through the gates. This machine runs in G Econo Dragster Division. It's one of the most restricted in all of the motorsports. Now, normally you think of dragsters, you think of unlimited competition. Well, this thing has to use a factory stock engine. The engine in this dragster, Kenny Bray's Strange Magic, the national record holder for this class, is from a 1967 427 Corvette. It's a 425 horsepower engine with an automatic transmission that all came from the factory originally. Yet this thing can run 8.2 seconds over 160 miles per hour on gasoline with a motor that's factory stock.
And these cars are fun to watch. Let's pick up Kenny Bray's activity this weekend in the third round of Modified Eliminator, but he'll put that, well, Corvette, it's supposed to be, up against Decky Crowder.
Crowder driving a C Altered. There's the handicap of the tree. We've got a good green light start.
And one of the best things about the handicaps is that the other driver has to come around, and here you see Kenny Bray doing it, and he beats Decky to the finish.
That means Kenny Bray with an 8:53 lap time will get to move into the semifinal round of competition against Les Ames, left with an A modified stock entry.
We should probably point out as well, Ted, that not only do you have to wait on that handicap Christmas tree, but you also cannot go any faster than that qualifying mark that's called the dial-in. Go any faster than 8.9 seconds in the case of Kenny Bray, and you can lose by going too fast.
There's the handicap staggered start and another foul light. The pressure was on Bray. He just couldn't wait it out.
And you can tell he knew it too, Ted, because he shut it off, did Kenny Bray. And so Les Ames goes on to the finals, an uncontested winner in the semis. Now in that final round, Ames went up against the pride of Spartanburg, South Carolina, Clay Hare.
Les Ames got the lead first with the weaker A-modified stock car, and the handicap. Clay Hare will try and track him down in only 1,320 feet. Can he do it? Yes. Clay Hare, the modified champion with the V-altered car out of Spartanburg. And in factory modified, Rick Horde won with an 861. Quick Rob was Royce Miller, an 894 on an 890 dial-in. Super stock winner Steve McCrary. Super Rod Greg Ralph. Hot Rod Jim Dudas, a 1091 on a 1090 dial-in. Stock Arthur Morris. Top sportsman Jeff Whittle. Motorcycle winner was Tony Moscow.
Time now for a new feature in our IHRA programming, International Hot Rod Hits. Now, with literally hundreds of sportsman cars showing up every weekend for IHRA bracket racing, sometimes the action gets a little hairy. Case in point, watch the red car in the right lane. This is Ken Kirsten trying to qualify his Camaro. Look out, Kenny! Whoa, home videographer Jill Revillis gets a close-up look at a sportsman car. Hey, you either got to run with the big dogs or stay on the porch, right? When we come back, semifinal action in the pro classes at the 25th Annual Spring Nationals.
Fugitive hunter Tommy Nowak is used to tough guys and ex-cons.
My job. Oh, he's good. Track him in stature. He's so good, he's got to die. I know you from...
It's young women that take him for a ride.
Could you hold that a second?
Clint Eastwood, Bernadette Peters.
Aren't you going to handcuff me? Aren't you into that?
Lady, I don't even like starching my collars. Pink Cadillac, rated PG-13. Now playing at a theater near you. For every man who wears Brute, there's a woman who loves what he smells like. Because there's something about Brute that's nice to be close to. And nobody knows that better than a woman.
Hello? Honey, I was just thinking about you.
Brute cologne, deodorant, and everything else. Brute, it smells like a man.
It's time to play ball. Unbelievable play! ESPN is your box seat for live college baseball featuring the nation's top teams and heaviest hitters. College baseball's elite battle for a chance to be the best. The quest for the national championship begins Friday at the NCAA College World Series, live on ESPN.
Back at Bristol International Dragway, where we're ready for semifinal action now in pro stock. In our first matchup, we'll have Darrell Alderman up against Larry Morgan.
Morgan, driving the Castrol GTX Oldsmobile out of Newark, Ohio, will be going against Mr. Dodge, Darrell Alderman. This should be a real tight race, Bob.
As the heat of the day builds up, hard to figure lane choice. They are staged in a way. Look like Alderman getting a little squirrely off the concrete launch pad at half track. He has about a bumper lead. Can he hold it? Yes, Darrell Alderman beats the top qualifier.
Now that was a drag race. Alderman went a 7:54, but listen to this. Morgan goes a 7:49. You're going to see why right here as Morgan left the line late. Alderman with a 0.86 reaction time, and that was the entire story. He got out on first.
Unbelievable driving job, and you know this racetrack as well, if not better than anybody, the 1986 winner. What are you going to do in the final with this humidity creeping up on us?
I don't know. We're just going to have to tune a little better, Brett. I hope that they can get a little more out of it, because I know Warren's going to run in the 40s, probably mid-40s.
Well, these kind of whole-shot upsets, you may not be racing Warren Johnson. We'll wait and see. Good luck.
All right. Thank you.
And now we'll find that out as Warren Johnson goes up against John Noble. They are away together. Look like Noble got the whole shot, but Noble slows. He's broken. Warren Johnson will have an easy ride into the pro stock final.
Indeed, Noble did get the whole shot. A 0.73 to Johnson's 1:45. Johnson may have been in trouble.
And Johnson, by virtue of the faster time, will now have lane choice against Darrell Alderman in the pro stock final. Let's move now to alcohol funny cars. You see Mark Thomas and Greg Moss. This is a matchup of the final at the Winter Nationals earlier this year at Darlington. Moss away quickly. Can Thomas run him down? Let's see. No.
What a drag race. Greg Moss with a 6:26, 216 miles per hour. Here comes Moss down through there against Thomas. It's going to be a high gear charge. A well-driven race by Moss, the boss, as he'll move into the final.
And now we'll see who he will meet in that final as Peter Galen goes up against Terry Mullins. 6.262 seconds, the time to beat set by Greg Moss. The cars are away. Looks like Galen got a huge jump at the start, but Mullins is right there in his door handle. Wow. Galen the winner.
Oh, what a race. A 6:26 to a 6:25. Watch them charge down on the finish line. Now you can't really tell who won the race.
Well, Pete, even though the machine obviously shook, you were both all over the track. A whole shot against the wind. Your driving is what was responsible. But along with that 6:26, a new track speed record. You got Arnie Karp's mark at 225 miles an hour.
Well, we have the utmost respect for Terry Mullins and most of the guys that are here today, and we knew it would take everything it had. We weren't sure that the track could take it, and we did what we could to try to win a race, and luckily for us, we won the race.
Indeed, they won the race, but by 1/1000th of a second, Peter Galen lost lane choice to Greg Moss. This should be a great alcohol final. When we return to Bristol, we'll have a look at Spring Nationals past and semifinal action in Nitro Funny Cars.
You'll find spark plug wires like these on racing engines all over the world. The Moroso Blue Max Spiral Core spark plug wires. Racing engine builders know that Blue Max Spiral Core delivers full voltage to the plugs without static interference. But what does that mean for your car? Blue Max Spiral Core. Plug wires from Moroso. Race proven.
Stock your home with household basics from True Value Hardware stores. Seal out air and moisture with tucked cloth duct tape. Get a 2-inch by 60-yard roll in brown or silver for just $3.48. Then get one ladder for all your household chores, the Werner 12-foot Multi-Master. This lightweight aluminum ladder features a multi-lock hinge for easy conversion, and it's only $119.95 at participating True Value Hardware stores and home centers.
As long as there have been barbecues, there have also been flare-ups. And as long as there have been flare-ups, man has invented ways to stop them. Now there's Charbroil with their new Flare Fighter grill. Its unique shutter grid puts the clamps on flare-ups with a flick of a wrist. Because you can't cook a great steak if it's on fire. Charbroil, we work best when the heat is on.
Over 25 years of Spring Nationals drag racing, there have been some historic moments, and I'm sure there's some happy memories for you, Ted.
Front engine dragsters that smoked the tires through the whole quarter mile. Don Perdome when he drove a Top Fuel dragster back in 1967. Remember Miss Spring Nationals placing the Drag City Monument down? Cheryl Greer, who's back out at Thunder Valley now after a short stint of retirement. Big Daddy Don Garlitz in the first rear-engine Top Fuel dragster. Don the Snake Perdome, first to break the 260-mile-per-hour barrier, moved over to a funny car, and one of the favorites of all time, Dale Pauldie in the War Eagle.
And we're about to make more history here at the Spring Nationals as we move to semifinal action in Nitro Funny Car. You're looking at Tony McCallum, contractor from Haywood, California, up against Tim Gross, a fellow Californian from Saugus. McCallum hoping to become the first black driver to make a Nitro Funny Car final.
Well, Tim Gross did a remarkable driving job last round.
They are away. Gross has the whole shot. And Gross getting way over by the wall, and it looks like McCallum will drive through and make that final.
Tony McCallum will move into the final. Look at the elated crew. Gross still did a remarkable driving job, though, on this one. He got right over beside the wall. What's happening here? The tires are slipping only on one side. There you see the little bit of haze of smoke that moves him over. He tries to stay in the drag race, but McCallum drove it perfectly.
Boy, it was a surprise when McCallum took the right lane. They have preferred the left all day, but obviously had something in mind. Next round, Ed the Ace McCullough. This is the IHRA World Champion. He is going up against the youthful exuberance of Scott Coletta, son of the legendary Connie Coletta.
Scott Coletta is on his third engine this weekend. He's having a lot of mechanical problems, Bob.
And I believe 3 is all he's brought, so he'll have to protect this one. They are away. Looked like McCullough in the near lane got the whole shot. Coletta smokes the tires while in the lead, but he hangs on.
We may have some bad news for Mr. Coletta. There was some tire smoke. I think there's some engine smoke mixed in with that tire smoke. He comes off the pad. You see the little bobble right there. Now watch very closely. See the tire smoke lingering? You've got engine smoke. There's some engine damage there.
A great race, and it's going to be a great final. McCallum will have lane choice when the funny cars go to the line for the final. And we'll be bringing that final to you once we get Top Fuel cars squared away. Semifinal action in Top Fuel coming up next.
Your VCR is about to explode as man and machine wreak havoc. The world's best push their talents to the edge and beyond. The action is brutal. The danger is real. The name of the game is survival, and not everyone can play. You will be there. You'll see it all. Sports cars, stockers, off-road, motorcycles. 60 radical minutes of mechanical mayhem and motorized madness. This is the best and most exciting racing action video you will ever see. Others may imitate, but you're watching the original Havoc. Up in the air or down in the mud, it's all pure Havoc. Order now. Call 1-800-847-7000. COD orders. Send $39.95 plus $3 shipping and handling to Power Sports, P.O. Box 6838, Encino, California 91416. Order now. This is a limited offer.
Ted Jones and Brett Kettner with you at Bristol, Tennessee for semifinal action now in Top Fuel. Our first matchup, we'll see Jim Head out of Westerville, Ohio, going up against Jack Ostrander from Michigan.
Well, remember, Jim Head is really lucky to be here. He had that super close call with Connie Coletta. Ostrander, on the other hand, took a win over Hank Indris.
Now, throughout the eliminations, Head has been a quick starter. He's got reaction times in the area of 0.75, 0.77. Let's see what he can do here. Both cars are staged. Head is away. Looks like he's got the lead, but he smokes the tires. But Ostrander is broken. And so despite shaving the tires, it looks like Head is going to have an easy coast into the final.
Head literally shut the car down and goes to a 767 ET, which normally wouldn't win anything. But because he got such a strong start and did stay in it, he pulls this one out. We'll look one more time at Head breaking loose right here. He stands in it long enough. Ostrander is shut completely down. Head can literally coast to the finish line and win.
Well, Jim, you've proven that you have the power, but sometimes you got to take the luck with it. That was a wild one. Ostrander launched pretty cleanly, but broke only about 100 feet out while you were completely sideways.
Yeah. I noticed. I'd rather have the luck than the power.
At that point, I guess you never saw him?
No, I never did see Jack, but I have a fuel system that doesn't allow me to engage it again once I've lifted, so I just had to lift and...
So you couldn't get back in and out of it?
No, it cost me a motor every time I do it.
And in our second semifinal matchup in Top Fuel, we'll have Pat Dakin, who came out of 10 years of retirement to win the Winter Nationals in Darlington, South Carolina earlier this year. There, a look at the fuel coupling on these enormous 4,000 horsepower engines. In fact, I'm guessing they're 4,000 since there's no dynamometer in the world that can measure the horsepower of these cars. He will be up against Gene Snow, the world champion in Top Fuel.
Dakin only ran a 5.34 in the first round of competition. Snow cranked out a 5.21, so you've got to figure Snow is on the comeback trail to another championship.
The cars are both staged their way. It looked like Dakin and their lead had the advantage, and he certainly does, as both cars smoke their tires, but Gene Snow smoked them terminally. Pat Dakin advances.
With all the tire smoke, Pat Dakin still pulled out a 583 ET. You'll see Dakin start smoking the tires first. Then Gene Snow comes off the end of the pad. That breaks him loose. A tremendous amount of tire smoke. Lifts once, back into it, and can't go anywhere.
You know, somebody's going to have to prove to us that you've been out of this sport for 10 years. Gene Snow just boiled the tires instantaneously. You had a lot of tire smoke problems yourself, but you stayed in it. A high 5-second run. It'll be good enough for lane choice in the final. It might be important.
Yeah, I hope so. I don't know what happened. It just tore my head off. It shook so bad I couldn't see or anything. I got completely out of the throttle and then got back in it because I didn't see him. And, you know, important in races this is, as well as we're doing with the IHR right now, I didn't want to take the chance of him coming around me.
In fact, Pat Dakin looking at an opportunity here to open up a big lead in the World Championship standings in the final. Time now for a track fact, brought to you by Quaker State Motor Oil. The big Q stands for quality. Always has, always will.
The control room of the timing tower here at Bristol International Dragway has always housed all the timing equipment. In fact, this particular room is where the race is actually directed. However, brand new equipment in the timing tower here for the 25th Annual Spring Nationals at Bristol has created a brand new level of electronic accuracy in drag racing. This is the new TSI Super System created by Tom Hagen of TSI Electronics, an ex-racer who now creates some of the timing systems for most of the nation's drag strips. Now, this brand new computer system gives out more information and clocks runs more accurately than any system before it. Now, not only does this computer screen feed vehicle information to the announcers and to the media, but indeed the spaces over on the right-hand side indicate elapsed time progression systems that clock a car off the starting line at the 60-foot interval, 330 feet down the racetrack, at half track or the 8th mile mark, down at the 990-foot marker, and, of course, the quarter-mile elapsed time and speed. Even more importantly, it gives out something brand new, an 8th mile speed reading. In other words, how fast these vehicles are going halfway down the racetrack. Now, along with this computer screen, which obviously gives access to each run, down at the bottom it posts current qualifying standings, so an announcer or the media can see who's where in a glance. The electronic information recorded is stored in the hard disks of the computer bag for the TSI Super System. But up here, as you can see, an electronic printout is made of each and every run. Indeed, this can be used by statisticians in the tower to verify qualifying times or to make elimination ladder sheets for the actual race. In any case, the brand new TSI Super System has made life a lot easier in the control room for the officials, and it's certainly a big step in accuracy for the racers.
Get this T-shirt free with a special TV offer for Drag Review, the official magazine of the International Hot Rod Association. 24 action-packed issues, only $29.95 plus IHRA membership. Call now. Order Drag Review and get a free IHRA T-shirt. Drag Review, 24 issues, only $29.95.
Call now, 1-800-554-9000. Use Visa or MasterCard. Tell operator your T-shirt size. Have your credit card ready. Call 1-800-554-9000.
Come on along and head for the mountains of Bush Big. Head for the mountains, it's cold and it's smooth and it's waiting for you. Come on, head for the mountains of Bush Big. Bush Big.
It's the only Formula One race in the USA. See the United States Grand Prix from Phoenix right after the Budweiser 500, starting Sunday afternoon live on ESPN.
One of the unique elements of every International Hot Rod Association show is night drag racing, incorporating the final round of qualifying for all of the pro categories. Night racing is great fun for the fans as well, because they can not only hear and feel the visceral excitement of drag racing, they can see it. This is what the IHRA calls its Night of Fire, which features the ever-popular jet dragsters. And on this particular night at the 25th anniversary Spring Nationals, a special fireworks salute to the International Hot Rod Association. "25 historic years of drag racing at Thunder Valley, and the best is yet to come." Pro stock final for $10,000, matching Darrell Alderman in the right lane against Warren Johnson. The cars are staged their way. Look like Alderman got the whole shot. Gets a little bit squirrely, but at half track, he has the lead. Can Warren Johnson get there? I don't think so. But no, Warren Johnson wins.
Warren Johnson with a very impressive 7.50. Top end speed, and that's the key, 184.19. Alderman did get out first with a 0.72. Warren Johnson now is going to pull right beside him. This is where that top end horsepower will begin to pay off. Watch as he approaches the finish line. He'll nip Alderman by only a few inches.
Warren, this was one case when your superior elapsed times almost didn't come in handy.
Boy.
Big hole shot for Darrell Alderman.
You got that right. We lost the clutch right on the starting line. Behind the starting line, it just shuddered, and we figured, oh, man, this is all over. So we just nursed it up to the starting line, hoping it would hold. And we just got it, I think.
It was a 750 to a 756 in ET, but the true win margin was 0.02 of a second.
Oh, I thought it was real close.
Well, it's going to be hard to beat a drag race like that. Now it's time for the pilots in the Alcohol Funny Car Final to try it. And you're looking at one of the fastest alcohol funny cars of all time, Peter Gallen. His opponent in the final round will be Greg Moss.
Moss turned in a 6.26 in the semifinal round, so he is definitely a force to be reckoned with. Remember, Moss is hot off that runner-up finish at Darlington.
Moss in the near lane, Gallen in the far lane. As the cars creep up, the staging lights are on. They are away, and it's a clean start. Gallen carries the wheels off the launch pad. They are side by side. I think Gallen got it.
Gallen wins it with a 6.30, 223 miles per hour. When we look at the replay, we'll see about halfway down the track what's going to happen. Moss is actually out. You see Gallen weave. Now watch Moss. That little weave at about the 8th mile is all it took for Moss to fall behind and Gallen to get out front. He could not come back around as Gallen sustains the win by about a half a car.
Rod action, quick rod. What a handful. Oh.
You weren't the only one doing the driving out there, I'll tell you. Greg Voss was just as sideways as you were, but what a race. 6:30 to a 6:34, and the Bobbity-Stricken machine comes back to winning.
Well, I'll tell you, we looked at the oil down, Rich and I, and he says to me, go out, you push it in second gear, drive around it. And I looked at him and I said, you drive it. I'll tell you. After the burnout, I saw how sloppy it was out there, and I figured I got to go for that, and hopefully I won't get near the center line. It's the only chance I had of beating a real good car like Greg Moss.
Now in Nitro Funny Car, the smart money is on Tony McCallum, and the reason is Scott Coletta terminally damaged his only remaining engine. Tony McCallum will have a bye.
Here at the front of the staging lanes at Bristol International Dragway, the young man to my left is ready to make the greatest run down the quarter-mile he'll ever make. It'll be a solo victory, but still a victory for young Tony McCallum, better known as Tony Mac. And Tony, the man to your left put you here. It's got to be an incredible feeling for the first national event win ever for a black American driver.
Yeah, I would say so. I feel pretty good about myself because Eric here had his first, he was the first guy to ever go to the finals in his, ever. So I feel like I've accomplished something. And without him, I couldn't have did it.
Eric Reed Dowd, of course, the first and pioneering black driver in Nitro Funny Cars. Let's see what Tony McCallum will do for the fans in his solo run.
Tony McCallum pops the engine right in the lights, but still turns in a 574. Very respectable performance for Tony McCallum, our new Funny Car champion.
And worth $25,000, as is the Top Fuel Championship, which will go to either Jim Head, who you see right there heating up the slicks, or his opponent, Pat Dakin, with one IHRA victory already under his belt.
Both of these guys have been having a problem getting the clutch dialed in all during the race. It's coming in too hard, too quick, and the track won't hold it. This race could very easily be dictated by the crew chiefs who actually dial those clutches in before they come to the line.
Jim Head, who has a trailer full of computers that he uses to analyze his car's performance. There, a look in the near lane at the very different front wing arrangement that Jim Head has on his car. Dakin stages first. Now Head is staged. And they are away. And quickly both cars go up in smoke. Look at the smoke all the way down the racetrack. And Head gets a little bit sideways, but he manages to hold on for a very un-Top Fuel-like victory.
What an incredible final we had here. It's like going back to 1965 when they used to smoke the tires all the way through. Those clutches come in about 50 feet off the starting line and smoke it up big time. And what a driving job. Look at him weave, correct, and correct again. Stays in it all the way down and pulls the win out. Look at it from a different angle. Now remember, Jim Head can't lift because he has these fuel systems set up in such a way that if he lifts, the car is shut down. He can't get back in it. So he has to just stand on it and hope that he'll gain traction before his competitor does. That's why he's correcting. Correcting again. You can see the car finally hooks up and holds on for traction while his competitor continues to smoke. Head crosses the finish line ahead of Dakin, who has just laid down a stream of oil for the entire quarter mile.
And there's visual evidence. In addition to the oil, looks like a rod bearing that came out of Pat Dakin's car. He couldn't help but slow down.
I got to tell you, 25-year anniversary of Bristol, you definitely let the fans see what drag racing looked like 25 years ago. Both of you boiling the tires all the way down here. I know you heard Dakin's motor going away.
Yeah, I did. I heard him out there.
It was amazingly close. He ran a 690, I believe, but you were still side by side just trying to get there first.
It was close. He come whizzing by me there at the very end. But whatever. However it takes to get the money, I needed it.
And he is now $25,000 richer as Jim Head from a total purse of over $500 million. Certainly been an eventful day here at Bristol, and we'll be back to wrap things up after this. The shadows are growing long in Thunder Valley in Bristol, Tennessee, and the Silver Anniversary Spring Nationals have come to a close. Ted Jones, your final thoughts.
The 25th edition of the Spring Nationals had a little bit of a look back at history. It has to go down as a classic drag race, probably the best ever in IHRA.
Brett Kepner has seen all of the races from the big end. Brett, your thoughts?
Well, gentlemen, there's no question that the 25th anniversary IHRA Spring Nationals will go down in the books as one of the hardest fought ever at Thunder Valley. In Top Fuel Eliminator, although we saw veteran independent racer Jim Head take the crown, we saw Pat Dakin, the Darlington winner, come through with a runner-up finish that will give him a tremendous lead in the IHRA World Championship point standings. And in Funny Car, an historic moment, appropriate for the 25th anniversary IHRA race, when we saw Tony McCollum become the first black American driver ever to win a major professional category in all of drag racing. A tremendous job, despite the fact that Scott Kalita had just simply run out of parts. It was an incredible race. Back to you, gentlemen.
Thanks, Brett. And here are the way the points stand up after 2 events. Tim Neighbors, even though he didn't get through the semifinals, has a big lead in Pro Stock.
Alcohol Funny Cars being led by Moss the Boss, Greg Moss, with a very slim margin because of his runner-up finish here today.
In Nitro Funny Cars, Tony McCallum launches himself into second place just behind Brad Tuttle.
And in Top Fuel, Pat Dakin, of course, with that Darlington win and the runner-up finish here today, a commanding lead.
The next event on the IHRA Trail of the Northern Nationals at Milan, Michigan, July 1st and 2nd. You'll see it here on ESPN Sunday, July 16th at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. ESPN coverage of the 25th Anniversary Spring Nationals have been brought to you by Quaker State Motor Oil. The big Q stands for quality, always has, always will. By Firestone, watch us, we're on the move. And by Drag Review Magazine, all you need to know about drag racing. For Brett Kepner and Ted Jones, I'm Bob Barsha. We'll see you later this summer from Milan, Michigan. For now, so long from Bristol, Tennessee.
Are over, and the third one is forming on the racetrack right now. This is the final race in the series, which has seen 5 different winners in 7 nights of racing. And there's a small handful of very strong runners here in the West Coast who feel like they should have won one of these televised races, and they are loaded for bear tonight. This could be a very exciting night of racing. Here's the lineup for heat race number 3, the final one, which will qualify cars for the main event. Row number 1, Todd Whitman on the inside. On the outside, Steve Steza in car number 82. Whitman in the bright pink number 25. The second row, the yellow number 19 is Gordy Edwards. On his right side is Bob Davison. He won an Ascot feature in 1988, not 1989. In row number 3, side by side, a twice feature winner this year in this televised series. Rich Vogler, fresh out of a top 10 finish in the Indianapolis 500-mile race, and Frank Pedregan on the outside in the blue, car number 33. In the fourth row, Frank Baldozier on the inside, and longtime West Coast stalwart Tommy Stone on the outside. In the fifth row, all by himself, in the yellow, car number 3, DB, that's Ron Schumann. Now, Schumann is a new entry racing under car number 30 here for the racing here at Ascot Park tonight, but he is a very strong runner here on this 1/4 mile dirt. Rich Vogler, the 1988 USAC national champion, has come here to the West Coast after finishing in the top 10 at the Indianapolis 500-mile race this week. Parnelli, a nice payday for the man, well over $125,000. Big payday for a midget racer.
That's true.
Third heat race coming out of turn number 4. The top 5 finishers, they're crosswise in turn number 4. The green flag is out there, 4 abreast going into turn number 1 as Todd Whitman in the pink car number 25 tries to hold on, and we have contact in the first turn. There you see Ron Schumann on the inside and Frank Baldozier on the outside. No serious contact between the two of them. Baldozier simply lost the power going into turn number 1. Now, Parnelli, watch for the orange car, Baldozier, and then Schumann there in the back. Baldozier on the inside.
Yeah, I think that they were just 3 abreast there, and he got pinched off there by Frank Pedregan and got the car a little sideways up on the hump. And, of course, Schumann had no place to go and came to a screeching halt there.
Well, what a welcome for Ron Schumann. He has not been able to run the series. We all anticipated him doing that because he's not exactly the current king of Ascot, but if you combine the performances the last 2 years, he's won here more often than anybody else. He's been injured this year, has not been able to run this series.
Well, I know that, and he's certainly a great competitor, and it's good to see him out here. And one of the things with this point system, you know, he has to start in the back, and certainly you are a victim when somebody gets in trouble in front of you.
Baldozier, that's Schumann. It's got a right front tire that is flat. Now, it remains to be seen whether or not he'll have enough time to make repairs to get back in this race. It's likely that he will not.
Well, you know, again, it's going to be, you know, whether they give him an opportunity to change. Actually, the front end looks like it's a little bit messed up to me, but maybe it's just the flat tire.
Ron Schumann, who was the sprint car champion on the half-mile racetrack that circles this quarter-mile dirt that we're running on tonight last season. He's been running the sprint cars regularly since his injury in Northern California early this year, but he's not been able to find that magic. The injuries have just held him back.
Well, that's right, but he has come back and won a couple sprint car races just recently.
So we lose Ron Schumann, and Schumann came into tonight with high hopes. As we mentioned, he's very strong here at Ascot Park, and he wanted to salvage this televised series, but if he wants to do so, he's going to have to work his way through the last chance race. Now, the top 5 finishers in every race move on to the main event. The main event is where the majority of the money is and where the majority of the points in this West Coast series are offered. The top 5 finishers in each of these 3 preliminary heat races move on to the main event, and then for all those people who do not qualify, there is what we call the last chance race, and the top 7 from that one get in, and we'll talk about that lineup when we get there.
All right.
All right, it looks like Todd Whitman is bringing the field around a complete restart, minus Ron Schumann. Starter looks the field over. Green flag is out, and Whitman leads the field into turn number 1. Steve stays in the yellow number 82 in the center of the track, is digging to get around the outside of Whitman. As we go down the backstretch, riding with Tommy Estone, hard into turn number 3. Frank Pendragon, due ahead. The camera is being impacted by mud and this very tacky surface tonight. The track is actually in very good condition. It doesn't serve an onboard camera very well, but the drivers can really get a good hold of the racetrack.
We have a great race for second place here. I mean, actually for first. Rich Vogler testing for the lead and now has it.
Vogler goes underneath Steve Stasa, who led the first couple laps. That's Frank Baldozier down on the inside trying to keep the RPMs up as best as he can, but Vogler has that line up about 2/3 of the way of the racetrack where he can really keep the engine ready. Rich Vogler, rapid Rich Vogler, who won 2 of the races earlier in this televised series, will not be fortunate to start among the top 8 or 9 cars tonight in the main event. He has slipped from the top 10 in the point standings, and these races at the main event will be lined up according to points, except that the top 10 cars are inverted. So Vogler may have to start tonight's main event from 11th or 12th position, but Rich Vogler doing what he has done so often. There is 3rd, 4th, and 5th. You're looking on the screen right now. Bob Davison moves to the inside, and Stasa pushes him way up in the marbles in turn number 4, and Davison and the number 2 car of Tommy Estone slip underneath.
Yeah, Tommy comes from the way back too, and he was pressing there. And of course, Bob Davidson and Frank Pendragon are really having a battle. Frank just got by him, and I think he'll be tough to get back by.
The Flying Mexican, Frank Pendragon, moves into 3rd. That's 4th, Bob Davison. And in 5th is number 2 is Tommy Estone.
These guys are really wrestling these cars right now because it's a little rough up there in the cushion, and you can see they're really fighting it.
That's 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Bob Davison, whose car owner suffered a heart attack about 3-4 weeks ago, just got out of the hospital. He's home watching us tonight. Normally, the car doesn't race unless he's at the racetrack, but for this televised series, he wanted the boys to perform. Meanwhile, back up front, the leader, Rich Vogler, in the Howard number 71, and Vogler's going to win this one easily.
Yeah, now you can see how he's really fighting the car. It's a little rough out there, and it's moving him around.
4th and 5th go to Davison and Estone. We'll run them all down for you in just a couple of minutes, but Rich Vogler has served notice here that he has come back to Ascot Park. He did not forget his dirt track midget skills just because he spent all Sunday afternoon riding around a 2.5-mile paved oval, and he did that successfully, and he's successful on his first venture under the dirt here tonight. Rich Vogler makes it 15 cars now that have qualified for the main event, and Vogler is one of those people who already has won twice this year, so he has kind of accomplished his goals. And we were talking about a lot of the people who are real serious about midget racing here in the West Coast. They haven't tasted victory yet, and they're hungry tonight.
Yeah, and I think you'd have to start with Robbie Flock. He's been driving awful hard, and in fact, the whole series, and he should have won out here one night, and he lost the steering, and and came close a couple of times. But and the other one, you know, is of course Wally Pancraft. We call him Jolly, and he's deserving. He won a race, a non-televised race here about a week ago. And then the other one that hasn't won here is Tommy Astone. Tommy Astone's third in the standings and capable of winning any race.
And the big question is, and we won't know that till we find out who among the top 10 or 11 or 12 in points qualify for this main event. Where will Vogler start? And Bruce Flanders, where he starts, might well determine the outcome of tonight's main event.
Boy, it sure could. It depends on your starting position in the main, but where are you sitting in the points? Do you get a good start, or how many are we flipping this time?
I'm not sure. They're going to invert 10, and I think I'm 12th in points, but maybe some of the guys in front of me didn't transfer. I'll tell you, the Larry Howard Aries car is really working good today. We have something new in it today. It's a unique power steering unit. It's brand new to racing, to midget racing, and it's working well.
Real quick, you've got a schedule yet this weekend. Where are you going?
Well, I kind of confused you before. Tomorrow night, Hales Corners, Wisconsin midget race. Saturday night, USAC sprint car race, Hopstad, Indiana. Then Sunday afternoon, back here to California to run Sacramento Silver Crown race in Sacramento, California.
All we got to do, guys, is figure out how we get the bonus mileage for all of his airplane trips. Back to Larry.
Yeah, that would be nice, Bruce. Here are the 11th through 15th qualifiers for the main event. The top 5 finishers in heat race number 3. Vogler, Frank Baldozier, Frank Pedregan, the 2 Franks, hold on for 2nd and 3rd. Bob Davison, one of 2 racing brothers, is 4th. And Tommy Astone finished 5th. The 5 qualifiers for the main event out of that heat race. Tonight's USAC Midgets are being brought to you by Quaker State Motor Oil. The big Q stands for quality, always has, always will. And by Levi's 505 and 506 jeans. And by Busch Beer, the beer with a taste as smooth as its name. Well, the last chance race is yet to come before the main event, so stay tuned for that. That's always as exciting. Be back for more action at Ascot Park in suburban Los Angeles, California.
From Rocky Mountain snow to Florida sun, Quaker State engines don't know when to quit.
Mine's pushing 250,000 miles.
Quaker State engines run strong and run long.
95,000 miles and no problem.
Quaker State is quality engineered to exceed every single car maker's U.S. requirements for maximum engine protection.
This car's new. I'd be stupid not to use Quaker State.
Quaker State engines don't know when to quit.
The big Q stands for quality. Always has, always will.
Life's full of simple pleasures, like the comfort of Levi's jeans. Or had you forgotten?
At Bic, we've been studying all the ways that you pull and stretch your face in search of a better shave. Now Bic presents our solution, introducing the new Bic Metal Shaver. The patented Bic Metal stretches and smooths your skin thanks to its unique metal guard bar, so the shaver glides closely and comfortably. Now, instead of stretching, start reaching for a new Bic Metal Shaver. It stretches your skin for a better shave, and that's no stretch.
As long as I've known Tom, I need help, he's there. Sure, I'm glad to see you. Stay with you?
Figured you wouldn't mind.
And when the last stray's rounded up, you head for the mountains. Bush. And the beer that goes down smooth as a mountain stream.
Sure are you one.
How about this in here?
Head for the mountains of Bush beer.
This is the last time you'll have an opportunity to see short track, open wheel, dirt racing this spring and summer live on ESPN. So forget about the movie you're thinking about you might go to a little later tonight. This is the last chance you'll get to see these people compete on dirt. Now this is the TQ STP main event, and here's the lineup. In row number 1 on the inside is Scott Hansen, one of 2 racing brothers. On the outside, Steve Kellick, who surprised everybody by winning here the last time we raced here under the lights at Ascot Park. In row number 2 on the inside, a very strong racer in the TQ Midgets, car number 01, Gary Schroeder. And on the outside in car 19 Wiley Miller. In the third row, in the red and white, car number 42, George Ito and Rob Hansen in 11cc. Two also very stout people in the TQ midgets. In the fourth row on the inside, in the black red trim, car number 14, Harlan Willis, and he is flanked by young Frank Denny Jr. in car number 35. The fifth row, Cal Wade in number 27 and Ron Wade in car 88. In the sixth row, 11th and 12th starting positions, Paige Jones in the white number 46, the son of Parnelli, one of two, and Jason Gibb in car number 57. The seventh row, Ricky Gray. Traditionally, he has not had a strong year, but one of the stoutest people out here in this type of racing, and Steve Kent on the outside in car number 15G. In the eighth row, Tracy Van Blargen in car 24 and Walt Johnson in car 72. He has won here this year. In the ninth row, out of the sprint car ranks, is Bob Mealy in car 16. And in the number 90 machine is Mike Perrine. In the 10th row, inside, 41X, Jim Steyer. And in the outside, car number 32, a former co-team owner in sprint cars, Sean Birmingham. The 11th row at 51 is Mike Digo and Tim Young in car number 30. And in the 12th and final row, in car number 7, Kara Hendrick, one of the points leaders in this type of racing, and 8WS, Buddy Crisp. Bruce?
Looking at this field right now, there are 24 cars out there running around, but the key to it, 5 rookie stripes. So I'm backing up just a couple extra feet, if it's okay with you guys.
Okay, Bruce. And there's also a major shuffle in the starting lineup. Steve Kellock, who won the last televised TQ main event, did not make the call to the post. And so the outside row moves up entirely, giving Scott Hansen a big jump as we go green. There, 2, 3, and characteristically 4 abreast through turn number 1, and Scott Hansen gets a big jump going down the backstretch. They charge into turn number 3. Hansen grabs the bottom line. He looks forward to complete left number 1, does so, and they are still battling hot and heavy in the back of the pack.
Yeah, it's bunched up. There's no question about it. They're all over. It's anybody's race right now, I would think.
Scott Hansen uses this opportunity to open up, about a 10 or 12 car length lead over the second running now George Ito. Ito goes to the inside. Hansen, by the way, your race leader, has not won in 1989. His brother Rob has won this year, and Scott was a winner in 1988, but not yet this year.
Well, he's clearly got a little bit of a lead. However, we have a spin down here in turn 4, so
Jim Steyer in car number 41 is looped out. And also involved was Mike Digo in car 51. Digo is coasting quietly down the front stretch, and we also have a report that there she is, Kara Hendrick, has stalled. If you watch this kind of racing, you might say, wait a minute, doesn't she normally run up front? And she does, but she had a miserable heat race, did not qualify through that, and had to work her way into this race basically through points.
Well, one thing about these cars, they're very temperamental, and sometimes they run great, and other times they don't, and you don't always know why. And really, I think she's having a little bit of problem with the car and a little bit of problem with the engine.
And we're such a small horsepower rating here that when you're down on horsepower, you lose a big percentage. Here's a sign saying that Kara loves Ascot and ESPN Racing, and Kara's going back to the pit, so a major disappointment for her because she's going after points this year, and she is not going to get very many tonight.
Well, you have to have the car running, and it has to perform well for her, and obviously that's not the case.
So Kara Hendrick, who is the second woman to ever win a USAC main event, retires prematurely, and she slides back into the pit area. Meanwhile, Steyer is still trying to get the fire burning underneath his car again as we go back into the pack and look at the number 15 car of Gary Howard. He is currently leading the points here in the Jolly Rancher Candies TQ Midget Series on the West Coast. Howard has 330 points. He's just 32 ahead of Rob Hansen. Rob Hansen is the brother of our current leader. Hansen is in the black number 11. And there is Paige Jones. Now, the interesting thing about Paige, in case you have not been with us, is that he's not an old man, is he?
No, he's not. He's only 16 years old, and of course he's given his best shot at it, and has a very good car actually, and he's learning.
Well, Paige is one of the youngest drivers in racing today, and another young driver won for the first time in a midget on the pavement at Indianapolis Raceway Park, Rob Gordon, about a week ago. So he is another man who just graduated from high school this year, and he is competing in the midget ranks. Here are the top 5. The number 10 car of Scott Hansen leads the race. 01, Gary Schroeder started right behind him. He's 3rd. George Ito is 3rd. In 4th, and car number 11 is Rob Hansen. We're going back to green, starting lap number 3, and Hansen hopes to gather back the lead he had, the big lead he had before we went yellow. Gary Schroeder in the purple and yellow number 01 is looking to move in on Hansen, but Hansen looks like he's getting a very good bite of this racetrack tonight. Schroeder, who is currently running 2nd, is a 3-time midget champion, TQ midget champion here on the West Coast. You're looking at 6th, 7th, and 8th. On the inside in the black number 14 is Harlan Willis. The number 35 car is Frank Denny Jr., and we have a spin. Car number 36 has looped out. He in turn number 4. As we are having a hard time getting more than 3 consecutive green flag laps turned in here in our STP TQ feature race tonight. But Scott Hansen, even though we've had these 2 yellow flags, he has really appeared to be the superior car, Pernelli, at least early on here.
Well, he is, and of course he's got clear sailing out there in front, and all these fellows in the back are fighting with someone else for a position. So it's going to change. I mean, there's Ito's there, and Gary Howard's coming up, and we're going to see a race out of it before this is over, I'll tell you.
Now, one of the characteristics about dirt track racing, you mentioned that, well, it's going to change, is that unlike pavement racing, the track surface changes, and particularly in a main event when you go 15, 20, 25, 30 laps, what works for you in the early laps doesn't at the end.
That's right, and it's also the car, setting up the car is different. I mean, you certainly go out there early in the night and work well, and then as the track changes, it can all go to heck.
Well, Hansen has been making the conservative line down on the bottom, really pay dividends for him. Let's see if he stays down there. Gary Schroeder's been able to hold on to 2nd. Hansen slips a little bit. Schroeder moves to the inside. It's Gary Schroeder on the inside. Scott Hansen on the outside. They're side by side down the backstretch.
Good race. Good race.
Oh, close quarters there, and Hansen does not give him any extra inch at all as he hugs down on the bottom of the track and is able to turn away Schroeder. I thought he had him.
I did too, and but he's pulling away, and of course here comes Ito up on the inside, so he's going to be tough to handle too.
So Schroeder, who gets turned back, finds himself being bumped around in turn number 4. He drops back to 6th, 7th position now as the number 15 car of Gary Howard, the points leader, goes around on the outside. And suddenly, we got a spin in turn number 2. Jason Gibb in car number 57. Jason was in that pack of cars that were contesting 3rd place. I don't think anybody got into him. It seemed just to get away.
Yeah, I think he just lost it, and then somebody else...
well, let's take a look at it. There he is in the yellow 57, Pernelli. Oh, I think he is going to get help.
He did get a little nudge there,
yeah.
Yes.
Harlan Willis came up behind, and, you know, if you talk to Harlan, he'd say, well, he slowed down. Oh, he stopped in front of me. But he didn't give much room. The 37-year-old driver, Harlan Willis from Ventura, California, a former go-kart champion. In the black number 14 moves around Schroeder. Bruce Flanders is observing the action down in the pits. Bruce, what do you got for us?
Right now, Larry, I'm sitting on the outside of turn 4 watching them as they come by. And as you have aptly described already, these TQ guys are banging wheels harder than I have ever seen them do it before. Granted, I've only seen a couple of dozen TQ races up until now, but I've never seen wholesale wheel banging as they've been doing inside the top 5. This one, with only 5 laps out of the 20 completed, still going to be a race and a half yet.
Well, tonight's Thursday Night Thunder action on ESPN just sort of sets the table for the live auto racing action on this network for the weekend. On Sunday at 11:50 a.m. Eastern Standard Time from the Dover Downs, Dover, Delaware Speedway, the 1-mile Monster Mile there, the 500-mile race for Winston Cup stock cars featuring Darrell Waltrip, the recent winner of the Coca-Cola 600 from Charlotte, North Carolina, points leader Dale Earnhardt, and on the same day at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time, the U.S. Grand Prix for the first time through the streets of downtown Dallas.
And here we go green again.
George Ito suddenly loses the fire coming out of turn number 2, and Ito is coasting down the backstretch, and he is out of it. Ito, whom we thought would be a challenger, a man that has won a main event here earlier this year, will not win today. And George Ito, he has been in the top 10 in points every year that he raced the TQs out here in the West Coast. That's the last 6 or 7, but he's not going to do well tonight in this main event. Meanwhile, up front, Scott Hansen, looking for win number 1 in 1989, continues to use that conservative line. We have an upside-down car in turn number 4.
Seems like we're having all the action in turn 4.
We believe it is Cal Smith who has gotten upside down. They'll make that number 36, West Evans.
That's a second altercation for him, so
Yeah.
he'll be parking that thing where there's
West has
better-
had a long feature. It's only 7 laps long, but he probably wishes that this one ended about 2 laps ago. So West Evans gets upside down. Obviously, it wasn't that hard of a flip, but this race is taking considerably longer than formatted for live television purposes, and obviously what we're trying to get to is the main event for the full-size midgets. We have the last chance race that we have yet to run, and so it's very likely that we are going to end this one prematurely. Now, normally these guys go 20 laps.
Yeah,
checkered flag is coming out.
There's the checkered flag, so I guess that's the case, and certainly they usually stop the race when somebody gets upside down, and for safety reasons.
So Scott Hansen, the 26-year-old driver from Simi Valley, California, who has a brother Rob who is competing in the TQs, wins for the first time in 1989. Rob Hansen pulls up alongside and gives him the question mark sign. What do you think about this? And they're talking about how long this race has been lasting. Well, we'll go back to full-size midgets next. The last chance race is coming up.
Sprint, midget, and super modified fans, here's a great deal on the magazine for you, Open Wheel. For only $14.97, you'll get a full year. That's $20 off newsstand prices. Plus, you'll get these free racing decals with your paid subscription. Old-time stories, technical articles, and what's hot in today's fastest cars. Read about the drivers. Call 1-800-453-7800 now for Open Wheel and get your free racing decals. Have credit card ready. 1-800-453-7800. Open Wheel Magazine.
The National Business Employment Weekly, published by the Wall Street Journal. It's all you need besides your own ability to land and do well in the kind of job you've been looking for, in a part of the country you'll enjoy at a salary you can be proud of. It's all you need.
Get the National Business Employment Weekly at your newsstand or order by credit card and get 8 issues by first-class mail for $35. Call 800-332-0300. 800-332-0300. The National Business Employment Weekly.
It's the only Formula One race in the USA. See the United States Grand Prix from Phoenix right after the Budweiser 500, starting Sunday afternoon live on ESPN.
So Scott Hansen picks up the checkered flag after tonight's STP TQ feature race, but I guess the big question is whether or not it's bittersweet. We'll find out in a moment. Hansen the winner. Ron Hazelton comes home second. That is a misprint because it's Rob Hansen who was second. Harlan Willis is third in car number 14. Gary Howard is fourth, and Ricky Gray, the man who was the champion a year ago, is fifth. But standing by with the winner, Scott Hansen, and let's find out how he feels about it. This Bruce.
Scott, you take them any way you can? It's kind of a shortened version.
Yeah, it would have been better if it would have been the full 20 laps, but I guess with the time that we have, we don't really have enough time to do ours.
It was an interesting one. We were seeing an awful lot of wheel banging. Did you get a little help in some of the corners?
No, I was kind of up there the whole time. Gary Schroeder got underneath me one time. We kind of just raced it out.
From TQs, where would you like to go next?
I'm happy where I am. I'd like to get a ride in a midget, but I can't really afford it. So if worse comes to worse, we'll just stay here.
Budget-wise, what are we talking for a guy to get involved in this?
Oh, anywhere from $12,000, $15,000, depending on...
Well, congratulations to you. Enjoy that trophy.
All right, I'd like to thank STP, and I'd like to thank my dad for all his help, and my mom. And I'd like to thank Ken Sapper at Speedway Engineering for getting the rear end done, and Dennis Hart for getting the motor done, and Richie at JFZ for getting the brakes all
all ready for this week.
All right, Scott Hansen getting them all in there on the last TQ Dirt race on ESPN this springtime. Anyway, back to you, Larry.
Well, he sounded a little disappointing, but racing is a game of opportunities. This Sunday from Dover Downs, as we mentioned, the Budweiser 500 featuring the stars of the Winston Cup Series live at 11:50 a.m. Eastern Time from Dover, Delaware. A 500-miler on a 1-mile high bank racetrack, and that day is a full day of racing. As I mentioned, this just starts the weekend of live racing here on ESPN. Back with the Last Chance race in a moment.
In communities across America, there's a working spirit. People working together with a feeling of pride. Where that feeling exists, there's Dickey's Work Clothes. America, it still works. Dickey's, the brand it works in. Dickey's.
Made with Fortrell polyester by Fiber Industries.
It's that eye-catching, head-turning, double-taking, no mistaking, gleaming, beaming, unbelieving, turtle wax shine. That neck craning, shine sustaining, heart shall finish, undiminished, traffic stopping, eye popping, turtle wax shine. Now check it out, ain't no doubt, this is what it's all about. Turtle wax shine. Turtle wax.
Well, it's about time. You never kept me waiting when you were kids.
There's an animal in the kitchen.
Hey! Sugar Bear! Baron Bowls and the Super Golden Crisp cereal.
Oh, this stuff reminds me of the best years of my life.
Excuse me?
Oh, got my sports page?
New York beat L.A., but nothing beats my honey sweet wheat.
You remember that song you used to sing?
I can't get enough of Super Golden Crisp.
Don't quit your day job.
Breakfast is still better with the Bear.
Well, how do you do that?
At Bic, we've been studying all the ways that you pull and stretch your face in search of a better shave. Now Bic presents our solution, introducing the new Bic Metal Shaver. The patented Bic Metal stretches and smooths your skin thanks to its unique metal guard bar, so the shaver glides closely and comfortably. Now, instead of stretching, start reaching for a new Bic Metal Shaver. It stretches your skin for a better shave, and that's no stretch.
Only one city in the world can claim the distinction of hosting Winston Cup stock cars, Indianapolis cars, and now Formula One cars, and that is Phoenix, Arizona. You'll visit there if you stay with ESPN all weekend, live from Phoenix, Arizona, Sunday at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. The United States Grand Prix from the streets of downtown Phoenix for the first time. Quite a distinction, eh?
Sure is.
Another series that we are going to be following tonight, another point standings we're going to be following, is a standings that pulls out just the drivers' performances here at Ascot Park. Now, this is not the Jolly Rancher Western States Midgets overall standings. This is just the standings from here at Ascot Park. Sleepy Trip leads them, Tommy Estone is second, Robbie Flock is third, Mario Bringetto is fourth, and P.J. Jones, who's not here tonight, is fifth. And he is where?
He's in Milwaukee getting ready for the ARS race. They run for the Indy Cups.
There you see 6th through 10th, completing with Johnny Heidenreich. The first 5 cars actually still have an opportunity to win the champion, which we will crown later tonight. Now, these are the highlights from heat race number 1 as the field took the green flag. Ron Pierce in the red car number 28 was among the Chargers going into turn number 3 as he got out of shape and spun out right in front of Kurt Osterberg, had nowhere to go. Osterberg drove over him, and both of the cars were eliminated from this race. As we go back to green, the man in black, white, and red, Robbie Flock at number 32, was darting for a room in the center of the racetrack as up front, in front of the entire pack, Chris Alexander spun out. Back to the action once again. It's still Flock trying to charge up. He moves up to challenge Rusty Rasmussen.
Yeah, it was a good race. Rusty got a little high coming off the 4, and Robbie got by him and took after Valdoza, I think, for the lead.
There is Jed Davidson, who is trying to come home in 5th. We'll give you the complete rundown when this race is over. There is the number 14 of Mario Bringetto, and he was able to qualify for the main event. And there is Rusty Rasmussen. Here is the official top 5 finish. Awesome. Terry Farrar wins this one. Robbie Flock is second. Bringetto third. Rusty Rasmussen is fourth. And coming up from the back of the pack, he's traveled over from Phoenix, is Mark Passarelli, the Arizona champion, moves into the main event. Heat race number 2. The shakers and movers in the middle of the pack in this one were Wally Pankratz and Sleepy Tripp. Pankratz there in the black number 96 and Tripp in the big, bright red number 1. Up front, Larry Derwin in the metallic blue and white trim number 9 was having a good race.
Yes, he was. He led it for a while there, and of course, he got past one by one and hung on, I think, for third place there.
You see A.J. Johnson, he's won a main event here on the West Coast earlier this year, but something was just not right. The car kept washing out on him. It appeared to be something in the handling department. There is Wally Pankratz moving to the inside of Larry Derwin. He led this race for about 7 laps.
Yes, he did, and then, of course, Wally got by him, and then later Tripp caught him and went by him, and he wound up third. But he's had trouble getting his car handling, and it did look a little bit better tonight.
Wally Pankratz in the black number 96 is somebody to keep in mind for the main event tonight. He won the last time this series raced here at Ascot. He wins heat race number 2. Tripp is second, as Parnelli mentioned. Derwin third. Pennsylvania's Johnny Heidenreich was fourth, and Ron Hazelton in car number 11 WS was fifth. One more race to go to qualify 7 more cars for the main event. We call it the last chance race because that's what it is. Coming up.
Whoa! When they first asked if I wanted to be a part of Best Western, I said, what a country. I always wanted to do a cowboy movie. Then they said, no, it's a commercial for thousands of different Best Western hotels, motor inns, and resorts. I said, no problem, as long as you still film me like a real American cowboy. Anybody has a quarter? Whoa! Weepy-yi-yo, get along, little Bobby!
With special low rates from Avis, you can afford to pack up the entire family for a great vacation. Avis, we try harder to make it easier. For business people on the rise, things are looking up. With great low rates from Avis, you'll really impress them at your next meeting. Avis, we try harder to make it easier.
Builder Square. We buy by the trainload. Direct from top manufacturers. There's no middleman, no frills, no membership fees. And at Builder Square, we won't be undersold. Ever. Builder Square, where the values keep rolling on. Because the more we sell, the lower the price.
It's a red-hot June on ESPN. You'll see sizzling shot making in the early rounds of the U.S. Open and dazzling playmaking in the pressure-packed NCAA College World Series. There's full-throttle excitement with live start and finish coverage of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. And for horsepower of another kind, a Belmont Stakes Special. Plus PBA Summer Tour action and more. The heat is on in June on ESPN.
Speeds may be under 100 miles per hour at times here at Ascot Park, but when you consider that these drivers are steering 800-pound machines around, well, the equivalent of the track surrounding your local high school football field in about 15, 16 seconds, you get a sense a bit of the achievement that's going on here. Here is the Last Chance Races lineup. On the inside of row number 1 on the pole is Jet Davidson in the checkerboard car. On the outside is Dennis Hart. Watch for him to dart to the lead. In row number 2, side by side, Chris Alexander in 12 and Gordy Edwards in the yellow, number 19. In the third row, 5th and 6th start spots, Todd Whitman in 25 and Steve Steza in the yellow, car number 82. In row number 4, inside Ron Schumann in number 30. It's actually 3DB, but 30 for tonight. And 38A, Kent Zimmerman in the 4th row. And the 5th row, Dale Durbin, the recent winner of a lottery here in California in the white 46, and Dale Sexton Jr. in car number 63. And all alone, scheduled to go in the 6th row was Kurt Osterberg, but apparently, he is out there. Osterberg making repairs after that heat race crash that he was involved in. And incidentally, you're going to see a yellow ribbon flying from Dale Sexton's car. That's our Dale Durbin's car, rather, rookie stripes.
That's right, and of course Dale Sexton's evidently out because I don't see him out there. So And we're getting a green flag right now. So.
10 cars are going to contest for the top 7 positions, and Jed Davidson gets a great start. I really anticipated Hart to just kind of power slide on the outside and take the initial lead. There he goes now. Dennis, who we've seen improvement from in the last successive weeks here, looks like he's going to... Oh, no, he jumped the cushion.
Well, he's still in there. He's getting a bite off the corner. He did lose the front end there. Looks like he's got a real low right front tire. I don't know. That might be his problem, but he's hanging on and just took the lead down the back straightaway.
Dennis Hart, who is a graduate of the TQ ranks in 1989, and we've got all kinds of cars coming together here in turn number 4.
Yeah, we have Dale Derwin and Ken Zimmerman here, and I don't know how the...
Gordy Edwards ends up what appears to be a flat right rear tire out of this, and at least 3 of them come together here in turn number 4 in the first, make that the second lap of the last chance race. And depending on how many cars are knocked out of this race, and at least 2 of them have flat tires, we may have already determined the feature for the race. Parnelli, pick it up.
Well, that's true, and obviously it's real rough down there. I think there's a rut there, and it's maybe creating some of the problems, because we've seen a lot of spins and wrecks down there, but this was kind of nasty. And of course for Durbin, that was tough for him because he was just a victim of that particular accident.
Todd Whitman in the pink car appears to be the man who sets it off. Oh, he runs in the back of Alexander. That puts him into a spin.
Sideways, clipped the left front of the 19 car and spun.
And Alexander still has not found the flame underneath his blue and silver number 12. He's sitting here in the front stretch trying to get a push as Kent Zimmerman gets out of his car and surveys the damage. So the last chance race is only a lap officially old, and we still have 11 laps to go and 7 cars hopefully to qualify for the main.
2 and 1 the count.
Hi, honey, I'm home. Ooh, I like the way it looks.
I'll be finished soon.
Oh, good. Look, I bought you some new fishing clothes.
Hey, those are nice. Thanks. In fact, I'll wear them this afternoon.
From work to weekends, Dickies are America's favorite work clothes.
Made with Fortrell polyester by Fiber Industries.
Our report on new Domino's Pan Pizza. Deliver Pan Pizza. Great.
I love the crust. Oh, and the toppings and all that cheese.
And I didn't have to pick it up. So if you want a great pan pizza delivered, you've got to call Domino's Pizza. Domino's
Pan
Pizza.
New Domino's Pan Pizza. Nobody delivers better.
Don't win nothing for practice. Don't win nothing if you don't.
All right, let's have...
After a long day of hard knocks,
That's right.
head for the beer that goes down smooth as a mountain stream.
Bush. Here, this one don't buck so hard.
Head for the mountains of Bush beer.
Not only do we know a lot about the products in our store, but we know our customers.
Save during our summer sale on Black & Decker's new Power Cordless Ratchet Kit. Drives nuts and bolts easily, even in close quarters, only $39.99. And get the new Weed Eater gas trimmer, 15-inch cut, auto line feed, balance for easy handling, only $87.88. At your local coast-to-coast and home and auto stores.
Coast to coast, home and auto.
Well, you're looking at the wreckage, the leftovers from tonight's last chance race, and we have an interesting phenomenon here, Parnelli. We're going to qualify 7 cars for the main event. Only 5 are on the racetrack, so 2 of the cars that are down there in the junkyard are going to get into this race by default.
Well, that's true, and it's a process of elimination, I guess, but we do only have 5 cars running, and that's really surprising.
We've had a bright, sunshiny day as we go back and look at the crash. I was about to comment, the track has really stayed together, but do we have a problem in turn number 4? That wasn't a track problem, as somehow the number 12 car of Alexander slowed.
No, it might not have been, but we have had an awful lot of spins and problems down here in turn 4, so obviously that that rut down there on the outside is creating a little bit of a problem for him. I noticed Dennis Hart in this particular race has been having a little bit of trouble with that area.
Okay, the race has been shortened to 8 laps because we're down to just 5 cars. So 5 cars will go after the final 7 laps to determine the first, second, third, fourth, and fifth place finishers in the last chance race. And Jed Davidson, who started this race on the inside of row number 1 because A.J. Johnson couldn't make the call to the post, inherits the lead. He's just been running down in the bottom, keeping his nose clean, not throwing up a lot of rooster tails or, you know, running hard, and he finds himself with about a 3 or 4 car length lead.
Well, here comes Hulman up there.
Well, Hulman actually is slow down the backstretch. That's Steza moving up. Steza and Hulman in similarly painted cars. And Steza right now battling hot and heavy with the white STP Dayglow Orange trim number 15 of Dennis Hart. Actually, a pretty good race there for second, third, and fourth.
Coming back up.
Steza goes way up. He jumps the cushion but keeps his foot in the throttle and keeps an advantage over Hart. Hart down in the bottom there.
We're only 5 cars running. We're really having a great race here for the lead, actually.
Yeah, not only that, but Steza, as you pointed out, is beginning to move up on Davidson, but Steza is never going to make it, I don't think.
I don't know.
Up along the wall.
He's right there.
Oh, they're 3 abreast going into turn number 1. Hart tries to center. Steza.
He can hold the front end. He's got it.
My goodness, Steve Steza is running much further. There's a groove on this racetrack as far as the high up on the speedway that he is, but the Steza comes out on top. Now we'll try to hold off Hart.
Yeah, he's cleaning that groove off up there, and I think that's certainly going to help the fellows when they run the main event. That's where I think they're going to be running.
Well, eventually, when you run up there, if there wasn't one when you start, you make your own groove, and that's pretty much what Steza is doing, although Dennis Hart, he's got a shot at him down in the bottom, but it'd have to be just a perfect lap right down there along the curb lane.
Steza would have to lose the front end or something like that, I think, for him to beat Dennis. However,
it's going to be close. Steza's got it. Steve Steza giving us a bit of a thrill show up along the concrete. The white wall, make that concrete and steel on the backstretch here at Ascot Park, is the winner of the last chance race. Has only 5 cars finished. That's the first time we've had that happen in this series. So in the 8 races that we've conducted here, that's the first time anybody's gotten in by default. But Steve Steza is the winner of the last chance race. We'll find out who the lucky 2 drivers who sat this one out are the ones who got into the main event.
Stand by to witness the most awesome display of raw power on Earth. 15,000 pounds of fire and steel leap into the air and crush their way to glory in the ultimate battle of the monster trucks. ESPN and TNT Motorsports presents Turning the Power On. Video excitement as close as your telephone. Feel the thunder. Hear the deafening power of America's ultimate muscle sport, truck and tractor pulling. You've got a front row seat for the thrill of the monsters. Modified Superstock, modified 4-wheel, super modified 2-wheel drive, TNT Stomper Chevy, Jim Lyons, Ken Lamont, and the Wild 2-wheelers. The Banter Brothers multi-engine pulling beast, and featuring the ultimate Renegade Monster Truck Challenge. Turning the power on. Now on video for only $19.95. Only through this TV offer. Order now and get a video bonus. The hilarious Crazy Car Poopers, upended monsters, collisions, exploding engines, and more on Turning the Power On. You can't have a better time for under $20.
I'm Bob Lee. Sports Center right after the racing. Some overpowering pitching tonight from Teddy Higuera and Jim DeShace. Rick Pitino officially is in at Kentucky. And George Foreman back in the ring. We'll have the pictures. Charlie Steiner at 11:30. We'll see you then.
The Los Angeles area has always been very significant in the history of motor racing, starting with the board tracks back in the 1920s, places like Beverly Hills and the Culver City boards, and on to other venues like Riverside, California, and the late, great, extremely lavish, and why was it unsuccessful, Ontario Motor Speedway. The largest crowd to ever see a midget race was right here in the Los Angeles area on the 17th of August, 1946, 65,000 people. Well, Bruce Blenders is standing by with the winner of tonight's last chance race, Steve Steza.
Steve Steza, you took until the last night of TV before you got to come to Victory Circle. How does it feel now?
It feels pretty good. It's been a long road, a lot of work. We've been through 3 motors so far.
This is Just trying to get to this victory circle?
Yeah.
Okay.
We worked till 1 o'clock last night putting this one together.
Now you've still got a wrench on it to get it ready for a main, right?
Yeah, we got a little work to do, just a little bit.
A couple of quick thank yous?
Yeah, I want to thank Hoosier and Caterpillar and Jolly Rancher and Cannon.
Okay, well, I hope we talk to you one more time.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, Steve Stotza obviously quite pleased. We'll get him ready for the main event in just a few moments.
Okay, Bruce, thank you very much. The main event lineup has been determined, and guess what? Starting on the pole is going to be a very familiar name. We'll get to that in just a second. From Dover Downs, Delaware, the Budweiser 200. This is on Sunday, live at 2 p.m., featuring the Busch Grand National Stars, live from Dover, Delaware. And standing by with the man who is the promoter of racing activity here at Ascot Park. It's a very active grounds. They have midget races here frequently throughout the year, and also motorcycle races every Thursday night, as well as sprint car races. And he's with Bruce right now.
Kerry Agajanian, as you know, we have been busy here the last 8 weeks. My first question, being one of those ESPN guys who run around, are we going to be back here next year?
Well, we sure hope so. We're planning to. We expect the track to be open next year. That's another question people have had, but we hope we're back here on ESPN. I understand that the ratings have been terrific, and we think this is the best racing in the United States right here.
Hey, well, a couple of compliments to your crew. I mean, for them to build what's actually a day race track and then turn around and run it on a Thursday night, they must be working.
Well, that's right, because it's night back east, but back here it's still light outside, and our guys have worked very, very hard. Rico Hawks from Warren, Ohio, came out here years ago as a young kid, is now probably the premier track builder in the country, or one of the top, along with his crew. And Ben Foote, everybody's done a wonderful job. I'm so proud of our crew to put on such a good show for ESPN.
People talk about, at least West Coast people talk about the fact Ascot may be going away, but effectively, you've still got a summer full of madness coming up in all kinds of sanctioned sports, right?
Well, that's true. Thank you, Bruce. We're going to run all summer long, in fact, until November with the Turkey Night Grand Prix, and we'll be running sprint cars. We run 4 nights a week and sometimes 2 races on Thursday night alone. So we're going to keep going all summer long.
Well, Kerry, it's a pleasure being here. We have enjoyed it and hope you've liked what we've been doing.
Well, Bruce, it's been a great job. We're very proud of what ESPN has done. We're also very happy with USAC and Dick King, who worked very hard to put this together. We kind of gave him a challenge a few years ago, telling him that the best racing was dirt track racing, midgets at Ascot, and he worked hard at it, and I hope that the people across the United States are enjoying it.
Well, he couldn't have put it any better. Larry, back to you.
Well, Bruce, and in case you forgot, they run sprint cars with wings everywhere in the country, but not at Ascot Park on wing sprint cars. Also, a special ode to Bob Hawks, who was watching our racing back in Warren, Ohio. He is Bob's son. He's Rico, of course, the director of operations here at the Speedway. Bob turned 70 today, and along with his son, we here at Ascot wish him a happy birthday and a healthy one. Once again, happy birthday to Bob Hawks back in Warren, Ohio.
Unfortunately, your septic system can back up.
What a mess. What a smell.
What an expense.
Septic system back up?
Again.
So how come this hasn't happened to you? I use Riddex.
Riddex once a month adds millions of bacteria to digest waste and works to keep your septic system running trouble-free.
It's easy and a lot less expensive.
Riddex, it helps prevent septic system backup.
For great personal service and low everyday prices, check the lineup at your neighborhood True Value hardware store, where the June bargain of the month is this Eurotech patio table. For balcony dining or poolside reclining, it's an elegant addition to your life of leisure. With a textured glass top and a weather-resistant finish, this Eurotech patio table is only $9.99 in June, where you see the banner at participating True Value hardware stores at home center.
Take care.
See you, Ryan.
Have a good one. To me, all jeans are the same. But for me, and the job I do, I buy Branders. Branders jeans are rugged and comfortable, and they look good, too. And they're about half the price of other jeans. So why pay more? Get Branders.
Branders jeans by Dickies. Price to fit America.
At Bic, we've been studying all the ways that you pull and stretch your face in search of a better shave.
Now Bic presents our solution. Introducing the new Bic Metal Shaver. The patented Bic Metal stretches and smooths your skin thanks to its unique metal guard bar, so the shaver glides closely and comfortably. Now, instead of stretching, start reaching for a new Bic Metal Shaver. It stretches your skin for a better shave, and that's no stretch.
We know that many of you big-time racers around the country from the Kart IndyCar Series as well as the Winston Cup Series watch these broadcasts, and we want to correct something. All of you know, of course, that all good Busch Grand National races run on Saturday, the day before the Winston Cup Series. And we know that everybody down there is watching because I was in Charlotte about a week ago, and the first guy that approached me in the pit area was Darrell Waltrip saying, I like those Thursday night races. So congratulations on his win at Charlotte a week ago in the Coca-Cola 600. Well, every racing series has its superstar. Every racing series has the man who sits on the throne, and he stays there until he can be knocked off. And you're looking at the man who is the king of midget racing on the West Coast. Short track, open wheel racing. It's never been just about prize money. For most, particularly midget race car drivers, the money won is never enough to sustain a family. Most have real jobs, too. Even the best. Ron Sleepy Tripp, midget racer by night, electrical contractor by day. And make no mistake about it, the throne has many challengers, young and old, but for now, he is the best in the West. A hero in Victory Lane, but a tireless, behind-the-scenes worker, too. The precision learned through years of demanding labor carries over to racing. Sleepy's career in driving almost went another direction.
I enjoy the midgets right now, and you know, when I was just coming on the scene when I was 20, 21, it was Indianapolis was a goal for me, and to be honest with you, that's I had a shot probably early in my career to jump in some pretty marginal race cars, and I didn't really want to do that, and I've stayed away, and it's gotten farther and farther away. And now, I don't really think it appeals to me right now. And I just enjoy midgets, and we're still winning. So I think if the wins were if they were real hard to come by, I probably wouldn't enjoy it. But we're still winning the odd race, so it's fun.
His fun began at the age of 4.5 with his father Jerry as mentor. He raced throughout his youth. Later, in 1974, after winning the MVP on his high school football team as a fullback, he continued his lust for racing, moving to full-size midgets. And in 1975, a national championship already. And another crown in 76. Sleepy was soon tripping around with racing's immortals, Foyt, Bettenhausen, Rutherford. In 1980, wife Erin and daughter Shay accepted his induction into the Midget Hall of Fame. Erin, in fact, signals a new phase of Sleepy's life. His aggression on the track reflected a lifestyle. He, as they say, played hard off the track, too. But racing for the survivors has a way of smoothing out the rough edges. Surviving spectacular wrecks, like this next one in 1983, teaches harsh lessons. Erin tells how he earned his nickname.
It's a bit of a mystery how he got his name. He doesn't really talk about it, but I believe that he used to fall asleep in the race car, and when race time came, they used to wake him up and send him off, but that's how he got it, and it's stuck.
Sleepy is still as forceful as ever behind the wheel, but it's tempered a bit by reason and an occasional carefully placed wit.
My goal before the series was I was going to try to win 2 of them, and we've done that, but we've had our problems, but we'll hopefully close it off with another win on Thursday night.
Still, when he straps himself into a race car, he remains one of America's most intimidating drivers. And you wonder, if timing and opportunity had been different, where would he have ascended? Mr. Speed on the West Coast, champion Ron Sleepy Tripp. Parnelli, to be fair, you and son PJ have had your professional differences of opinion, but I've sat here all spring long and heard you exude how much you respect this man.
Well, I think he is one of the greatest midget drivers to come along. He and Rich Vogler, of course, there's many, many races that they've driven. It's not only just the driving, it's the fine-tuning of the car and being able to put the whole package together. And as long as they've been doing it, I think they're the 2 of the best going, no doubt about that. and probably two that would rank up there with all-time drivers.
Well, on Sleepy's outside, the right side of Sleepy, is a man who I believe that twice this year thought he had won the main event. He showed up in victory lane, Robbie Flock.
Yes, one night he ran second and thought he won, I believe, and he was reading the board down the back, and he saw his number up there, I guess.
Well, he forgot there were two number 9s, and he passed the number 9, but it was Derwin. Fox was still in the race.
That's right, that's right.
Yeah, Stan Fox, by the way, did not qualify for this year's Indianapolis 500-mile race. He had driven in years past for A.J. Foyt. He had hoped to do so, but was unable to get that accomplished. Tommy Estone, he is another driver who has not won here at Ascot Park. As you can see, his last feature race, Tommy finished 14th. He was the Western States runner-up in points last season.
Yeah, he's capable of winning this race, and he's capable of winning any race that he runs, and he's a real strong runner, and I'm surprised that that really he hasn't won a race this year.
Here is the lineup for the final race here at Ascot Park on the dirt, spring 1989, televised on ESPN. Starting on the inside, Rich Vogler. Whoa. On the outside, Ron Hazelton in car number 11. The second row, Frank Pedregan and Mario Bringetto, both stalwarts here on the West Coast. The third row, Frank Baldoger. He led the first feature, and Wally Pankratz, the most recent winner here at Ascot Park. In row number 4, Rusty Rasmussen won a televised show, and Tommy Estone, winless on TV in 1989. The fifth row, Mr. Speed on the West Coast, Sleepy Trip, and Robbie Flock. Hungry, prime time, Robbie Flock. The sixth row, awesome, Terry Ferrara in the inside in car number 79, and Larry Derwin in car number 9 on the outside. In the seventh row, the orange number 53 of Bob Davidson, and the white number 2 of Pennsylvania's Johnny Heidenreich. In the eighth row, 15th and 16th starting positions, Mark Passarelli, the Arizona champion, Steve Stasa. In the ninth row, on the inside in car number 15, it's the white 15 is Dennis Hart, and Kurt Osterberg is on the outside. In the 10th row, 19th and 20th starting positions, Jet Davidson, the checkerboard number 59, and Ascot champion Ron Schumann in car number 30. And that's it. That's the starting lineup for tonight's. Again, that's car number 30 DB. Actually, his sponsor is 3-Day Blinds, and that's why they go with the 3 DB. But for scoring purposes, we're going with the number 30 here tonight.
And we do have the camera here on Astone's car, and and most of the time the fellow who has the camera on his car does quite well. So maybe we can.
And we're looking out backwards, so we should get good pictures most of the race. As you can see, the nights are getting longer here in Los Angeles. It's still bright daylight. The green flag is out, and Rich Vogler jumps up top. He is going to try and put some distance between himself and the rest of the field before Tripp gets out. We have a car stalled.
Yeah, Baldoger has come to a halt down here in the first turn for some reason or other.
Riding with Tommy Estone again, as you're looking out over Estone's left shoulder at the inside left rear tire on that car. Parnelli, can you believe the emotion right now in the mind of Sleepy Trip and Rasmussen as we go back and look at what happened to Baldoger? He's going to be in an orange car, and he just flat stops in the middle of the turn. We'll come back to that emotional question in a minute.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, he got a little sideways there and just actually came to a stop. I'm surprised that he even killed the engine.
The emotion we were talking about is Vogler's been gone for 2 weeks. He goes, runs in the Indianapolis 500, makes over $125,000 as we go back inside Tommy Estone's car and watch this action. And then he gets to start on the pole in this race.
Well, you got to have a little luck at this, too. You know, it isn't just all talent. Certainly, starting on the pole is a little luck for him. But, you know, he also won a 60-mile race at Indianapolis Fairgrounds while I was back there a couple of nights before the Indianapolis race as well.
Watching this restart, there's Robbie Flock on the left, Sleepy Trip on the inside. Now in the middle of the racetrack, Rusty Rasmussen on the very bottom of the racetrack. On your right, actually, the driver's left. And you saw that first aborted lap, but really tremendous action as the three of them tried to find the way around Tommy Estone.
Yes.
Frank Baldoger is pushed to the inside. Now, we're being told that that was his second spin, but that was our first restart. Bruce, you got any more on this?
We're going to go one more lap. Baldoger, after they got him back underway, spun all by himself as he came by this location. Now, if you can look at that racetrack, and Parnelli, I'm going to ask your expertise on that. The inside is slicked off, rutted up a little bit, but no cushion ever developed. Parnelli, I don't see a curve out there that's going to hold anybody on the outside, and we better get out of here because they're getting ready to go green.
Yeah, it's a little bit rough up there, and that's why you haven't established a real good cushion.
Frank Baldosia, the graduate of the TQ ranks, is out of it. We go green flag again, and one more time, Vogler goes to the high side. Pedregan goes down to the bottom. Hazelton in the middle of the racetrack. As you watch the rest of the field, there is Pedregan in the blue car. He moves into second. He jumps up top two, trying to follow suit with Vogler.
Yeah, you can see that they're fighting it up there and coming off of turn 4 at the bump. And
Parnelli Tripp has gotten a great jump, and Sleepy Tripp, who started the race in 9th, is already 3rd, and he's got a clear racetrack in front of him, so he should have enough lap if he's hooked up properly to at least have a clean shot at Rich Vogler. Inside Tommy Estone's car.
He looks like he's working quite well, and it would be nice to see him and Rich Vogler go at it for a while.
Tommy Estone is 9th. That's Larry Derwin, another TQ grad in a blue car. Terry Farrar there on the inside. And that is Estone there on the right-hand side of your screen in the red and white number 2. Yellow flag. In turn number 3, guess who? Rich Vogler. Now, we were back watching Estone, and we did not see what happened, but Rich Vogler, who we were about to concede this main event to, incredibly has spun out. Now, we do have it on videotape, Parnelli. I'll let you watch Rich and see what happens.
All right. You know, they have a new power steering, as he mentioned in there, and there might be a possibility that that created the problem, but we'll just have to find out later. Maybe, yeah, there's something right there wrong with the steering. I'd almost bet on that.
Yeah, as Vogler went into turn number 3, the car suddenly darted to the right. Rich corrected, and it looked like he caught it on the correction, but then it took off on him. I don't think it was Vogler's fault, Bruce?
When we watched him one lap before, as he came off of turn 4, he did the biggest wheelie I've ever seen a midget do, literally. Both wheels on the front coming up 18, 20 inches. And there was something not handling properly, but somebody like Vogler spinning all by himself. There's got to be a reason. I hope we can get over there and find it for you.
Yeah, he's got a flat left rear, but that probably happened when he hit the fence.
Yeah, I believe that did. I believe that there was something going down the back straightaway that he didn't like, and he was fighting it quite heavily, and probably, and he also was looking at the steering, so that I almost have to believe that's a problem.
Here is the list of TV winners in this series in order, weeks 1 through 7. Vogler, Darrell Hall, not even here tonight. Vogler won week number 3. Tripp, Fox, Rasmussen, and Tripp again in the 7th week. So Tripp and Vogler are the only 2 drivers who have won 2 main events. Pedregan, the current leader, has not won. The man you're riding with, Tommy Estone, likewise has not run. Tripp is 2nd. Wally Pankratz, who last won on this track, is 3rd, right behind Sleepy Tripp.
Frank Pedregan got it right up there, and him and with Tripp right behind him, it's going to be interesting to see how this comes out.
Only 3 laps down, we have a yellow flag again. And not able to figure out exactly what the reason for it is. I see no cars sitting sideways on the racetrack. I see an official moving out in turn number 3. Parnelli, what's your guess? The reason for this yellow flag?
I have no idea. I mean, I absolutely have no idea.
Now, it may have been that the starter was unhappy with the start. Bruce, you got the answer?
Yeah, from the USAC radio people, they said it was not a good single-file start. And without a good single-file start, they'll do that puppy all over again.
Okay.
So they'll form him back up, no laps will go down.
Good enough. Okay, so Pedregan finds himself still the leader. Sleepy Tripp is 2nd. Pankratz is 3rd. Ron Hazelton is 4th. And watch for a black, white, and red trim number 32 of Robbie Flock. Recall that that's the man that we think believes that he won 2 races here this year at Ascot Park, but he is yet to officially be in victory lane. So once again, the top 5, Pedregan, there he is, the blue number 33. Sleepy Tripp, he's won twice. In 3rd is Wally Pankratz. No TV wins, but a win a week ago. Ron Hazelton is 4th. He was involved in a big crash here about a month ago. And in 5th is Robbie Flock. There he is.
And Rusty Rasmussen right behind.
Back to green. Pedregan protects the high lane. That's where Tripp is diving. Flock has already moved into 4th, getting around Hazelton. Pankratz is 3rd.
And Rusty's 5th.
Frank Pedregan, who did well in this heat race. Parnelli and I were watching him, is really holding his own. And if Pedregan could win here, this would be a major upset and a televised race and a big day for young Frank Pedregan.
Well, you know, I've noticed Frank has been getting a lot better every race, and he's improved ever since he started. And boy, he's sure driving the wheels off of it right now, I'll tell you that. Look at the fire coming out of Astone's car. Of course, you can see the left rear vibrating with that low air pressure.
The track has stayed together well. It's pretty moist. And Astone appears to be, no, I thought he was slowing, but yellow flag is out. I think he spied that before everybody else in the racetrack.
Here in turn 4.
Looks like Terry Farrar has spun out. Terry Farrar, who has won a couple of races, although not main events, here on this televised series this year, is sitting quietly in turn number 4. Terry Farrar is being pushed to the infield. So we'll take this opportunity for a break. We'll be back with the finish of tonight's main event after this.
Not only do we know a lot about the products in our store, but we know our customers.
Save during our summer sale on Black & Decker's new Power Cordless Ratchet Kit. Drives nuts and bolts easily, even in close quarters, only $39.99. And get the new Weed Eater gas trimmer, 15-inch cut, auto line feed, balanced for easy handling, only $87.88. At your local Coast to Coast and Home and Auto stores.
Coast to Coast Home and Auto.
Life's full of simple pleasures, like the comfort of Levi's jeans. Or had you forgotten?
There's a rough road ahead with no end in sight. Quaker State engines don't know when to quit.
Quaker State is quality engineered to exceed every single American, European, and Japanese car maker's U.S. requirements for maximum engine protection.
So pistons are protected from friction mile after mile. Valves are protected from wear year in, year out.
That's why Quaker State engines run strong and run long.
Quaker State engines don't know when to quit.
The big Q stands for quality. Always has, always will.
It's time to play ball. Unbelievable play! ESPN is your box seat for live college baseball featuring the nation's top teams and heaviest hitters. College baseball's elite battle for a chance to be the best. The quest for the national championship begins Friday at the NCAA College World Series, live on ESPN.
Back at Ascot Park, the Caterpillar Series for Jolly Rancher, Western States Midgets, USAC Midget Racing. Here is the top 5. Man whose first race in 1980 was drag racing, a diesel truck. Frank Pedregan leads, Sleepy Trip is 2nd, Wally Pankratz is 3rd, Robbie Flock is 4th, Mario Brighetto is 5th. And a very rich running, that's not the money kind, that's the fuel kind of rich, Tommy Astone is 7th. The Parnelli, when you see a lot of fuel being burnt off like that, it's not really what the crews want. As we look at Tommy Astone up close, the 1973 and 74 National Midget Series runner-up, and last season, as we told you, runner-up out here in the West Coast. Not what they want, though, that flame, is it?
No, they don't. It's a little bit on the rich side, I would say. And, of course, he's going after it. He's up in the high groove, and...
In certain spots, the track is beginning to dry out, but there's still a cushion up there if you look for it. Robbie Flock is now moving underneath for 3rd as we go back up front. Look at the leaders. You can see 3rd place is side by side. Pedregan leads. We complete 7 laps. The blue number 33 of Frank Pedregan leads this race, and Sleepy Trip is unable to cut into the margins as we go back inside Tommy Astone. That's Rusty Rasmus right behind.
Yeah, that's a great shot there of Rusty, and you can see how far the cars run sideways.
Turn number 1, turn number 2. When he straightens out, he's on the back stretch.
Look at that tire smoke.
Straighten out now. Charging into turn number 3. Astone 5th. Rasmussen, 6th. Car's number 2, 38. Wally Pankratz is the man in black there that they are beginning to challenge, and this trio is a straightaway behind 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. This is 4th, 5th, and 6th. Rasmussen trying to hold off Estone, trying to hold off, make that Pankratz trying to hold off Estone, trying to hold off Rasmussen.
And we have a great race here for the lead, too, and the fact that Robbie is now closing up behind Sleepy.
It's tightened up, as you pointed out. Robbie has moved up on Tripp, but still the interesting thing is that Pedregon, the man who got into racing because his father was a race driver, Frank Pedregon, is really driving a terrific race, and he's picked the right time to do it. The last dirt race of the Spring Series live here on ESPN, and Pedregon is not showing that he's going to give any way to Sleepy Tripp.
No, he's not, and he looks like he's working pretty good. And of course, Frank comes from a whole line of family that race. He has a brother that runs drag racing, and of course they both of them run sprint car. We have a spin down here, turn 4.
Ron Hazelton.
Ron Hazelton, right.
Has looped out. He reaches up and pulls off and tear off, and that's certainly an indication that there's still some tackiness to this racetrack, because if you have to keep ripping the tear-offs off, it's not dust that sticks to it, is it?
Yeah, that's correct. It's amazing that, you know, it seems like everything that's happened tonight has been in that same spot down there. I have to believe that it's has something to do with the racetrack.
Well, the track has stayed together. It stayed moist, and even though you can get a hold of it, another thing that happens, though, particularly with the wider tires in the modern cars, it does dig grooves. And it's sort of like running on snow. You know, you pull up to an intersection, if it's been a recent deep snow and somebody has gone before you and laid a groove, it's hard to get out of it. If you try to fight the wheel, it'll throw the car out of control.
Well, one thing I was saying, too, is the fact that you either run real low or you run real high, and that intermediate area there does get a lot of the loose stuff slung up there from the inside. So that's one of the reasons it makes it kind of slick, and a guy comes off that cushion, sometimes they get in trouble, I guess.
At the age of 25 years of age, Rusty Rasmussen 3 times has been the runner-up in Jolly Rancher Western States Midgets, 1985, 86, and 87, and he won one of these televised races earlier this year. He was hurt at this racetrack in 1987, and that may have cost him the title. Boy, they really scramble for 5th position on back. Oh, it's tight running. Heidenreich is low. Estone's in the middle. Larry Derwin on the outside. That's Pankratz, the black car.
Now, we got a bunch of fellas that want to win this race. I mean, they're driving like they're in no tomorrow.
Pedregon continues to be the star as Chris Alexander spins in, guess where?
Turn 4.
Turn number 4. Well, Bruce Flanders is wandering around down there. Maybe Bruce can put the old eagle eye on the racetrack, or maybe talk to some track workers or safety people. Maybe they've got some theories as to what's going on down there. How about it, Bruce? Any ideas?
You guys are calling it exactly as it is. All the slick stuff is gone on that low line, and there isn't much of a cushion. Several of those drivers are really reaching for that last few inches of moisture that's up next to the wall. And this item is directed at you drag racing guys who are watching our Thursday Night Thunder. That's the brother of Cruz Pedregon, one of the fastest top alcohol dragster drivers that there is in NHRA competition. And at the moment, it's still his race.
Frank Pedregon, Gardena, California, at the age of 26 years of age, may be on the verge of one of the biggest races and wins of his career.
Well, I wouldn't want to put a hoodoo on him at this point. I mean, certainly he has a lot of laps to go, and Frank's certainly capable, and, you know, maybe he can hang on. He's got some tough competition right behind him with Tripp and Robbie, and, of course, Jolly Wally and Tommy Astone and Rusty Rasmussen. I mean, Larry Derwin's in there. I mean, them guys are really hungry, because that battle back there is really fierce.
Pedregon is currently 10th in Western States points. His best finish in a televised series has been 3rd. He's had a 7th and 2 9ths. Those were his other top 10 finishes. And trouble in turn number 1. Tripp and Pedregon come together, and Pedregon is left silent along the outside wall. Sure to be a controversial moment. As driver expert, I will give you the privilege of making this call. Sleepy Trip made the move. He had to move. The question is, was it fair or not?
Well, he certainly gave him a slide job and obviously hit the left front of Petragon, so.
Well, we'll have to stack it up and look at it again. It is a standard accepted procedure. Pernelli, you make the call. Tripp in red, Petragon in blue.
All right, they're coming down there. Tripp got underneath him a little bit. Actually made a nice move to slide up in front of him. However, he slid right in there and right into Petragon, left him no room, I guess.
Well, on the restart, those of you who are experienced observers can make the call. Sleepy either got the jump or out-jumped Petragon. It did appear to be a fair start. He went into turn number 1, this 2-time USAC national champion and 4-time and defending Western States champion. He got the advantage going into turn 1, and he did have the lead. And under most Roberts rules of order in motor racing, whoever has the lead has the position on the racetrack, and the people challenging him have to make way. But that still was a judgmental call, and I think only the people in the Monday morning quarterbacks can take a stand on that one. That's a tough one to call.
Yeah, it is. It is a tough one to call, and that's the only way you're going to pass. Is you're going to have to take an opportunity like that. It's a shame that they did tangle.
Well, it's a rough sport, and that's very similar on a much smaller scale, of course, to what we saw during the running of the Indianapolis 500-mile race, as Emerson Fittipaldi and Al Unser Jr. went into turn number 3, both fighting for the lead for the biggest race of their life, and they made contact. Emerson, of course, making contact with little Al's left rear, and Al being sent into the wall. A similar situation here at Ascot Park tonight, and Sleepy Tripp, the man who has won most of the races here the past 5 years, is the one who prevails here on lap number 11.
Sprint, midget, and super modified fans, here's a great deal on the magazine for you, Open Wheel. For only $14.97, you'll get a full year. That's $20 off newsstand prices. Plus, you'll get these free racing decals with your paid subscription. Old-time stories, technical articles, and what's hot in today's fastest cars. Read about the drivers. Call 1-800-453-7800 now for Open Wheel and get your free racing decals. Have credit card ready. 1-800-453-7800. Open Wheel Magazine.
They've launched it.
That's impossible. In today's business battles, you need the latest intelligence. Today's Wall Street Journal. Think we still have time to move?
Maybe.
Call 800-372-3000 for this special Journal introductory offer. 12 weeks for just $29.75 with a money-back guarantee. 12 weeks, $29.75. Call 800-372-3000 now for the Wall Street Journal.
South by about 40 miles from Tinseltown and south and a little west of Disneyland is Ascot Park, Gardena, California. And that's where we are tonight for the final televised live series from this racetrack. The last time we will see races on a quarter-mile dirt track live on ESPN this year. Leader is Sleepy Tripp. Ron Sleepy Tripp, who has won 2 already this year. Robbie Flock, the hungry Robbie Flock, we described him as earlier, is running second, the man from the city of industry here in California. Wally Pankratz, the super modified sprint car midget driver, is third. In fourth is Tommy S. Stone. You're riding with him. He's running a car that's burning off a lot of excess fuel. And running in fifth is another feature winner of this televised series, Rusty Rasmussen. There are the top 5, strong runners all. And among that quintet, only number 1 and number 5, Tripp and Rasmussen, have won main events televised here on TV. Sleepy Tripp puts his foot down on the throttle of that Cosworth, and Tripp powers the Cosworth out to about a 4 or 5 car length lead. That is the engine of choice by about 40% of the drivers here at Ascot Park. 40% of them run Cosworths.
Actually, Robbie lost the front end down there in the first turn of the first lap, and making a comeback right now.
The next popular brands of engines are the Pontiacs and VWs, about 18% each of those two. There are some areas here, there are 12% of those, a couple of Chevy 2s, and even a Corvair that's running here. But Cosworth has been the most popular power plant, and Robbie Flock is going to go all out for it, race fans. I guarantee you, the man running second, as we're riding with Tommy Stone, is going to give you a show. Robbie Flock wants to win very badly. Tripp is the kind of guy that every time out, he's so tough to beat. But I think Robbie Flock has maybe a touch more incentive than Tripp.
Well, he certainly does. He is definitely hungry, and but he's going to have to do the same thing to him that he wants to get by. He's going to have to either Tripp is going to have to lose the front end, or Robbie's going to have to give him a slide job the same way he did Petricon.
First and second, 16 laps down. Wally Pankratz runs third. Tommy Stone is fourth. Rusty Rasmussen is fifth. In sixth is Mark Passarelli. It's come from the back of the pack. Larry Derwin is seventh. Running is eighth. In eighth is Johnny Heidreich. In ninth is the 3DB or 30 car of Ron Schumann. And 10th is Dennis Hart. Other cars still on the racetrack. Steza, Terry Farrar, Ron Hazelton, Gordy Edwards, and Jet Davidson. 18 make that 19 laps this time. And like the dog chasing the car, Flock has caught Tripp, but he doesn't know what to do with him. Sleepy Tripp and Robbie Flock. A couple artists at work. And Robbie Flock has 10 laps to figure out what to do with Sleepy Tripp. Parnelli, it really is like the matchup of a couple of all-pro football players, the all-pro receiver and the all-pro defensive back. Both of them on a given night can be better. And it's just a matter of finding out who's having the best time.
Well, that's true. We're really having a good race between them two, and certainly we have some traffic coming up. However, most of the traffic in front of us running down low, and with Tripp and Robbie running up high, it ain't going to make much difference. But
Flock has certainly found out that the place to be is up top, and he's hoping that the impossible will happen. The impossible is Sleepy Tripp making a mistake.
Well, that's right, and you know, as much experience as Tripp has, he don't make too many mistakes, so I don't look for him to do that.
Flock has a good turn, but Tripp just continues to run out there, broadsiding that right rear tire along the cushion, maintaining the friction of the grip just right on this tacky racetrack as finally it's nightfall here in Los Angeles, California, and Tripp just refuses to budge.
Third and fourth is Tommy Stone's running third with Rusty right on his tail too. So they're having the same kind of a battle right behind them.
It's almost a carbon copy. It is a carbon copy of what's going on in first and second. 26 laps down this time for the leaders. There is a Stone. He accelerates through turn 3, turn 4. Rasmussen moves up. He looks to the high side, but Stone says nothing doing. Now back up front. Sleepy Tripp continues to set the pace. Robbie Flock continues to chase. Robbie Flock, who twice this year thought he might have had a main event win, begins to slip back a little bit, Parnelli.
Yeah, I think for some reason or other, he's lost a little bit of his handling, or changed his chassis a little bit with his adjustment, and not working as well as he did.
This is fourth and fifth. I think we all overlooked Wally Pankratz. Pankratz has held on to third place as the white flag is coming up for the leaders this time. Tripp crosses the line. There it is on his last lap. Sleepy Tripp looking for win number 3. We'll follow him around. That is Robbie Flock, wishing and hoping like Dusty Springfield would something happen, but it's not going to occur. Sleepy Tripp is going to park in that outside lane, keeps the RPMs up, and Sleepy Tripp crosses the line and wins again for the third time in this televised series. In fourth place is going to be Stone if he can not make a mistake just like Tripp. He does. He crosses fourth. Fifth is Rusty Rasmussen, and Mark Passarelli does a very excellent job in coming home in sixth position. So not only does Sleepy Tripp win for the third time, but this is also the third trip to near victory lane for Robbie Flock. This is the third time in this televised series in 1989 that Robbie Flock, primetime Robbie Flock, has come home second. Sleepy Tripp the winner, Robbie Flock is second. Running in third, finishing third was Wally Pankratz.
have to keep 3 kids in jeans? I do. Bye, Mom. Bye. I buy Branders. Bye. Bye. They're durable and they look good. And they're about half the price of the others. Why should I buy anything else?
Brander's Jeans by Dickies. Priced to fit America.
Moon goes up, sun goes down. I ramble along from town to town. Oh, sweet mama, I sure don't have much. I'm just headed for the mountains. I'm just looking for a bus. Yeah.
Sleepy Trip has asserted himself as the main man here on the West Coast. Not only does he win his 3rd feature race tonight here at Ascot Park as far as these televised series goes, but he wins the overall points championship on the ESPN Speed World Thursday Night Thunder for 1989 in Ascot Park in Gardena, California. Robbie Flock was 2nd. There is 6th through 10th. Mark Passarelli, John Heidreich, Larry Derwin, Ron Schumann, and Dennis Hart. With our winner is Bruce Flanders.
All right, I'll catch up with you guys. Sleepy, you know how to put on a finale to the end of our 8-race series.
Yeah, well, we started off so slow, and last 2-3 nights here, we've had a good run, and plus we've been winning on some other tracks.
Well, they've got the presentation of that award. I've got another one for you. I want to sneak in here real quick. This is from the guys at ESPN. You're the high point guy in our 8-race series. How's about that one?
Well, it's hard to believe as bad as we've been running, but I just don't think anybody's really been consistent in the series, and I'm glad we finished it off with a win or two.
Okay, well, Ron, congratulations and thanks. I got to go back upstairs, and once again, this is our last victory circle from Ascot. Larry and Parnelli, you got it.
Thanks a lot, Bruce. Well, Bob Lee and Charlie Steiner are standing by in Sports Center. We'll be getting to them in just a second, but Sleepy Trip, I think, accomplished what we all really thought he was going to do. It took him 3 weeks to get up to speed.
Yeah, he's certainly the guy to beat out here. He's ran good in the last few races, and especially the last 2 or 3 here at Ascot.
Tonight's USAC Midgets Jolly Rancher Series has been brought to you by Quaker State Motor Oil. The big Q stands for quality, always has, always will. And by Dickies. This Father's Day, get something special for Dad from Dickies. And by Busch Beer, the beer with a taste as smooth as its name. Well, that concludes this spring series from Ascot Park in Gardena, California. This telecast, of course, has been a production of Lingner Group Productions in association with ESPN. Join us this weekend for Winston Cup stock cars as well as Formula One, and in 2 weeks this series will move to Indianapolis Raceway Park in Indianapolis.
For the past 2 years, the driver finishing 2nd at Milwaukee has gone on to win the car championship. In 1987, it was Bobby Rahal, and in '88, it was Danny Sullivan. Now, this year, Sullivan is hurt, and if Roger Penske's team is to win another title, then his best chance appears to be with Rick Mears.
Rick was on the pole with a new track record of nearly 161 miles an hour on the 1-mile oval. His front row mate, Indy 500 champion Emerson Fittipaldi, also was driving a Penske chassis with a Chevrolet power plant. Kevin Cogan was there just 1 week after his horrific crash at Indianapolis. He started 15th. At the green, Mears jumped out to an early lead. He led 101 of the first 102 laps, then made his second pit stop of the day under green. By the time he was able to get service and out of the pits, Emerson, who had stayed out, lapped him. Then, Indy 500 co-rookie of the year, Bernard Jourdain, spun in turn 4, enabling Fittipaldi to make his stop under yellow and keep the lead, although Rick did get his lap back. Also during this set of pit stops, the Andrettis came together, but both continued on. Once the race resumed, Emo lapped Mears and began to build his lead, but Jourdain would strike again. On lap 146, he cuts off Fittipaldi in turn 1, causing Emo to spin the car and hit the wall. Emo had the presence of mind to keep the engine running, but the incident allows Mears to get back on the lead lap. After making a pit stop for tires, Emerson continues on, in fact, regained the lead until his left rear A-arm, damaged 30 laps earlier in the contact with the wall, broke. The race then boiled down to a battle between Mears and Michael, who with some help from his dad led the race's three-quarter mark. But with Michael's tires fading, Rick passed to the lead and won going away. It was his second victory of the year.
Could you have caught him without the mishap?
It would have been tough. You know, we were trying to work with the car, and he was running well, and ours was still a little loose. I felt we could run with him. It's just going to be a matter of the brakes and traffic.
Al Jr. leads the kart point standings, followed by Mears, Emo, Michael, who finished second, and a consistent Raul Boisel, the only non-Chevy in the top 5. For Speed Week, I'm Gary Lee.
So does Michael's second-place finish mean he'll win the championship? Well, it wouldn't surprise me. I did pick him to win it all even before the season started. And one race he and the rest of his peers would like to win is next on the schedule. That's the prestigious Detroit Grand Prix. For 6 years, it was a Formula One race. Now, for the first time ever, it's an IndyCar race. And that's where Alfa Romeo will re-enter the international racing wars. Yesterday, behind locked gates at Indianapolis Raceway Park, the new Alfa underwent its final test before its scheduled debut next weekend. All sessions, including this one, have been private, but our Speed Week cameras were permitted in for a few minutes. Less than 6 months ago, this project was only an Italian dream. Then Alex Morales Racing, headed by Johnny Caples, was chosen to spearhead the U.S. effort. And here's the result. The only other 1989 March Indy car built besides the ones for Porsche. The engine, first tested in an '88 March on Italian tracks, has proven reliable so far with over 2,200 miles logged at 4 U.S. facilities without a major failure. But now it's time to think about racing the car for the first time. It wasn't ready for Indy, so the Detroit Grand Prix next weekend will be its debut. Its driver is Roberto Guerrero, whose exclusive contract has prevented him from competing at all so far this year, including Indianapolis.
I'm not a very good spectator for sure, and I think the only thing that really kept me going was that, you know, I look at it like investing in the future, and I think it will pay off in the future, so that's what really kept me going, but it was tough.
And so the months of hard work by this Alfa team has paid off, and it's time for the car to make its IndyCar debut in a little over a week.
First of all, I'd like to make the field and make the field handily and finish the race, and I think we would do something the Ilmore didn't do, the Porsche didn't do in its first outing, and I think those are our goals for Detroit.
Alfa hasn't been involved in international racing since 1985 when it dropped out of Formula One. Tragically, the designer of that Alfa Indy car, Maurice Philippe, took his own life Sunday night in England. Previously, he designed the highly successful Lotuses in the late 60s and early 70s and the Parnelli chassis at Indianapolis in the early and mid-70s. And now on to NASCAR. Not since 1974 has a driver dominated a Winston Cup race at Dover like Dale Earnhardt did Sunday in the Budweiser 500. Leading over 90% of the laps, he was clearly the class of the field from the beginning. The field consisted of only 35 cars, 7 fewer than allowed, the first short Winston Cup field since here at Dover 3 years ago. Mark Martin won his 4th pole of the year in a Ford. Now, historically, that was good and bad. Ford had won the last 5 races at Dover. On the other hand, only 2 of 18 Budweiser 500s had been won from the pole. Mark would lead lap 1, but it was a photo finish with Dale Earnhardt. Morgan Shepherd's blown engine and then crash was the only serious one of the day. Morgan wasn't injured. This was the second race in which NASCAR closed the pits for scoring purposes during a caution until the pack is formed behind the pace car. Despite the tight pits, there were no major incidents, although Rick Wilson and Jeff Bodine had a slight encounter. Only a few were able to race with Dale. Martin did for a while, but would wind up second. Ken Schrader provided some touch-and-go competition and would lead to the $10,000 halfway mark. The heat and humidity were almost unbearable for drivers and crew members alike. Richard Petty got relief from Davey Allison, but the King did get back in the car and finish the race after taking a breather for a few laps. Dale was so dominant that he was able to make a green flag pit stop at one point and remain in the lead lap. Michael Waltrip spun with 14 laps to go. It dropped him from the top 10, but moved brother Darrell up 1 spot, allowing him to retain the points lead. Earnhardt went on to score his 36th career victory, 2nd of the year. He led 454 of the 500 laps. And the finish shuffled the Winston Cup points. Waltrip leads Earnhardt by 2. Martin jumps from 6th to 3rd. Jeff Bodine falls from 2nd to 4th, and Rusty Wallace moves from 7th to 5th. Many are saying that Earnhardt's going to be tough to beat from here on out. Ever since Hoosier withdrew from Winston Cup competition, Goodyear has been providing a harder compound tire, and Earnhardt has a reputation of being able to drive better on hard tires than anyone else. Now, with his win, the brand-new Chevrolet Lumina has won 2 of its first 3 races. The folks at Ford have to be scratching their heads. They introduced their new Thunderbird Super Coupe at the beginning of this season, and now, 11 races later, have only 1 win, that by Davey Allison at Talladega. Last year, Ford had the most wins of any manufacturer in Winston Cup with 9. This weekend, for the first time ever, Winston Cup teams will tackle Sears Point International Raceway, the first of 2 road course races on the schedule. It's a date previously held by Riverside International Raceway, which closed last year.
You know, used to a few years ago, when you go to Riverside, there was always just a few guys that could really run good at Riverside. Then we started running Watkins Glen, and a few more guys got to where they could run good on the road courses. And in the past few years, you know, there's several of the guys that have really gotten good on the road courses. So it's awful tough. I'm sure when we go out there, this is a new racetrack. None of us have ever raced there before. So I'm sure there's going to be 10 or 12 guys that are going to get around it about the same, probably.
Over the years, Winston Cup racing in California has provided some great memories. That's the subject of this week's Dick Wallen Racing Classic. For 25 years, Riverside International Raceway provided quite a challenge for the country's top stock car drivers, even those like Richard Petty. And Bobby Isaac had trouble negotiating this twisting 2.6-mile road course. The one man, however, who never seemed to have any trouble here was Dan Gurney, who won an unprecedented 5 times in 6 years during the mid to late 60s. But don't think it was all work and no play. There was always time to kick back and soak up some rays. During the 70s, Winston Cup also competed at Ontario Motor Speedway. This spacious 2.5-mile oval provided plenty of room for 4- and 5-abreast racing. And there was certainly no problem on pit road. The final 2 races in Ontario in 79 and 80 were captured by our own Benny Parsons. He not only tamed a young Darrell Waltrip, but also veteran Bobby Allison. Benny's win in 1979 was his only victory of the year, which he happily celebrated with his wife Connie. And perhaps even 10 years ago, Benny had thoughts of developing a feature known as Hat of the Week. And now, this week's Speed Week phone poll question. Would you like to see more NASCAR Winston Cup racing on road courses? Dial 1-900-990-9000. An operator will then instruct you what to do. To vote yes, press number 1 on your telephone. Press number 2 if you want to vote no. Now, while this poll is unscientific, it gives us a chance to find out what you're thinking about different issues affecting motorsports. Each 50th caller will receive this special ESPN Speed Week poster, and we'll have the results on next week's edition of Speed Week. "19 years ago, the USAC Championship dirt cars ran at the fairgrounds in Sacramento, California. Well, Sunday they returned to that same city, but a new racetrack, and it was a rousing success. Every seat in the house was sold, and ticket prices range from $15 to $65. Some who ran back in 1970 returned. 62-year-old Jim McElreath came out of semi-retirement to compete. Gary Bentonhausen finished 9th back then. The newer breed was also there. Rich Vogler will drive the car that ailing defending series champ Steve Butler normally handles. The pole sitter was Californian Chuck Gurney, but he got off to a poor start and was passed by George Snyder going into 1. Vogler lasted only a third of the distance when an oil leak developed. Snyder led the entire 100 laps. He and third-place finisher Bentonhausen chose a softer compound tire that worked. Ziggy from nearby Bakersfield finished 2nd back in 1970. This was his 6th career Silver Crown victory. Now, when trouble occurs on the racetrack, a flagman alerts drivers by waving a yellow flag and flipping on the yellow lights located around the track. But if a driver misses the first signal, he could be headed for trouble. Well, Larry Nuber reports on a new safety system being tested in New York modified racing.
No matter how scientifically advanced race cars become, I guess it's pretty obvious that we'll never replace racing drivers. We'll never have
remote-controlled cars. But I predict that by the year 2000, practically every racer in the country is likely to be traveling with a very trusted friend. That friend could be this, the Race Safe system, a small 3-pound battery receiver capable of accepting a radio signal. And with it, when the track's cautions are triggered, so is this light on the driver's dash.
My philosophy is, you really don't need a helmet, don't need seat belts, don't need a fuel source if you don't crash. And we're trying to prevent that crash. It's not necessary.
I like it because I know when the caution's coming on. Sometimes we don't see the cautions, especially in the daylight races when the sun is glaring and everything like that. It helps a lot.
On the bigger tracks, say like Syracuse and some of the asphalt tracks where you can't always see a flagger or can't always see a light, I think they can do nothing but help.
The potential savings because of less repair following less accidents is significant. The positive potential effect on the insurance industry is enormous. This does appear to be a tool for the future for the sport of motor racing. For Speed Week, I'm Larry Newber.
Well, there were many other races taking place across the country last weekend. Here's a sample of a few. More than 200 racers showed up for the Baja Internacional off-road race in Baja, California. Protests from ranchers and politicians forced the race from its normal course into a 130-mile loop in a dry lake bed where temperatures were above 100 degrees. But that didn't stop Robbie Gordon from winning again, this time in a full-size Ford pickup. First time an overall winner has come from that division in recent memory. Second overall was the Unlimited class Toyota of Ivan Stewart. And Roger Mears scored a win in the mini pickup class, his first in more than a year. Race organizers hope they can settle their differences with landowners so the Baja 1000 in November can be held on a different and larger course. Eddie Bellinger Jr. beat everyone except Mother Nature last Saturday at Jennerstown Speedway as he recorded a flag-to-flag victory in the International Supermodified Association's feature event, which was shortened due to rain. Bellinger first held off the challenge of defending series champion Bentley Warren, whose steering box broke, causing him to spin. After the restart, a fierce 3-car battle for second developed among number 98 A.J. Michaels, number 70 Gary Morton, and number 1 Doug Hebron. Michaels got out of shape here on lap 41 and ended up against the fourth turn wall. The rain then began with Bellinger declared the winner over Morton and Hebron. Pennsylvania was also the site of the 5th event on the SCCA Pro Rally Tour, and for the 4th time in a row, the rally was dominated by the Mazda team of Rod Millen and Tony Circum. The two finished almost 5 minutes ahead of open class winners Paul Schwanier and Scott Weinheimer, who were slowed initially by tire problems. In the smaller production class, Tim O'Neill and Martin Headland showed that persistency is sometimes rewarded. After stalling out in the water trap, the two had trouble negotiating this hairpin, but still managed to come home first in their class. Coming up on the Speed Week calendar, Saturday morning at 8:55 Eastern, a live report on the start of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Later Saturday afternoon at 4:30 Eastern, the NASCAR Southwest Tour 200 from Sears Point International Raceway. Sunday morning at 8:30, live coverage of the conclusion of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Then at 4 o'clock Eastern Sunday afternoon, the Banquet Foods 300 Winston Cup race, live also from Sears Point. What better way to experience the trials and tribulations of being a driver than to become one yourself? Well, last weekend, while in Dover for the Budweiser 500, that's what several Winston Cup mechanics did. And by the time the evening was over, it was obvious they had learned a secret or two from their mentors. Fans at Georgetown Raceway, south of Dover, gathered for a special evening that featured a match race involving, among others, Barry Dodson, Jeff Hammond, Kirk Shelmerdine, Joey Knuckles, and Jimmy Makar. After treating the fans to an autograph session, the mechanics turned drivers plotted their strategies.
What you gonna do in start? Me? Get the hell out of the way.
It didn't take long for the action to heat up. On the first lap, Eddie Dickerson of the Darrell Waltrip team gets out of shape, eventually winding up on his side. Now, while everyone else was in street stocks, Shelmerdine, Dale Earnhardt's chief, was in a late model and began blasting his way through the field on his way to an easy victory over Joey Knuckles. But Waltrip's Jeff Hammond and Rusty Wallace's Jimmy Makar brought the crowd to its feet with a torrid battle in the final lap for third. Hammond gets the inside line in 3, only to get a little nudge from Makar. Look familiar? But unlike a couple of weeks ago, there was no bad blood afterwards.
We just are having a good time, really. I got news for you. I don't think we know how to drive these things good enough to be what you call anything but a lethal weapon to every one of us.
Oh, boy. Well, that's it for this edition of Speed Week. We'll be back next week, same as always, Thursday nights at 7:30 Eastern. So long, everyone.
Speed Week is brought to you by Quaker State Motor Oil. The big Q stands for quality, always has, always will. And by Busch Beer, the beer with a taste as smooth as its name.
And there's many other ways that sponsors get involved, but there's more to it than just putting their name on the side of the race car.
When a major corporation invests over $1 million to sponsor a Winston Cup race team, they'll spend an equal amount or more on advertising and promotion. The top drivers will also have personal service contracts with the sponsoring companies that guarantee a certain amount of public appearances as a representative of that company.
Take Ricky Rudd, for instance. He has 20 of those with Quaker State. In my case with Budweiser, it's basically unlimited. They can use me as much as they want. Quaker State, I have 10. Mac Tools, I have 3. And it goes on and on. Pretty soon, if you started looking at all the weeks that we race, and remember, a weekend of racing starts on Thursday in most cases, not Saturday and Sunday, and you take the personal appearances, and all of a sudden, a year's used up pretty good.
A majority of the sponsoring companies hire public relations firms and/or advertising agencies to make sure their products and drivers are getting maximum media exposure.
For Sunoco, our goals and objectives probably, our main goal and objective is probably not much different than any of the other sponsors here, and that is pure and simple to sell product.
The selling of a product in Winston Cup racing can be achieved in different ways. Many companies entertain clients and employees at the racetracks.
We feel that the people who help support our products in the markets leading up to an event like this ought to be rewarded with a class experience while they are at the track. And the approach that we've taken is that we want to provide a sort of touch and feel experience for our very important customers, the buyers and merchandisers in the grocery trade, so that we get set up in field, give them garage tours, give them pit tours, and then if they want to sit in the stands, we can let them sit over there too.
Our employees are very, very important. If you're going to win in business, just like you're going to win out here on the track, you've got to put together a good team. And employees are a part of that team. And you need a motivated workforce that's behind you, it's enthusiastic, and you want them to rally around something. And so we've used the program, the racing program, to get our employees to rally around the Sunoco flag. And it's worked quite well, and they're really pleased with it.
New companies to Winston Cup racing usually invest cautiously. Alka-Seltzer was an associate sponsor last year for Jimmy Means. This year, they're primary. They were able to sponsor the outfit for about a third of what they'd have to spend to sponsor a top 10 team.
Well, we felt that we had an opportunity with Jimmy. This is our first year into racing. We're kind of learning as we go. There's a lot of things that you have to learn in NASCAR racing. We're finding this out this year. But we felt that Jimmy offered us the type of driver and the type of a quality individual and the effort that he would put into the racing program that we felt secure and confident that we would more than get our money's worth out of sponsoring Jimmy. And to date, we feel that way. We're very happy with our situation with Jimmy.
Another way to test the Winston Cup waters is to sponsor an award. At half the Winston Cup events this year, the Gillette Company gives $10,000 to the driver leading at the midway lap and to a fan who has filled out an entry blank at a participating store.
It's really a unique property, we refer to it as, because within a regular NASCAR race, the cars are just going around there, and suddenly at the halfway point, the drivers are they're a little more competition out there, and they've got something to shoot for. And $10,000, Steve, buys a whole lot of tires these days.
The explosive growth of corporate involvement in this sport on every level supports a racing phrase that was coined years ago. Money buys speed.
Well, Steve, even though the sponsors are spending millions of dollars, it's a bargain for them.
And the good thing about it, Ned, is we're nowhere near the saturation point as far as new sponsors getting involved.
We see new ones coming in all the time, and that's good. We need to take a short break. When we come back, we'll have highlights of the Bud 200 Busch Grand National Race from Dover.
And we'll meet one of the young drivers in that event, Ned. His name is Jeff Burton. We'll be right back.
Cup Racing, we'll take you to Sears Point Raceway in California for the inaugural road course race and the Banquet Frozen Foods 300.
Randy, the road course cars you'll see at Sears Point next week are totally different race cars from the ones you see at the oval tracks every week, and we'll show you some of the differences.
And we'll show you how one team is using computer technology to improve their performance on the racetrack. Ned, one of the big surprises on the Busch Grand National Circuit this year has been the performance of 21-year-old Jeff Burton. He didn't run the Goodies 300 in Daytona, but he's already 11th in points.
Yeah, he was not eligible for that race because he did not have any super speedway experience, but the fellow seems to have all the characteristics of a superstar.
Ever since I can remember, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to drive a race car. I can remember when I was driving go-karts. Actually, before I drove go-karts, I used to go with my brothers. They raced, and they made me ride in the back of an old van in the go-kart, and I'd pretend to be Richard Petty the whole way, you know. Ever since I can remember, that's all I've ever wanted to do is drive a race car.
For 21-year-old Jeff Burton, childhood fantasies have become reality. Burton began his racing career at the age of 9 in the Virginia Karting Association, and by the time he left